Chapter 22, Fang, Part 5, A Mountain Shrouded in Darkness. A sick night and a girl were climbing its rugged paths. Cock cake. Lord Arhin, just how far? The knight, Fettel, wheezed with bloody coughs. It was ridiculous. Even before he took up the sword, he had always prided himself on his stamina. Yet here he was, gasping like an old man just from climbing this hill. As Fettel stopped to catch his breath, Xiao Yun came over to support him. He leaned against the small frame of the young girl. It was humiliating. "You all right? Don't push yourself." I am fine, just catching my breath." He could not afford to show weakness. That was all he had left of his pride. Looking at the exhausted Fettel, Xiao Yun spoke. "Do you really have to go after him?" "Yes, he is a deserter knight. Lord Arhin cannot handle such an opponent. I was the one who said it was only bandits." Unlike himself, who was dying, Arhin was a rising sun. Fettel had even glimpsed the spark of talent within the boy. As one who also walked the path of the sword, Fettel could not allow Arhin to die in vain. Never. And what if the knights chasing the deserter mistake Lord Arhin for a bandit and attack him? He has talent, but he's still only a greenhorn. Fettel forced his lame leg forward. Xiao Yun stopped suddenly. Fettel turned back in puzzlement. "Why stop? You're wrong." "Wrong," the words came out of nowhere. Fettel looked at her for an explanation. Her voice was unwavering. "The little gladiator is no greenhorn." Her eyes gleamed. "His talent has already begun to bloom." I discarded the needle blade and gripped a dagger in each hand. In the dark, they looked like fangs meant to tear out a beast's throat. Why discard the needle? Because from now on, I would use the art of an assassin. A long, slender blade was a hindrance. A fang was the perfect size. Shorter reach, but an extension of my own body. This was enough. From now on, the fangs would move as part of me. Who? I took a shallow breath and sank into the heavy darkness. This was the stealth once used by the fang's former master. Darkness was my friend. It was not magic, nor mana techniques, it was trickery and illusion. To fight those stronger and many times more numerous, I borrowed my friend's strength. I became the darkness itself. I stopped breathing. No rustle of clothes, no sound of footsteps. I moved like a ghost. "Damn it, what are you doing now?" That alone concealed my presence. "What the hell are you?" But there was preparation required. Normally, I breathed louder, let my mana heart pound, rustled my clothes, brushed against the brushwood. I made myself noticeable. So when all that suddenly vanished, I felt like a ghost. "What are you?" Human senses could be absurdly sharp, but also absurdly dull. With the contrast, illusion was born. Assassins called it becoming the darkness. And the bandit leader's breathing echoed. His men were already dead, and the noise I had been making was gone. A dreadful silence fell. The mountain was utterly still. In such silence, humans grew overly tense. Even the superhuman were no exception. I knew this well. Even enforcers were only human. I picked up a pebble and hurled it into the blue glow of his road. His head whipped around, sword flashing reflexively. Got why the sword cut the pebble cleanly. His face twisted in rage. Damn, throwing all his strength had broken his balance. I leapt forward, aiming my fangs at his exposed side. Like a hawk striking, pierce in one blow and snatch life away. I struck. The tip brushed his neck, rode then his whole body twisted, reacting as if with eyes in the back of his head. This was the road, superhuman power. His sword came crashing down. "Caught you?" His bloodshot eyes blazed like a beast's. His swing twisted unnaturally. Could my fangs not pierce the road? No, there is always a hole. I resumed breathing, inhaled deeply. My body trembled, my mana heart thundered. My blades hardened, unyielding. Yes, always. Veins bulged on my arms, power surged. Even if death is before me, and with that, memories poured from the fangs, I always desired freedom, and I engraved it in my sword. My heart chilled as if frozen. For freedom to return, someone had to bear the blood. The free city of Crowley did not live up to its name. It had lost freedom long ago. To restore it, someone had to stain themselves with blood. I chose that role willingly. Citizens of Crowley, behold the end of the blood-drenched assassin. Yet at the end, I wondered, would they recognize my sacrifice? Look well upon the ghost of Crowley, the rat from the alleys who made enforcers tremble. I had fought in the arena of the Iron Kingdom's Chervil learned freedom's worth from scholars of the Sky Empire. I thought, this is for me. Even if I died, I would not regret it. Yet at the end, I wondered, would they know I took up the role of villain for their freedom? Order breakers meet a miserable end. Obey, citizens resist not, if you would live. Nathi would not know, the victors would twist the truth. My blood and sacrifice would be forgotten, and they would live again as slaves. That must not be. Even in death, I wish to leave them something, a glimpse of freedom, a moment of resistance. Enforcer. The daylight revealed my cornered end. Surrounded, I felt the roads of death close in. They would kill me. Then what should I do? Enforcer. It was obvious. I must resist. I must carve into them the fact that resistance is possible, so that enforcers, those left behind, would remember my freedom. I lifted my bloodied fangs. The enforcers laughed, as if at a barking dog. I said nothing and charged into their roads. Their longswords cut my arm, but I pushed on, driving a dagger into a neck. GHH, a sword pierced my chest. I ignored it, killing again. Blades cut my side, my shoulder, my ear, my face. Still, I advanced. No one laughed anymore. Hear me. Bathed in blood, with death gnawing at me, I looked upon the last trembling enforcer. The citizens were watching. Do not bow your heads. If they take what is yours, if they cross the line, if they trample your lives, resist. Show them your fangs. I forced out my final strength. Only then will we be free. The free city of Crowley has lost its name. You know it too, to reclaim freedom. Do you know what must be done? My body felt like sand crumbling away. The citizens watched, entranced. To reclaim freedom, someone must bear the blood, whoever it may be. My consciousness collapsed. Through it, I heard the citizens roar. It was not my fangs that killed the last enforcer. It was their clubs, their fists, their rage. They had shown their teeth at last. Freedom! Freedom! They lifted my body high, surging as one. Hoods pulled over faces, daggers in hand, they marched, as if honoring me. Freedom for Crowley? At the moment of death, I felt truly free for the first time. I closed my eyes with a peaceful face. My sword had pierced a hole through this damned city. Through it, all would escape, seeking freedom. Forward. Always forward. Clang, the assassin's memories ended, and my heart turned cold as winter, like molten metal suddenly quenched. What? My dagger met the bandit leader's sword and did not give way. Even against the road, it held. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell are you? Instead of retreating, I stepped closer. At near-touching distance, savage blows exchanged. Clang, fangs and heavy blade clashed. Sparks flew. I spun my dagger midair, reversed the grip, and stabbed his thigh, then his side. Spurt. Blood splashed. I pressed forward, stabbing again and again. I hooked his leg to topple him. Tricks. A greenhorn dares sword wrestling with me? But he did not fall. His legs were like pillars. I twisted my body, moving like a snake. I erased my presence, then flared it again. To him, I was a ghost. Appearing and vanishing, I stabbed from every angle. My blades were crimson, but I did not stop, piercing flesh, tearing muscle, ripping skin, gouging holes. "You the leader howled, swinging wildly. Then suddenly, he threw away his sword and lunged barehanded, foolish yet unpredictable. "You maniac!" He seized both my daggers in his palms. Flesh tore, blood gushed, but he held fast and wrenched them away. "I'll crush your skull. Tear it open and hang it in the village." He slammed me to the ground. Pain shot through my back, his weight pressed down. "Ha ha ha ha!" His crazed face loomed. He raised his fists to pulp my head, yet I did not despair. Lightning split my vision, a line appeared. Once again, my words are proven true, young descendant. A line I had glimpsed before, faint at first, then clear, dividing the world in two. That is the road. Thump. My mana heart pounded harder than ever. Mana surged like a waterfall through me, but our caravan is unlike others. Our road is unique. Ours is the road of steel. I reached to my belt. I had not bought 2 daggers in Firma, the steel city, but 4, 2 hidden still. A beast's fangs numbered 4. I bucked my hips, making him shift. I raised my legs, creating space, and drew the hidden fangs. I thrust with all my might. His eyes wavered, then sneered. "Try it." He covered his neck with his arms, his road shielding him. He would sacrifice flesh to save bone, but others called our road by another name. Wrong choice. The line, light flashed. My blades traced the clear line. Nothing in its path could stop it. His thick skin split, his arm burst like a balloon, bone shattered, muscle shredded. His road crumbled. the line reached his neck. GHHK? Two fangs pierced his throat. His eyes went wide with disbelief, then the madness faded. I stared at his dying face, drenched in blood. No one can block the steel line of the caravan, young descendant. That was it. The moment I stepped into the realm of the superhuman. Chapter 23. Night, Part 1. Just as I said, young descendant. You have not become a complete sword walker, but you managed to brush against the realm of the superhuman. One could say you barely hung on to its edge. The special road, possessed only by the caravans. The power of the line was overwhelmingly strong. That strike just now was not the work of Daggersit carried the force of a magical artifact or even a siege weapon. It crushed and destroyed bone and flesh with absurd ease. My body has no strength left. That's because you used too much power. Do not worry. I've prepared many trainings to help you truly become a sword walker. Should I be glad about that or not? From what I'd experienced, Liam's training never became easier, the only grew harsher. At this rate, I dreaded to think what came next. Still, if he says jump, I must jump. That's how it's always been. So damn heavy. I worried less about training and more about my current state. The bandit chief of the Red Wolf gang, run through the throat, had not died cleanly. Instead, his massive, filthy body had collapsed on top of me. I'll suffocate to death under him at this rate. Considering your pitiful body, it isn't impossible. I sighed and wiped blood from my face. Then, awkwardly and clumsily, I wriggled out from beneath the corpse, crawling through dirt until I was free. My head was caked with mud, but there was no one to see me, so what did it matter? But once I crawled out, I realized I was wrong. You've shamed the caravans enough already. Two familiar faces stood before me. Little Gladiator? Lord Arhin? Knight Fettel and Sial Yun, holding bright torches, were staring. My filthy appearance must have been painfully clear to them. Thank you. Using the towel Sial Yun handed me, I wiped off the blood and mud. As I regained a semblance of humanity, Fettel said nothing. He only stared at the corpse of the bandit chief I had slain. Did you truly kill this man yourself, Lord Arhin, with no help at all? Yes. I was lucky. Lucky, you call it luck. For some reason, Fettel's expression was dark. Lord Arhin, a mere sword beginner, cannot, by luck, slay a sword walker. The Arhin I remember possessed special talent, but he was inexperienced. Full of potential, yes, but lacking much. Yet this... Fettel's eyes flicked back and forth. As a seasoned sword walker himself, he could probably reconstruct the battle just from the traces left here. After a long silence, Fettel spoke heavily. Your talent is far greater than I thought. Is that so? Yes, perhaps you were right when you said it was luck, for being chosen by the heavens. That too is a form of luck. That I was not chosen, that too is luck. Fettel looked especially weary today. Perhaps climbing the mountain had worsened his sickness, or perhaps depression weighed upon him as death drew near. Let us go down, this place is dangerous. He sighed as he said it. I watched him hurry ahead and asked, dangerous, what's here? The knights are here, a whole order of them prowling this mountain. The knights. Far too powerful a group for such a backwater. I gaped, stunned. The knights? Is it your order, Sir Fettel? Have they come to see you? No, I wish it were so, but I'm afraid they've long forgotten me. He shook his head. The knights here came for the deserter bandit chief of the Red Wolves you killed. Ah, and when they see the deserter already dead, their reaction will not be favorable. He had warned me earlier, and it was true. The knights would come for the bandit chief. After all, the bandit was called the deserter knight. It was inevitable. Still, what struck me was not that the knights had arrived, but Fettel's warning, their reaction will not be favorable. Shouldn't they be thanking me for avenging them? By common sense, yes, but knights don't think that way. They came to strip the deserter of honor and execute him through rightful judgment. Now they will believe you stole their judgment and sentence. Stolen, the word made me dizzy. What did it matter who killed the criminal as long as justice was done? Why cling to judgment and sentence? Liam's voice cut through my thoughts. Did I not tell you? Knights are far from righteous. It seems trouble has arrived. He looked around the mountain path. The knights are practically upon us already. As soon as he spoke, the sound of hoofbeats thundered. Light burst in from every direction. Who did this? The dark mountain lit up like day. Dozens of knights appeared, clad in gleaming silver helms and full armor. Speak, before my patience is gone. The knights. Ironclad judges, all their swords pointed at us. Speak, who dared slay the runaway cur we were meant to judge and condemn? At the vanguard, a knight roared like a beast. The moment his voice rang, my head throbbed as though struck with a hammer. My stomach churned, my body trembled. Am I too exhausted? It felt like my breath would stop. My heart raced wildly. Beside me, Xiao Yun's face had gone pale. She too was crushed beneath the pressure. Only Fettel stood calm, facing the knight. With weary determination, he spoke, his hoarse voice carrying through the night. I killed him. The old, sickly, discarded knight's eyes shone before the mighty warrior. What? Did you not hear? I, Fettel, once of the Green Stag Order, victor of 17 honor duels, who upheld honor above all, I killed your deserter knight. Though he had coughed blood endlessly before, this time he spoke with perfect clarity. His voice echoed through the silent mountain. Is there a problem? The knight fell silent. Then he shut his eyes, sighed deeply, and answered. Fettel the loyal. Yes, you have stained your honor. You knew we pursued the cur, that we sought to judge him, yet you stole our sacred sentence. Do you understand? Yes, Fettel answered firmly. The knight said, Fettel, yes, I challenge you to an honor duel. The words fell. Silence followed. Thin wings sprouted from the knight's back, the mark of a sword runner, the proof of a true powerhouse. Gasps echoed, but Fettel alone was calm. Yes. Why? The sick knight gave the same answer again, an honor duel. A tradition among knights sworn to uphold honor and order. One who stains honor, one who breaks the code, must fight a duel to the death. Victory restored one's honor. Defeat stripped it away, and the body was displayed in disgrace. For that reason, such duels were rare, especially if there was a great gap in skill. To knights, honor outweighed life itself. Better the guillotine than disgrace after death. Why did you accept? I could not help asking. I saw the gap in that knight's armor. Unless he is a mad exhibitionist, it was the mark of a sword runner. He even revealed his wings openly. How could you fight a sword runner, Sir Fettel? I cannot. You are sick besides. You spoke of watching the sunset before dying in peace. Then do that. If you die of illness, I will honor you, I will remember you. Please say no to this duel. I was frantic, almost shouting. Fettel, however, smiled instead of frowning. Thank you, Lord Arhin. You care for me so deeply, though we have not known each other long. It warms my heart. I gritted my teeth. You cannot win. If you lose not only life but honor. You are the most honorable knight I have met. It's all right. He cut me off. Sometimes there are things more important than honor. His eyes grew distant. Once, I wished to be the hero of the tale. To be the knight who never faltered, who stood against dreadful foes without fear, like the protagonist of a chivalric romance. But there would be no miracle recovery before the duel. Reality was not a novel. He felt time eating away at him. Even against Arhin or Xiao Yun, he might lose. His hard-earned strength was a mirage, crumbling before death. And yet, it has always been my dream. He wished to know if it was truly just a mirage. Even if it cost his life, even if it cost his honor. You will regret this, Sir Fettel. I turned away, furious, and ran. Behind me, Fettel laughed softly and placed a hand on his sword, gazing at the rising sun. The dawn resembled the sunsets he loved so much. Not dusk, but daybreak. Still, it entranced him. He will die, Liam's voice was certain. A seasoned sword walker, a knight with countless duels. It means nothing. If it were sword beginner against sword walker, perhaps, but sword walker against sword runner, there is no chance. He never lied about swords, and he had never been wrong. The higher the realm, the wider the gap. This is an execution. The sword runner will crush that sick knight like a lion crushing an ant and disgrace his honor, as all knights I've seen have done. I gasped, staring at the blazing sun over the mountain. Why do you care so much for Fettel? Even if he dies, his blade remains, and you will gain what you desire. He is just a knight you barely know. Even Liam's cold words could not calm my heart. He reminds me of my father. My father, who after defeat to Swordmaster Carlos, raised his shabby blade and challenged the strongest despite the futility. In Fettel, choosing to face the impossible, I saw my father's shadow. I cannot bear it. I cannot stand to see arrogant strong men crushing honorable weak men just because they can. If I turn away now, my revenge loses all meaning. Liam was silent for a time. Then, even if you lose the chance to claim a seasoned sword walker's blade, I don't care, there are more important things. He smiled faintly. Good, a sword must not be bound to steel alone. Your heart pleases me, young descendant. He drifted closer, whispering, There is a way all can be saved. What way? After a pause, he answered, You fight in his stead. Become Fettle's champion in the honor duel. That is the only way. Chapter 24. Night, Part 2. That sick knight's body was already far too damaged. From what I see, the most time he had left was a week, and with each passing day, death would progress little by little. His limbs would stiffen, his muscles harden, and in the end, his brain might fail, turning him into a child again. Of course, that knight who reached the realm of Sword Runner must have known about Fettle's condition. And yet, what did he say? At Liam's question, I clenched my teeth. He said the duel of honor would be in a week. Exactly, that is the nature of those knights. Rigid, bound by rules, but once the fight begins, they'll press on without leaving room for any variables, crushing their opponent with everything they have. Liam spoke coldly. Knights only fight battles they can win. That knight, who has reached the realm of Sword Runner, will never be careless. He'll erase every single variable, leaving not even the slightest chance of defeat. Then, if I step in as the proxy, isn't it still hopeless? No, that is the only way. I listened to Liam as I looked down from the ridge at the village. The knightly order had pitched their camp there, and a little farther away was Fettle, swinging his sword with a broken body. Even as he gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot and his body drenched in sweat, Fettle never stopped training. As if the moment he stopped swinging his sword, he would die on the spot. I turned to Liam. Just how exactly? Liam's answer was short. You eat Fettle's sword. What? And then you win the duel of honor with Fettle's sword. Fortunately, Liam hadn't only thrown out a conclusion. He explained what eating Fettle's sword meant and why it could create a chance at victory. Certainly, if it's that, then it might be possible. Even I, usually filled with suspicion, had found myself agreeing. But isn't the probability way too low? Of course, I still had doubts. Liam answered concisely. The difficult path is always a gamble. The odds are low, but when you win, you gain much. Liam looked at me. Young descendant, you will never overturn the board without gambling. Not just now, but your whole life will be nothing but low-odds gambles, and you will always be the underdog. Yes, I already knew that. Let Fettle die or choose this method. There were only those two options. That was why I chose the latter. After deciding to follow Liam's words, I sought out Fettle. He was swinging his sword as if his body would shatter. Sir Fettle, I have something to tell you. His back was hunched like an old man's, and the black blotches had long devoured his torso. Something? To say? Then say it? There, I cannot. Put down the sword. Now, I watched Fettle, as though possessed, swing his sword again and again. And I slowly laid out the words Liam had told me. Sir Fettle, it may be hard to believe, but I was born with a peculiar power that allows me to perfectly reproduce another's sword. My unusually strong heart is also part of that special power. Fettle, as though he were in another world, silently listened while only swinging his sword. Sweat flew in shining drops. Whether he replied or not, I continued speaking. I will reproduce Sir Fettle's sword and win against that knight. Though your realm is below his, the potential within your sword is absolutely not beneath his. That is why, instead of your sick, ruined body, Iwith, a sound body, will become your proxy. I had softened and rephrased Liam's words. Liam had said Fettle's sword was in no way weaker, and if I combined it with the needle and fang I had ingested, there might even be a chance of victory. Moreover, I had a steel heart and the line, the steel blood's road. Secret weapons to create variables. Yet Fettle still silently swung his sword. Only after exhaling a hot breath did he answer. Lord Arhen? Yes. Even if your words are true, it is impossible to defeat a sword runner. He groaned and lifted his sword upward. Even if you had some unprecedented power unrecorded in history, you cannot win against that knight. To put it in metaphor, it's like a chrysalis and a butterfly. I reached the limit of Sword Walker, and he has reached the threshold of Sword Runner. In terms of realms, it's a single step. But that single step is far too great. The sword glittered, fractured light scattering. I can only squirm, but he soars with wings in splendid flight. A chrysalis can never chase a butterfly. Mimicking a chrysalis like me changes nothing. But still, Lord Arhen. His voice was low and heavy. For the first time, Fettel stopped swinging his sword. As I said before, I am not fighting to win. I wish to challenge the question I have held my whole life. Even if the end is a disgraceful, dog-like death, I cannot stop. His joints creaked, his muscles twisted, and blood dripped thickly from his lips. But still, Fettel swung his sword again, relentlessly. This is proof for me. Ah. The biggest problem wasn't my doubt or the knight's wings. That cannot be broken. There was no way to break Fettel's conviction. That too may be the fate of that sick sword. Liam muttered quietly. At the village entrance, horses snorted in the temporary camp. Squires tended the steeds, knights took turns standing guard with torches, and others inside the tents went about their work. The knight's camp. And deep inside was the knight who had reached the realm of sword runner Meccan, deputy commander of the Yellow Elephant. Meccan proudly polished his beloved sword when a knight suddenly asked, "Deputy commander, was that really necessary?" Meccan paused his hand. "What do you mean? I know tradition says no mercy is shown in a duel of honor, but against nothing more than a sick, decrepit sword walker. Did you really have to push him that far?" Meccan turned to look at the knight. His eyes were straight and clear. A greenhorn, newly a knight, still drunk on chivalric romances, pride, and the sense of justice. Meccan smirked. "You think I went too far?" "Yes. Why?" "Because as a sword runner, deputy commander, you will surely win, but if you crush him like this, others may not accept the result." Meccan asked again. "So why?" "Because that sick knight won't even be able to walk in a week, let alone fight. He'll be a living corpse." Anyone could see Fettel's state was dire. Even ordinary sword-walker knights could tell. He wouldn't survive a week, but Meccan's answer was sharp. "Perhaps so." He set his sword down and looked hard at the young knight. "But do you know Fettel the Loyal?" The knight kept silent. "I know him well. A blockhead who knew only honor. They even called him the Loyal Dog as a mockery." Meccan's eyes glinted. "But his conviction is dangerously strong." He continued. "Everyone at the academy said Fettel would never rise beyond sword beginner. Even after becoming a knight, people said he'd soon die, a talentless fool who only knew effort." Meccan bared his teeth. But he survived, for a very long time. He won 17 duels of honor. He defended his employer on battlefields under rain of fire arrows and spells. He single-handedly held a castle gate against 500 starving refugees. Meccan's gaze was like steel. "I believe that man's conviction is as dangerous as my wings. That's why I will break it. However it takes, I will trample his loyalty and dishonor him." Behind him, a pair of gleaming wings unfolded. The knight watching shivered at the sight. "I will kill him, display his body and head in the city where he lived, and utterly desecrate his honor, in accordance with tradition." Were those wings angelic or demonic? The knight could not tell. "That is what will strengthen my sword." The young knight trembled at the thought of the dreadful fate awaiting Fettel. Silently, he prayed that it would not be too cruel. Sial Yun said the East had a saying, "Brilliance before death." It's when life blazes brightly just before dying, like the sky brightening at sunset before the dark. She said Fettel's state was like that. No matter how I see it, he shouldn't even be able to move. Yet the more he swings his sword, the sharper he becomes. Indeed, his state was unnatural. On the third day, Fettel requested a sparring match with Sial Yun. She reluctantly accepted. And in just 5 exchanges, Fettel shattered her sword and completely overwhelmed her. By the 4th day, Fettel said with relief, "I feel as though I've opened new eyes. I should have done this sooner, cast aside honor, pride, and just swung my sword. If I had, I might have become a sword walker much earlier." His complexion was bright. For a fleeting moment I thought, perhaps, like in those chivalric romances, he would awaken at the brink of death, defeat the villainous knight, and smile brightly, illness overcome. I feel most alive at this moment. But reality was not a romance. By the 5th day at dusk, Lord Arhin. That evening, Fettel was gazing at the sunset he loved, but there was something different about him. I sensed death's stench. I sprinted to him with all my strength. "You've come." His upper body was bare, drenched in sweat, black as obsidian. His face, his neck, his whole body had turned black. "Why does it feel like you'd come?" "Fettel, are you all right? Your body," his voice was strangely clear. But I could see his time was over. "I once said I wanted to die quietly, without burdening anyone." "Yes, but that was knightly bravado. I wanted to look strong before death." I said I wasn't afraid, that I would meet my God. His voice began breaking. But as the moment came, I was terrified. Lonely, that is why I think it is fortunate. You are here at the end. Fettel, stop speaking now, I wept. I didn't know why. He hadn't been with me long. I knew he was dying. I had even thought his death would give me his sword. So why? Do not weep, Lord Arhin. If you die like this, what about your proof? You said you would prove it all. He faintly smiled. My twilight ends here, but you, Lord Arhiniu, are the dawn, similar to twilight but filled with light and time ahead. He moved with difficulty, turning his sword to me. Take my sword? I gripped his sword. It was heavier and longer than mine. Thank you, his voice faded. I wanted to leave some trace behind in this world. And with that, Fettel froze, dead, standing. Thank you. He hadn't lasted a week. On the 5th day after receiving the duel challenge, he died. My first kind neighbor is gone. The world was cruel, unlike the chivalric romances that burned boys' hearts. Young descendant, but Liam said, the duel of honor need not happen now. That knight will be satisfied with his corpse. I clenched Fettel's sword. No, this end was not right. I will prove my neighbor's life was just. I gripped the sword until it nearly broke. I will fight. With the caravan way, 2 days left. In 2 days, I must become a proxy warrior who can slay a knight who has reached sword runner. Chapter 25, Knight, Part 3. Many boys dream of becoming the protagonist, but not all boys can become one. At least I could not. When I put Fettel's sword into my mouth, the first thing that rose up was his life. The figure of a boy, healthy and untainted by disease, flickered in my mind. The memories the blade carried began from his youth. The first sword he received from his father. A sword as big and sharp as the boy Fettel's own body. I only realized that truth far too late. Fettel's sword had never carried a name. 2 days was not a long time. After I had ingested Fettel's sword, Liam gave me no special training. The practice he prescribed was simple, almost absurdly familiar. From this moment until the duel of honor, you will swing your sword. There will be no rest. You will continue until your body burns as if about to explode. This time, I neither doubted nor argued. I only nodded, gripped the weapon that resembled Fettel's sword, and began swinging. Ha! Even as the muscles of my forearms tightened, my shoulders throbbed, and fatigue pressed down on me, I swung again and again. Then Xiao Yun approached. You mean to fight in Fettel's place? Yes. At my words, Xiao Yun hesitated briefly. If you need a sparring match, say the word. That I hadn't expected. I kept swinging and answered. Xiao Yun, you followed me here to climb higher in the path of the sword, did you not? That's right. And yet, when I say I'll fight a knight who has reached sword runner, you don't stop me. Whoosh, me sword cut the air. Moreover, since following me, you've had no breakthroughs, no remarkable experiences. If it were me, I'd be frustrated. But you remain silent. That makes me curious. A fair question. Xiao Yun answered. I believe watching your path is itself the answer to reaching a higher road. Don't worry, this is also my choice. I am satisfied, without complaint, little gladiator. She gazed at me with her usual detached eyes. And besides, I don't think you'll die fighting a sword runner. It's just a feeling. Her cold voice spread through the air. Can you promise me one thing? What is it? If you survive, fight me for real. Not a sparring match, but like last time. She touched the hilt at her waist. That will be a priceless leap for me. It was not a hard promise, and sparring with Xiao Yun would benefit me as well. To have such a genius as a sparring partner was a blessing for a beginner like me. Of course, the condition was survival. Yes, if I survive, I'll fight you. Whoosh, I swung again, full of force. A clumsy swordsmanship that could be found anywhere. A plain face, a dull way of speaking. As sweat glittered and flew, memories of the sword's former owner, me kind neighbor, now gone afloat into me. I was a knight like any other. No one paid me any attention. Fettel, I think that was the name, wasn't it? In the city, knights like me were countless. Young men who had read romances, been born into decent families, trained with the sword, and graduated from the academy. Yes, but among them, I was particularly dull and rigid. You lack flexibility. At knights' drinking tables, I could never manage flattery. Back then, I thought that was admirable. You're boring, Fettel, dull. In romances, the protagonists never bend their convictions, always speaking their truth. In history, loyal retainers declared their fidelity, even at the cost of death. I thought that was admirable. You don't need to come to gatherings anymore. But the reason they could be remembered so gloriously was because they were heroes of their age, because they were protagonists. You always ruin the mood. I became a tiresome, humorless knight, a rigid old man in a young body. At those times, I told myself true knights needed no friends. I would swing my sword alone, believing that someday people would recognize my sincerity. But then, your unbending conviction is impressive. Ha, such spirit for a young man. The world was cruel. Of course you gained wings at such a young age. Sword runners are on another level. You must join us again? A knight who acted no differently than I did was instantly celebrated. He wasn't better spoken, nor more charming. The only difference was this: I was a sword walker, he was a sword runner. That was when I realized I could never be the protagonist. And if you were not the protagonist, then to survive, you had to file down your convictions, flatter others, and fit yourself to the role of an extra in a chivalric romance. Yes, you are all impressive. That was the only way to remain on the stage. Give me any task, I will do it honorably. Thus was born Fettle the Loyal. Even if they mocked me as a loyal dog, it didn't matter. That was the way I chose to survive. Even when self-loathing crept in, I pressed forward. Because the shining world I had dreamed of as a boy, the world of chivalric romance was right there. I wanted to remain, even as a small part of it. Fettle, half in a daze I lived on. Time sped up and I became an awkwardly aged knight, not quite young, not yet old. And then the wheel turned. My father said, from now on, you will protect me, the obedient dog. The reliable one. That was how I became the escort of my lord's youngest daughter. A little lady, still girlish, full of freshness and charm. I'll trust you. Everyone said Soy Fettle, we can trust him. The girl's name was Daisy. Like the flower, Fettle the Loyal, that's what they call you, right? Her smile was like a puppy's. You're amazing, like the protagonist of a romance, a knight who never betrays, who keeps his honor. I'm so happy you're my escort. Innocent girls brighten all around them. Daisy was loved at parties, by the people, by everyone. Fettle! That was, until my lord was ruined in the bloody succession struggles of the Iron Kingdom, our estate seized, our mansion burned. Sir Fettle, the girl's silks became rough cloth. She grew into a woman, stripped of title, unable to call my name freely. Why do you still protect us? I couldn't answer. Why did I remain, in this place that could not give me wealth or glory, far from any romance? I looked at Daisy. She was no longer a girl, nor particularly beautiful. But when I saw her, I remembered the past. Because I am Fettle the Loyal. Her words had remained with me. I will never betray. I will always keep my honor. Perhaps, I realized, even if I was nothing to her, I might be like a protagonist of a romance. That was why I could not leave her. I felt like I had returned to my stubborn, humorless, rigid self. Like a protagonist of a romance. It wasn't so bad. I too am glad to be your escort. Perhaps I had never stopped being a boy. Especially when Daisy smiled like a girl again. Thank you, Sir Fettle. And 3 days later, Daisy came to me in tears. At a party she had attended to reclaim her place in society, she had suffered unbearable humiliation. I saw her torn dress and the ugly wound across her chest. I took up my sword. Don't go, Sir Fettle, he's a baron's son. We are ruined now, powerless. His knights are sword walkers, veterans of countless battles. Please, you're all I have left. Even so, I walked forward. What courage had suddenly flared in me? I stood proudly at the baron's mansion, clad in worn armor, and without hesitation, said to the drunken baron's son, I challenge you to a duel of honor. That was the first duel of honor in my life. Ha, as I swung my sword again and again, evening fell. The sky was red, as always in Fettle's eyes. If he is a careless sword runner, there may be a chance. Perhaps his aim is to trample Fettle's conviction, to gain his second pair of wings. My muscles trembled. I was reaching my limits. Does trampling another's conviction truly strengthen you? For those who reach as high as sword runner, yes. For once you climb high enough, the sword reflects your values. Liam continued. Those with destructive values grow by crushing others. Those with steadfast ones grow by refining themselves. That knight has destructive values, and such men grow fast but unstable. That is why the caravans, who seek unyielding steel, have always been their nemesis. The night chill began to fall. If the swords you've ingested combine with Fettle's, there will be a great synergy. All you've built will shine, your body forged sharper. I see. But even with that, your chance of victory is slim. He warned, the wings of a sword runner defy the laws of the world. Fighting them will feel like fighting someone cheating. Even if incomplete, to you, they are monsters. Indeed, sword runners were like phantoms on the battlefield. Their fearsome names spread across the continent. Proof is always this difficult. You may die as your father did. Like Fettle, who couldn't even last a week. Reality is harsh. If you want the answer you seek, you must become harder steel than you ever imagined. My head spun. My body was about to burst, but I swung still. Heat filled me, smoke seemed to rise. Muscles burned, my head boiled, the sky blazed red. My breath came hot, but I was mesmerized by the sunset. I lowered my gaze to my sword. The blade resembled Fettle's. It still had no name. A thought came to me. I want to name this sword. What name? Without hesitation, I answered, gazing at the sunset Fettle loved. Twilight. 2 days passed. At the village gates, the knights had built a dueling ground for the duel of honor. On the left stood Meccan, deputy commander of the Yellow Elephant, holding his sharp blade. When the sun reached its zenith, a man appeared over the ridge in silver armor. Meccan doubted his eyes. Through the dust came Fettle healthy, eyes bright like steel, like the Fettle of old. No, that's wrong, he blinked. The truth was clear. It was the village boy, yet the boy radiated the dignity of a knight. His posture, exacting and rigid, seemed to hold Fettle's spirit, and his body sturdier than before, like one forged through years of training. The boy entered the dueling ground. Meccan asked, "Where is Sir Fettle?" "Fettle will not come." So he finally gave up and fled. "He is dead. He succumbed to illness." The boy spoke with a noble's tone. "Then the duel of honor is mine." "No. Even in death, the duel of honor is not annulled." "What nonsense is this?" The boy drew his sword. "I will fight as his proxy." The blade was eerily like Fettle's own. Meccan frowned, then smirked. With a snap, wings spread behind him. That might be amusing. And so the duel of honor began. Name, Twilight, the long, sharp sword once wielded by Sir Fettle, a long sword typical of knights. Ingestion effect, acquire Fettle's swordsmanship. Your body is reforged to match Sir Fettle's swordsmanship. The body with steel blood grows stronger the more it is hammered. Chapter 26 Night. Part 4, He is dead, died of illness. Meccan, the deputy commander of the Knight Order Yellow Elephant, felt a faint sense of disappointment when he heard the boy's words. He had lost the chance to defile the honor of that stubborn and loyal Fettle and to shatter his convictions. Since he did not appear for the honor duel, that makes it my victory. Well, that was fine. Alive or dead, the man had accepted the duel, and Meccan was the victor. Therefore, he had the right to drag the diseased corpse into the city and desecrate it. That much was enough for him. What mattered was to defile Fettle. And yet, I will fight in this honor duel as his proxy warrior. A boy stepped forward and blocked his way. At first Meccan was startled, but soon he noticed the light in the boy's eyes, that same upright conviction that Fettle the Loyal had carried. The moment he confirmed that honorable look, Meccan's tongue flicked across his lips. That could be entertaining. Fortunately, there was still a toy left to play with. Sword runners forge the mana accumulated in their bodies into the form of wings. You know that much, don't you? For the past 2 days, I had swung my sword with blind obsession. During that grueling training, when my arms felt as if they might tear apart, Liam gave me pieces of advice worth keeping. They're similar to a bird's wings, but far more extraordinary. The movements of sword runners look, at a glance, like a mage's teleportation spell. Their nickname Ghosts of the Battlefield wasn't given without reason. You'll truly feel as if you're fighting a ghost. Fighting a ghost. I couldn't quite grasp what that meant, so I asked, then how can I win against that? You have to break the wings. Break the wings? How? Liam looked at me. Fortunately, that man only has one pair of wings. He's a sword runner who hasn't fully matured. He'll be clumsy in using them. His body hasn't adapted yet. There's a method that works only on such people. Liam's eyes gleamed. Put every ounce of your toughness into the first 3 exchanges. In that moment, you must become true steel, hard enough to break whatever attacks you. Become steel. It was an abstract instruction. And yet, I was beginning to understand Liam's abstractions. The memories and lives that seeped into me each time I swung my blade, the clues contained in the swords I had ingested, were slowly giving me answers. The rules of an honor duel are simple. When one side surrenders or can no longer fight, the duel ends. Even if someone dies in the process, no one is held accountable. Understood, I understand. I looked at the sword runner knight who would be my opponent. Before the duel, he introduced himself Deputy Commander Meccan of the Knight Order, Yellow Elephant. A deputy commander of a knight order, Liam remarked. He's the most formidable opponent you've faced yet. He was right. A deputy commander that meant Meccan was the second in command of his order. This was nothing like the duelists I had faced before. If I win this honor duel, Meccan said coolly, I will take Knight Fettel's corpse. I'll be merciful and spare your life. But I'll cut off your arms and legs and toss them to the beasts. That should be fair enough, shouldn't it? Spare my life. That wasn't mercy, it meant he didn't even acknowledge me as an opponent. To him, my worthless life wasn't worth taking. I wasn't foolish enough to miss that meaning, so I met his eyes and answered, then if I win, I'll be merciful and spare your life as well. Meccan's brow twitched. In return, I'll take your arms and legs. To keep things fair. His mouth twisted into a crooked smile. Such amusing words. Is it because you're still young? Perhaps. I suppose a boy raised in some backwater might speak like that. The air grew heavy. I doubt you've ever even seen a sword runner in your life. Then I'll forgive your ignorance, young boy. Meccan turned sharply, walking toward the right edge of the arena. Go to the left. When the squire signals, we begin. A strange tension filled the small dueling ground. The silence that followed Meccan's words pressed down heavily. The knight standing outside the fence looked more anxious than either of us. No, it wasn't anxiety, it was a pity. The kind of pity sent toward someone about to be executed. No one thought I could win. Engrave my teachings into your mind, Liam's voice whispered. Well, I was used to that. All the swords you've eaten so far were irregular mere tools to bring your defective body up to the bare minimum fit for a swordsman. But the sword you swallowed this time, Fettel's sword, belonged to a man who lived by pure fundamentals. A man who knew nothing of tricks or shortcuts. I held the blade that resembled Fettel's twilight. That knight's sword was dull, simple, common, a style you could learn in any city. Just as Liam said, Fettel's sword resembled Fettel himself. Unyielding, inflexible, humorless, and precisely because of that. That sword will be your strongest weapon now. I liked it. So straight it would rather break than bend, a blade that would never yield. Knight Fettel's sword is the hardest blade you've eaten yet. I reached the left edge, steadied my breath, and turned. At the opposite side, Meccan looked relaxed, staring straight at me. The knight and the proxy warrior took their positions. The squire glanced between us, then raised his hand. Well then, I drew in a deep breath. My second heart, the mana heart, began to thrum. The world around me slowed, my senses sharpening, the mana around me rippling. As every hair on my body stood on end, the squire dropped his raised hand and shouted, "Begin!" At that same instant, Liam's voice rang within me. Become steel, young descendant. And the honor duel began. In that slowed world, I gripped Twilight tightly and stared at Meccan. I didn't blink. Even the dust floating in the air was clear. And then, you'll regret this. The knight's wings flared open. You foolish boy. You're about to see just how small your world has been. Meccan lifted his sword high, then slowly brought it down. At first, I couldn't understand the motion. Was he loosening up? Practicing? No, neither. I'll show you how wide the world truly is. The moment his sword descended to his face, a shock like lightning struck the back of my neck. Instinctively, I raised Twilight to blockhand. Erg! Clang. Metal slammed against metal, ringing violently. The instant the sound burst forth, a crushing force traveled through my blade. My hand, wrist, and shoulder felt as if they were shattering apart. My stomach churned. My skull rang as though struck with a hammer. My sword hand trembled. Beyond the blade, Meccan's face was suddenly right in front of me. Impossible. I hadn't taken my eyes off him for even a heartbeat, yet I hadn't seen what happened. He had been far away, swinging his sword in place. How had he reached me? It made no sense. It was as though the middle of the story had been erased and only the conclusion left. Gritting my teeth, I barely managed to steady my strength. Meccan smirked. Good reflexes. He drew his sword back. But how long can you keep that up? The moment he withdrew, he vanished like smoke and reappeared at the far edge where he had stood before. Now do you understand why sword runners are called the ghosts of the battlefield, boy? That was my first time facing a sword runner. Mark my words, you'll regret this. Bitterly, I had blocked an attack I couldn't predict, couldn't even see. That alone bordered on a miracle. The first thing I did afterward was check my hand. My arm, still attached. The impact had been monstrous. If not for the steel blood in my heart, the duel would have ended right there. Was the gap between a sword walker and a sword runner truly this hopeless? I bit my lip and controlled my breath, meeting Meccan's mocking eyes. I needed to think fast. I needed doubt that led to answers. A sword runner's attack wasn't like anything I had seen. It wasn't swordsmanship. It was closer to sorcery. But whether mystery or sword, I couldn't just marvel at it. There was no guarantee I could block the next strike. The next might take my leg, my waist, my neck. This time, Liam said nothing. He must have had a reason. He never lied when it came to the sword, and he had promised that swallowing Fettle's sword would open a path forward. Liam wasn't a madman who enjoyed my pain. That meant the solution was something I could find myself. I recalled the brief clash. The flash of danger I'd felt, like lightning, and how my body had responded instantly with a guard. Was that truly a coincidence? No. There's no such thing as coincidence. How had I sensed that danger so clearly? Was it because of the caravan bloodline or some power of foresight? No, the answer wasn't difficult. It was because I had entered the threshold of the sword walker. The path. Without realizing it, I had already extended my path outward, and it had sensed the danger for me. I wasn't a complete sword walker yet. I couldn't circulate the path through my entire body to unleash superhuman strength. But after consuming Twilight, I could at least cast the path outside myself. Then what had the path sensed just before Meccan's strike? It hadn't been physical contact, yet it warned me. After some thought, the answer formed. Mana. It sensed the disturbance of threatening mana. I tightened my grip on Twilight, suppressing the tremors in my hand. That was it. Meccan's seemingly impossible attack before it unfolded, mana had stirred. If I could read that disturbance, I could react. I still didn't know what kind of power those wings truly had. But I knew one thing: before every attack, Meccan's mana rippled. And as a sword walker, I could sense it. Two simple truths. Well done, Liam murmured, as if reading my thoughts. Your doubt, that doubt is your greatest talent. There was no time to enjoy the praise, knowing it didn't make anything easier. Meccan could unleash those impossible strikes again and again, and I couldn't block them forever. His sword was far too heavy. If I kept trading blows, my body would be the first to break. So what could I do? Fortunately, I didn't have to think long. My master had already given me the answer. Put all your hardness into the first 3 strikes. I hadn't timed my first defense properly, yet even so, Meccan hadn't broken through. That meant the caravan heart was incredibly strong, and that Meccan's sword wasn't all that powerful for a sword runner. I had taken damage, yes, but every crisis hides an opportunity. Meccan's mocking smile, the knight's pitying eyes, everyone already pictured my defeat. And in that kind of atmosphere, even the most disciplined knight could grow careless. I raised Twilight again. How do I win against that? You break the wings. Break the wings. The meaning had eluded me before. But now, I already had the answer Liam hinted at. I opened my mouth and drew a deep breath so deep my chest nearly burst. At the same time, my mana heart pulsed violently. Thud. Try blocking again, Meccan said coldly. He lifted his sword again. I closed my eyes instead of watching him, trusting my sharpened senses, and remembered Liam's words. Become steel, young descendant. My heart pounded so hard it felt ready to pierce my ribs. My entire body and even Twilight began to tremble with energy. The blade quivered, and from its tip, thin blue threads stretched outward lines. The caravan family's violent path. The long, taut lines vibrated faintly fit, and then that same chill of danger returned. Like a thunderclap. With it, Fettle's memories surged through my sword. I never fought that honor duel to win. It wasn't for pride or reputation. My second heart thundered, and from deep inside my chest, countless thin lines spread like veins. It was a duel for you. I didn't want to win. I simply couldn't afford to lose. In that cold, brutal world, I had bent, yielded, and compromised to survive. But in that moment, that version of me disappeared. Because of your words, I chose to become truly loyal fettle. The lines coursing through my body were thinner than those of ordinary sword walkers, the caravan family's own unique lines, densely filling every corner of me. Unyielding, unwavering, uncompromising, the frustratingly upright knight. Those lines granted my body superhuman strength. My sword moved faster than even I expected. And the next moment, like teleportation, Mekken appeared again, striking down from above. Our blades met head-on. Clang! A thunderous sound tore through the air. And then Mekken's once composed expression twisted. Unbroken, unbending, harder than any, a protagonist for your sake. My blade did not yield. It was Mekken's sword that faltered. Pouring out every bit of explosive strength, I grinned. Do you see now how wide the world truly is? The same words he had said to me returned. His eyes flared with rage, but it was too late. My attack wasn't over yet. Sorry about that. No one could stop the caravan's steel lines. What this technique? Twilight began eating away at Mekken's blade, gnawing like insects devouring grain. Sparks flew. We were still locked blade to blade, but I didn't stop concentrating. This was the best situation possible, created by Fettle's orthodox swordsmanship, but I couldn't stop here. Because I didn't only have Fettle's sword. There was another I could use. I twisted my wrist slightly, and with that small motion, Twilight slipped, turning, sliding inward like a thread through a needle's eye. If I hadn't been struck down once in the arena by Xiaoyun, I wouldn't have thought of it. A sudden, twisting thrust sliding in where two blades met. Mekken vanished again, reappearing far away, but Kek, he wasn't unharmed. I looked straight at him and spoke. I'll return your words to you. Behind Mekken, the wings had reappeared, but one of them, the left, was shattered, completely. You'll regret this, I said, smiling. Bitterly. Chapter 27, Twilight, Part 1. A boy dreams of becoming the protagonist, but not every boy can become one. Cake. Mekken could not believe what had just happened. His stomach twisted as he glared at the boy standing before him, the boy who had stepped forward as Fettle's proxy warrior. How could this be? Exceptional swordsmanship? That, he could understand. Even back at the academy, Mekken had never been particularly gifted in swordsmanship. Mekken had always been obsessed with raising his realm alone. In pure sword fighting without mana, he couldn't even guarantee victory against academy trainees. His fundamentals had been pitiful. And that boy, wasn't he someone close to that thick-headed Fettle? The one foolish enough to challenge a sword runner like himself, all because of that dead fool? If he was the disciple of Fettle, the so-called Fettle the Loyal. A man who had spent his life drilling nothing but fundamentals, then it wasn't strange that the boy's swordsmanship was unusually refined. That he had blocked several of Mekken's attacks by luck. That, too, Mekken could accept. He had only recently become a sword runner and still couldn't control the mana flow of his wings properly. If the boy had natural instincts and could see the path like a sword walker, then blocking a few of his strikes would be possible. Yes, all of that made sense. Except for one thing. How could he be so hard? That hardness. During their second clash, Mekken had momentarily thought the boy had become steel. An unyielding steel that his own blade could not even scratch. From his heart to the path that spread outward, every part of the boy was impossibly solid. That was something that shouldn't have been possible. Was he a half-blood? No, even if he were, that level of resilience defied all logic. Even the descendants of demons couldn't possess a heart like that at the level of a mere sword walker. Mekken's vision wavered. His stomach churned, bile rising in his throat. He knew exactly what this was. Mana shock. It was a phenomenon that occurred when one's internal mana collided with a stronger, denser mana. The shock rattled the mana heart inside. It was a reaction that usually only seasoned old knights who had spent decades tempering their bodies and hearts could cause. Which meant it was impossible. For Mekken, a sword runner, to experience mana shock from clashing blades with a boy who was only a sword walker. What trickery is this? That's impossible. Ah, I see now. You must have paid the witches of the Sky Empire a mountain of gold coins for their magic tools. Or did you steal a dwarf's treasure? Mekken's bloodshot eyes glared at me. My answer came calmly. Believe what you like. That nonchalant reply only enraged him further. And in the boy's steadfast gaze, Mekken saw something else, the reflection of an old knight he once knew. The commander of the Knight Order Yellow Elephant. A monster with 4 wings, a sword runner who had triumphed in countless honor duels, a judge who carved his name across many battlefields an honorable sword. The hardness the boy exuded reminded Mekken of that old knight's strength, attained only in the twilight of his life. That was why Mekken could not accept what he saw before him. Don't you dare brush this off with words. Grinding his teeth, Mekken raised his sword high. He steadied his breathing, forcing down the surging mana within. One of his wings had been broken, but what did that matter? He still had one left, and he wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Yet, no matter how much he told himself that, an unshakable unease crept up his spine. At that moment, he recalled something the commander of the Yellow Elephant had once told him long ago. Mekken, don't pride yourself on growing your wings faster than others. I guarantee that one day, before you grow new wings, you'll bitterly regret not having first tempered yourself. Damn that word again. Hardness. I don't need hardness, you old fool. What matters is the realm. The higher your realm, the greater your sword. That's all that matters. He clenched his blade and spread his unbroken wing wide. Even so, the commander's voice echoed in his mind. When you meet someone harder than yourself, you'll break completely. Wings, unripened wings, are nothing but paper, you fool. His mana heart throbbed, his path burned bright, and his half-wing unfurled. But Mekken couldn't understand or accept that old man's words. He would prove he was right. By crushing this boy, this irritating reflection of that old knight, to pieces. The secret of a sword runner's wings lies in their very name. Only after I had broken one of Mekken's wings did Liam begin to explain. Runner, it means one who runs. As the name implies, the wings of a sword runner make everything run. In simpler terms, they accelerate everything. Acceleration. The moment he said it, I understood the mystery behind Mekken's incredible movements. Acceleration at an abnormal rate. That was how he created sword strikes that seemed like teleportation. But that raised questions. If he could accelerate himself to such extreme speed, why hadn't he simply decapitated me instantly instead of showing that preparation motion? If he hadn't shown me that downward slash in advance, I wouldn't even have felt danger. My head would have been gone before I could react. The mystery didn't end there. If his acceleration was truly that immense, why did he move at normal speed once he was close? If he was so fast I couldn't even see him, he could have attacked from countless angles. And how could someone that fast fail to react to a simple thrust during our clash? Too many things didn't add up. I can guess what you're wondering, young descendant. The answer to all those questions is simple. Liam answered the doubts forming in my mind. It's because that fool only has one pair of wings. One pair. That was the answer, an immature sword runner. With only one pair, he can accelerate just one thing, and he can't maintain it for long. If he accelerates his body, he can't accelerate his mind. So, his body moves incredibly fast, but his brain can't keep up. At last, everything made sense. If the mind can't catch up, technique can't follow. The way that Mekken fights is the classic form of a rookie sword runner. Since he can't accelerate multiple aspects at once, he prepares first, bursts forward to kill, and retreats again. A true master swordsman could accelerate the mind and dominate up close with technique, but Liam's eyes glanced toward Mekken with disdain. As you've seen, that man's swordsmanship is pathetic. To put it bluntly, his body is a musclehead, but his head is still a child's. A complete amateur. You young ones would call that, what was it? A good-looking loser? A good-looking loser, huh? I couldn't quite agree. That was something only a true swordmaster like my teacher could say. One of his wings is broken, but his presence hasn't weakened. The previous clash had drained much of my stamina. I still wasn't used to using the lines, and that single thrust had already left my body heavy and tired. Shame, Liam muttered. If you'd broken both wings, that would have been a perfect victory. Honestly, breaking one was already a miracle. I steadied my breath, watching Mekken carefully while holding Twilight. Now comes the real fight, Liam said. Don't lose your hardness. The greatness of the caravan lies in endurance. The longer the battle, the stronger we become. Mekken's half-wing flared open again. As I always say, we only grow harder the more we're hammered. Like steel. A shiver ran down my spine. It was starting again. Mekken's swordsmanship wasn't good. His realm was high, yes, but he couldn't wield what he had with skill. His attacks were powerful, but monotonous. If it were me, I could think of dozens of ways to make better use of those wings. Well, that was lucky for me. But after being wounded once, Mekken didn't charge in recklessly again. What's he doing now? He just stood there, swinging his sword through the air in slow preparation motions. Each time he did, my path warned me flashes of thunder running up my neck. The fatigue was beginning to pile up. After about 5 times of feeling that electric terror, I realized what he was doing. He's fighting smart now. The path could predict a sword runner's assault by detecting the mana pattern that flared when their wings activated. But it couldn't tell if the danger was real or feigned. That was the difference in realm. Mekken swung his sword in place, over and over, as if practicing. And I had no choice but to react to every one of those movements with my full focus. To anyone watching, we must have looked absurd, 2 men standing still, swinging swords in empty air. But this was a deadly battle of wits. One slip, one false move meant death, and in such a match, a sword runner had every advantage. Huff! My stamina began to run low from maintaining my defense. Seeing my heavy breathing, Mekken's eyes gleamed. That eerie sense of danger returned, and this time I reacted a bit too late. He charged. Clang! The metallic ring echoed as sparks flew. My wrist trembled violently. After one exchange, Mekken retreated like a ghost again. Then, after several false swings, he lunged once more, but this time, it wasn't his sword. Erg! He faked a swing and drove his plated boot straight into my gut. It felt as if my insides were crushed to pulp. Blood filled my mouth instantly. I thought my torso would explode, but I bit my lip and held my ground even as I staggered backward. I couldn't lose balance. If I fell, Mekken wouldn't retreat, he'd advance and cut off my head. I forced myself upright, breathing raggedly, and raised my sword again. Mekken advanced, his wings spread wide. Clang! Erg! Oh! Through the clash of blades, Mekken's predatory eyes gleamed. Twilight trembled, being pressed down by his strength. So it was a trick after all. That hardness of yours, you can't maintain it. Of course. That kind of toughness isn't something a whelp like you could sustain. Hey. His gaze turned sharp and wild. Now that your limits are exposed, I don't need to hold back. His remaining wings spread. He didn't retreat anymore. His longsword came crashing down with brutal force. I blocked with all my strength, but I couldn't relax. Mekken's sword didn't stop. It hammered against my defense again and again. There was no finesse, just raw speed and power. Come on again. Do it again, you worthless brat. Clang, 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 the metallic roars filled the air as our blades clashed repeatedly. Twilight followed Fettel's memory, moving with the orthodox, knightly swordsmanship, rough, simple, but unyielding. You little, our elbows struck locked together, so close our swords crossed at arm's length. At that moment, Fettel's memories surged through the blade. A duel isn't some glamorous battle from a novel. My body moved on its own. My front foot scraped the dirt as I slipped in between Mekken's legs. His eyes flickered the next moment, my leg hooked behind his ankle, and his body lurched. My honor duel wasn't for honor. It was for you. That's why I did anything necessary to win. My body twisted roughly on its own. Our locked arms and tangled wrists spun together, and using his weight against him, I pivoted and threw him down. That was how I refused to bend. It was a skilled sword grappling technique, a kind of sword-based martial art that unfolded when swordsmen came too close. A technique etched deep in Fettel's memories. Damn! But Mekken's remaining wing made him tricky. With a burst of mana, he widened the gap between us again, though not as far as before. Half a wing? He's reaching his limit. No bird could fly forever with only one wing. I clenched my teeth and poured the last of my strength into my legs, charging again. Mekken's wing was nearly finished. He would need time to unfold it again. This was my only chance. You little bastard, and then I saw a blue path spreading before my eyes. Mekken's path. When one ascends to a higher realm, one doesn't lose what they had before. Becoming a sword runner means one has already mastered the path of the sword walker. I take back what I said about sparing your life. You die here. Countless paths filled my vision, devouring the world. It was the same phenomenon I had seen when I first met Fettel, waves made of infinite paths, impossible to dodge or escape. Beyond that storm of paths stood Mekken. He spat on the ground. The wings behind his back folded shut, both of them. For this moment, he was no longer a sword runner. He had become a perfect sword walker. But was that truly a good thing? Mekken might have been an immature sword runner, but as a sword walker, he was likely at the absolute peak. Maybe a complete path was more dangerous than a broken pair of wings. I clenched my teeth and gripped Twilight. And then to protect something, I had to become strong. Fetal's memory surged through me with overwhelming force. That's how my sword was born. For that moment, it felt as if I had become Fetal himself. There may be many swordsmen who have lingered in the realm of the Swordwalker longer than I, but I can take pride in one thing. Dust swirled in the air. In this Iron Kingdom, there isn't a single swordsman who struggled more desperately, more wretchedly, at the edge of the Swordwalker's path than I. And that's why I'm certain of one thing. As the storm of paths rushed toward me, my own new path began to unfold. In a battle between Swordwalkers, I will not lose, ever. Chapter 28 Twilight. Part 2. The paths collided and tangled together. Straight lines twisted into curves, scattering into chaos before gathering once more. Meccan walked forward slowly, sword in hand. But it wasn't me standing against him now. The one holding Twilight in this moment was not the boy, Arhin Caravan, it was the sword's true master. The honorable knight Fetal. Hair slicked neatly back, lips pressed tight, posture stiff, and earnest the noble knight who stood against his enemy in dignified silence. My hands became Fetal's hands. My arms became his arms. The complete knight unclaimed by disease Fetal as he once was stood firm, far harder than the man I had known. Lord Arhin? This wasn't the caravan line. In that moment, a different path spread within my heart. I simply wished to leave more of myself behind in this world. Perhaps that too is greed. To my eyes, the path shimmered strangely. I couldn't tell whether it was the mana of a sword walker, or the footprints of a man named Fetal, engraved by his life's journey. Even if the world forgets me, I hope you remember. One thing was certain. That one knight struggled against this cruel world until the very end. That path was every bit as firm as the caravan's unyielding and solid. And then, a flood of memories surged into my mind. Fetal's final memories. I won 17 honor duels. I protected you amidst flaming arrows and the bombardments of mages. When 500 starving refugees stormed the gates, I defended them alone. I devoted myself to you, and the world rewarded my devotion with an incurable disease. I barely won that first honor duel, the one I began solely for your sake. Even after, other knights came to challenge me, saying I had sinned. 17 duels in total. I won them all. Everyone called me a fanatic. Do you really think you can protect that fallen noblewoman? You'll regret it. The great powers of the continent call us knights dogs, and they're half right. Without masters to give us food and shelter, we're nothing but sword-wielding strays. Change your allegiance. Why cling to a master who can't feed or house you? Find a new one, you stupid bastard. The words were barbed, yet hard to deny. I ate meager food, lived in a shabby inn, and when funds ran low, I took mercenary jobs behind a mask. It wasn't the glorious life of a knight I once dreamed of, but I couldn't leave. Sir Fetal, please, leave. Even when she was dragged into the blood feud between the Iron Kingdom's princes forced into war, I couldn't abandon her. Why won't you leave me? Why? Flaming arrows, mage bombardments, chaos, and screams filled the battlefield. Amidst it all, I protected her. Even atop her trembling horse, she shouted over the din, "Leave, Fetal, you can live. Even if I die here, you're already an honorable knight. Many orders would take you in. Living that way would be worth far more than dying pointlessly here. Leave me. Live your own life. Fetal, please." I still remember her tears outside the silent war tent, beside the restless horses. She looked at my bloodied, burnt face struck by spells and explosions and wept like a child. Just like back then when she'd fallen learning to ride for the first time. Why? Why are you still here? The war destroyed her family. My employer, her father, died in the chaos, his head mounted on an enemy banner. Her mother took her own life as a prisoner. Her brothers were buried in the mud. She was no longer a nobility, no longer beautiful, no longer my master. The contract her father had once held, the one hiring me, had long since burned. She hadn't been able to pay my wages in years, but I didn't leave. Before her, crying softly outside the stable, I spoke. Because I am Fetal the Loyal. She survived the war. Her once delicate beauty worthy of her name, Daisy, faded under its cruelty. Her laughter vanished, her skin roughened, her hair tangled, and small scars marred her once fair face. But she regained her noble rights. Through the second prince's purge, meant to secure his throne, she was made Countess Daisy. She became a countess, yet she didn't seem happy. Burdened with duty, she bore the anger of a nation. When starving peasants rioted, hammering on the gates of her estate, I stood before them alone. I didn't kill them. I endured the stones, fists, and insults hurled my way, armor dented and bloodied, thinking, if this will soothe their rage, it's worth it. After being beaten nearly to death, I staggered back to her. She'd returned from her duties, exhausted, and though I had not kneeled before 500 men, I knelt before her. Fettle! She no longer needed to call me sir. She was noble again, wealthy again, mistress of a domain and castle. I'm sorry, Fettle, I'm so sorry. Why did she still weep like a child? I couldn't hate her. I could only watch as she clung to me, sobbing, staining her gown with my blood and dust. I wanted to embrace her but didn't. Instead, I spoke, clumsy as ever. It has been my greatest honor to serve as your knight. She used her wealth and connections to heal my scars, repair my armor, and even recommended me to a reputable knight order. Peace followed, but my realm did not rise. The step to become a sword runner was too high. Those who began later than I, even some who'd started with me, sprouted wings, but I stayed grounded. More knights joined her service, all tested sword runners, yet she kept me closest. Sleeping with him, perhaps, they whispered. The rumors turned vile. Still, she never pushed me away. She grew greater, brighter, while I stayed the same, aging and stagnant. Perhaps it was then that the seed of inferiority began to rot within me. I don't know why that useless dog still stays by her side. I was no longer her sole protagonist. Now she stood among true heroes, knights of brilliance and prestige. She became the protagonist of her story. And I was a pathetic extra, refusing to leave the stage. All I could offer her was loyalty to never betray her. And that made me feel smaller than ever. So I clung to my sword and to my wings. Desperate not to be discarded, afraid she might one day cast me aside, I devoted myself even more blindly. Maybe the gods thought my struggle was too pitiful, and so they decided to take me. Enough, Fettle, they said. This is how it ends. In human words, that meant, we don't know what disease it is. The only thing I can tell you is that you don't have long. The marks will spread across your body and nothing can stop them. I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do. The world sentenced me to death, not by a knight's duel, not protecting her in glory, but by a pitiful, wretched illness. I spent 3 days awake, no food, no sleep, in a haze. The Knight Order exiled me. Priests and healers barred me from temples, fearing contagion. Even villagers I'd once protected shunned me. The healer who diagnosed me for pay gossiped that Knight Fettle was diseased, and soon everyone treated me like a leper. In one night, everything fell apart. That evening, Daisy came. Don't go, Fettle. Don't go, Fettle. Even if you die, you'll always be my greatest knight. I'll spend everything to find a cure, and if you still die, I'll honor you with the grandest funeral. So please don't leave me. Stay by my side. Until the end. Don't leave me. Let's finish our stories together. She, who had always told me to leave, now begged me to stay, eyes the same as when she was still a young girl. I love you, Fettle. Perhaps we had always known. Perhaps I had waited my whole life to hear it. It was a forbidden, disgraceful love for a knight, but it had always lingered in the corner of my heart. If I hadn't been ill, maybe I would have kissed her. Maybe we would have shared that night, ignoring everything else. But that couldn't be. She was radiant, and I had already fallen into shadow. My role was done. If I stayed, I'd only tarnish her light. Once a character serves his purpose, he must leave the stage. That's the most beautiful ending. I still remember her face, her tearful eyes, and the sunset behind her, painting the world crimson. That twilight felt like my own life. I could not drag her, my rising sun, into my twilight, for after twilight, only darkness follows. So I left, because I was Fettle the Loyal, and I wanted her to remember me forever as her knight, her protagonist. After she returned home, I slipped away quietly, whispering to the empty air. I loved you too, Daisy. I wandered the remote villages of the Iron Kingdom, avoiding people, seeking isolation. I wanted no one to see my corpse. Even if beasts devoured me, it was fine as long as you didn't see what I'd become. I tried to forget you. But every evening, as the sky turned red, I couldn't help but remember your gentle gaze. One day, I arrived at a village. There, I met a strange boy. I don't ever want to give up out of fear again, not before I've fought. For some reason, I couldn't look away from him. His sword, his hardened heart, but most of all, the will burning in his eyes. A will that suited the word protagonist far more than mine ever did, so I became his neighbor. Time passed quickly. The marks spread, rotting my body and clouding my mind. And then one day, I saw a knight arrive. The boy was in danger and I took his crime upon myself. I killed him. It wasn't pure selflessness, it was also selfishness. Didn't you hear? A knight from the Green Deer Order victorious in 17 honor duels, the ever-honorable Fettel the Loyal. I killed your deserter, knight. It seemed like a fitting end for me. Looking at that knight's wings, jealousy burned again. To die by the sword of someone who possessed what I'd always longed for wings wasn't a bad fate. And perhaps I was laughing at myself, still thinking of Daisy even as I stared at those wings. If only I had wings, I thought, I could have stayed by her side without shame. That my misery came from being a man without wings. So I drew my sword. And, as always, the world was merciless. I've always loved twilight. I died before the duel even ended. When the day ends and the dark night begins, that red glow that covers the world, I find it beautiful. It reminds me of us humans, leaving traces before the darkness takes us. The truth was, I loved twilight because it reminded me of you. I smiled at the boy before me, though I couldn't tell him all this. I couldn't confess my story or my love not to anyone. I was always a stubborn, foolish man, not good with words. If that boy remembered me as a wandering knight dying of disease, that was fine. But I hoped just once that someone would remember my struggle. That much was enough. Take my sword. And I saw my true death. As the distant sunset painted the world crimson, I thought of you again, the warmth of your hand, the scent of flowers, your gentle smile and voice, your tear-streaked face begging me to stay, your flushed cheeks whispering love. Even dying, I smiled. Perhaps, like you, some part of my heart had remained a boy's, forever dreaming. Fettel, the boy, had dreamed of being the protagonist, but when I grew into a man, I could not be one. At my pitiful end, I finally saw the light. The twilight was beautiful just like you, and that was the end of one knight named Fettel. Countless paths intertwined again. The sword born of Fettel's memory was honest and unbreakable. My twilight did not falter, nor get lost among the countless paths. It walked on its own. Meccan's paths shattered one by one. It wasn't sword fighting anymore, it was proof of life itself. Like when he'd won 17 honor duels. Like when he'd protected his master amid war. Like when he'd endured the fists of starving refugees to defend a gate alone, he fought to protect what mattered, without bending like the will of a man who'd long since left this world. The paths spread, stretching in every direction, then converging many roads returning to one destination. When all those winding paths became one, it turned thin as thread, a shimmering filament of light. I drew a deep breath. I inherited Fettel's path. And through the caravan blood, it turned to steel, hardening into a single shining line. Following that line, I gripped Fettel's sword, stepped forward, and charged, heavy and fierce, swinging down like a giant axe. Crude, brutal, perfect, and for a heartbeat my mind went blank. When I came to, I was standing behind Meccan. Red blood spattered the dirt. With a dull sound, Meccan's sword fell broken. 2 severed arms rolled across the ground. "Gah!" Meccan screamed, both arms gone. I steadied my ragged breath, staring down at him. Around us, the surrounding knights looked on in stunned silence. I lifted my sword high, then drove it into the earth. Thunk! The ground trembled. I squeezed out the last of my strength. Announced the winner of the honor duel. The dumbfounded squire's mouth hung open. Above him, I saw Liam's face floating, serenely smiling. Splendid, I had proven my kind neighbor's life was not in vain. Yes. Go on, I whispered, the caravan way. Designation, twilight, a long, sharp sword once wielded by Knight Fettel. A traditional longsword typical of knights. Ingestion complete. The steel blood is hungry. Ingest a new sword. Chapter 29, Twilight. Part 3. There was no need to even announce the victor of the honor duel. My limbs were still attached, while Meccan, face red and trembling, was being carried away by his knights to the temporary barracks. Everyone present already knew the truth. A sword runner had been defeated by a sword walker. A seasoned knight recognized as a strongman anywhere on the continent had been bested by an unripe country boy from a rural backwater. Impossible. It's impossible. How could this be? Even as thick, sticky blood dripped from his arms, Meccan glared at me and screamed. The knights restrained him, dragging him toward the barracks, but even after they entered, his voice echoed loudly from within. Trickery, that damned brat used trickery in a sacred honor duel against a knight. While the commotion refused to die down, the young squire acting as referee turned to me and spoke in a low, subdued tone. What do you wish to claim as the victor's reward? He did not speak to me condescendingly. I couldn't tell if that was because I had defeated his order's vice-captain or because he was simply a polite man by nature. But one thing was certain, I now had the right to demand my reward as the victor, and in cases like this, I'd like to know what I can claim. It was best to assert oneself firmly. Standing before the squire, I carried the air of many people. The mercenary swordswoman Mary, who survived countless commissions in the Free City, the assassin of Crowley, hardened by the underworld, and Fettle the loyal, who stood unshaken to defend his master. That presence, that pressure was not something a mere squire could withstand. All of it, without exception. The squire let out a long sigh. But he didn't call me arrogant, nor accuse me of bargaining like a merchant. In the Iron Kingdom, after all, strength was law, and no one could look down on a victor who had just defeated a sword runner. No one cared that I looked young, or that my build was slight, almost feminine. As always, in the Iron Kingdom, only power mattered, and I had proven mine. Even covered in blood, gasping for air, my limbs shaking from overexertion, none of them could dismiss me. I'll explain, said the squire. Yes, this was the Iron Kingdom. As victor, my lord, you may claim one of three things. Whichever you choose, Sir Meccan, the vice-captain, is honor-bound to surrender it. In the Iron Kingdom, the strong took everything. First, you may, after finishing the talk with the squire, I returned to the mansion and rested. I had no idea how long I slept. When I finally awoke, the exhaustion that had weighed me down was somewhat lifted. The damage to my body had been greater than I realized. The duel with Meccan had been brutal. The result was good, but the process, nearly fatal. If I had faltered even once, it would have been my arms lying severed on the ground. The stress of that extreme tension, the strain of wielding Fettle's sword beyond my limits, the punishment of forcing my heart to its threshold, all of it had taken a massive toll. That toll left me so drained I could do nothing but sleep. When I sat up from the bed, pain stabbed through my entire body, deep, pounding muscle aches. As I struggled upright, I felt a weight pressing on my thigh. Xiao Yun, there she was fast asleep, resting her head on my lap. Beside the bed, a small pot of steaming white porridge sat on the table. While I stared blankly at the scene, Liam's voice spoke. While you slept like the dead, the girl took care of you. Quite devoted, I must say. She worried about you a great deal. Tell me, does she fancy you, perhaps? Ha! If young men and women start falling for each other already, life will only get harder. Stop saying weird things. I glared at him. Xiao Yun remained asleep, breathing softly against my knee. I gently brushed her light hair aside. Come to think of it, she said once, she couldn't just ignore someone who was hurt. That was when we'd first arrived here, when she'd helped me support Fettle. It seemed Xiao Yun had her own reasons, things she didn't talk about. Still, she really is just a girl, isn't she? She wasn't wearing her usual fighter's garb today, just something soft and simple. Like this, she looked less like a prodigious swordswoman, and more like the young, innocent girl she actually was. Without thinking, I reached out to touch her hair but stopped myself. There were more important things than indulging youthful impulses. Yes, best to stop right there. I sighed and came to my senses. Carefully, I laid a blanket over her and began to eat the porridge she'd prepared. It tastes awful. It was bland, watery, even, clearly made by someone with little experience cooking. But I finished every spoonful anyway. Poor taste meant clumsy skill, and clumsy skill meant sincerity. I was suspicious and cautious by nature, but I wasn't heartless. Of course, checking for poison with a silver spoon had happened, but let's pretend it hadn't. After eating, I changed clothes and stepped outside. When I returned, Xiao Yun was awake, rubbing her eyes. You're up. Yes. Thank you for the meal. She blinked at me drowsily. It was good, right? I didn't answer. I said it was good, right? Persistent. We walked outside together. After 8 rounds of was it good? She finally asked a question I could answer. You remember our promise, right? Of course. If I survived, we'd cross swords, and I survived. A promise must be kept. But first, before that, I'd like to hold Fettel's funeral. My kind neighbor deserved to be laid to rest with respect. All right, he was a good man. Xiao Yun nodded with her usual calm expression. My first neighbor had left this world. And you're a good person too, Xiao Yun. You cared for me while I slept. Honestly, I was moved. Those who leave deserve a proper farewell, so the living can move forward. I smiled at my second neighbor. Xiao Yun stared at me for a moment, then let a small smile slip across her stoic face. Don't even try it. Like I said, you're not my type. Is that so? So, was it good? A light teasing passed between us as we climbed a hill. At the top, beneath the crimson sunset, stood Fettel, now still as a statue. You've done well, Fettel? We had chosen the rest of fire for his funeral. I tried to honor your life, my friend. I hope you saw. It was an old rite of the goddess Marcia, whom Fettel had once worshipped, a ceremony of burning the body, so the soul could rise to the heavens as smoke. Neither Xiao Yun nor I were believers. May the maiden of the sky embrace you. May the maiden of the sky embrace you. But as we set the pyre alight, we clasped our hands and prayed just as Fettel himself would have done. May he rest peacefully beside his god. Beautiful sunset tonight? Yeah, this village is good for that at least. There's plenty else good about it too. The sky blazed red as the funeral ended, today's twilight deeper, richer than usual. We watched it in silence. How peaceful, young descendant, unaware of what was unfolding below the hill. It seems the reward you chose from the honor duel has stirred quite the storm. I didn't think what I picked was anything that dramatic. Oh, it was dramatic, though you may not realize it yet. I frowned slightly. It seems your fate won't grant you much rest. I couldn't yet understand what he meant, not until later. In the temporary command tent of the Night Order, Mekken lay writhing in pain. You mustn't move for at least a month. Thankfully, your opponent was merciful. The cuts were clean enough for me to reattach your arms. But you'll never wield a sword the same again. The nerves will be dull. The elderly healer, summoned hastily from a nearby city, gave his diagnosis. Mekken's face flushed even redder, but not from pain. Merciful. Yes, whoever your opponent was, he clearly understood chivalry. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mekken's laughter turned feral. With a low growl, he awakened his mana heart, the air vibrating with its harsh pulse. His voice was a growl between his teeth. You mock me, old man, you dare? Do you want to die, you gutter rat healer? Sir Vice Captain, please calm yourself. Get off me. That bastard, the knights rushed in, barely restraining him. The healer fled pale-faced from the tent. Mekken glared at the empty entrance, panting heavily. You don't believe that either, do you? This wasn't a sacred duel. That brat must have cheated. No mere sword walker could have such hardness. He used a magic tool, or maybe, yes, a black magician. There were rumors of one nearby. Sir Vice Captain, that wasn't a boy. It was a golem, a puppet crafted by a black magician. Yes, that must be it. Or perhaps the magician cursed me from the shadows. The more he ranted, the darker the knights' faces became. They knew it was nonsense. Even Mekken probably knew, but he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that he, a sword runner, had been defeated by a boy. That he had lost both arms to someone so insignificant. As his breathing grew ragged, killing intent flooded the air and all fell silent. For all his injuries, Mekken was still a sword runner, and his murderous aura was terrifying. Then pathetic. The feral pressure vanished in an instant. I warned you, didn't I? Unripened wings are nothing but paper. I told you what would happen when you faced someone harder than you, that you would shatter completely. You how? At the soft, resonant voice, all the knights turned to the tent's entrance. An old man stood there, bearded and dignified, wearing gleaming silver armor. His eyes shone sharply, the aura of a master. The very air of the tent revolved around him. Mekken's aura, once fierce, had utterly vanished before him. The meaning was obvious. You thought yourself godlike in this provincial hole? How arrogant. The world is vast, Mekken, and full of fangs sharp enough to tear your unripe wings. Only another sword runner, or someone beyond that realm, could suppress him so easily. Why, how are you here, Sir Vermartin? Sir Vermartin. The illustrious commander of the Night Order himself, why come all the way here? Vermartin, the commander of the Yellow Elephant Night Order, snorted. I came because of your incompetence, you fool. My vice-captain runs off to duel unsanctioned and loses, no less. But how could you have arrived from the capital so quickly? You think I came alone, boy? With that, Vermartin flung open the tent flap. Outside, ranks of knights stood in full armor, their helmets concealing their faces, their war horses clad in steel barding. Behind them stood robed mages beneath banners, magic pulsing faintly in the air. It was a force fit for war. As Meccan gaped, Vermartin continued. "You idiot! The vice-captain's position isn't a toy. Power comes with responsibility. Responsibility our whole order bears, not just you." He exhaled heavily. "The boy who broke your wings spared your life. In return, he demanded our flag." "What?" Meccan's eyes trembled. In the Iron Kingdom's dueling tradition, if the victor chose to spare the loser's life, he could claim one of three rewards. First, to seize all of the loser's wealth and possessions. Second, to brand the loser with a mark of shame, enslaving them in eternal dishonor. Most chose one of these two. They brought the greatest gain. The third, however, brought little material benefit and was such a burden on the defeated that almost no one chose it. Why? Why that one? Because he's a fool, that's why. The flag, in detail. The loser must restore all honor to the victor, and beyond that, use every means possible to elevate the victor's name. Every connection, every resource, everything. It was an old tradition, mocked by the practical knights of today as a relic of foolish chivalry. "But the boy who defeated you," Vermartin said, "has a conviction hard as steel." It was the most knightly of all choices. I'm intrigued. To think such a romantic swordsman still exists in this age. A boy who fought as a proxy for a fallen knight, won the duel, and claimed the flag for that man's honor. Doesn't that sound like the opening to a tale of knighthood? "Ha," Vermartin smiled broadly. "I'll have to meet him myself." Then he stroked his beard, chuckling. "Oh, and there's one more guest." "Guest? You think I gathered this many knights and mages alone?" Vermartin cleared his throat. "After the flag was claimed, the squire sent word to us that we now bore the duty to raise the name of Knight Fettle the Loyal. And as we prepared, a most distinguished visitor came to see us." At his words, the gathered ranks outside parted neatly to the sides. It seems that Knight Fettle the Loyal was no ordinary man. From the center of the path came the rhythmic click of heels. To think someone so influential would travel from the capital to this remote corner of the kingdom. Influential. A noble, you'll see soon enough. Show respect if you value your neck. As everyone bowed, a woman entered the tent. Immediately, Vermartin's tone shifted formal and solemn. "Bow before the Lady Duchess Daisy White, mistress of the Watchers who safeguard the Iron Kingdom. Show respect, Vice-Captain Meccan of the Yellow Elephant." Daisy. Fettle's former master, the woman who had searched for him so desperately, who had once loved him. But the Daisy who entered the tent was no longer a girl. She was a refined, mature noblewoman, and her house was no longer fallen. White. At that name, Meccan's eyes widened in shock. "Of course." "So," she said, voice cool as glass, "you're the one who challenged my Fettle to an honor duel? One of the 5 most powerful houses on the continent. You'll regret not dying in that duel, Meccan. The House of White Guardians of Order. There wasn't a soul on the continent who didn't know their name. I'll make certain of it," she said softly. "Gladly." Chapter 30 Twilight, Part 4. I hadn't known much about the final reward. I'd chosen the flag. When I recalled what the young squire had told me, it went something like this. "You may request that the fallen knight's honor be restored and made radiant once more. We call this request the flag." After his formal explanation, I had answered without hesitation. "Then I'll choose that." Now that I thought about it, the squire had looked rather taken aback by my answer. It made sense. The first 2 options were vastly more practical and rewarding. Meccan was the vice-captain of a knight order and a sword runner. He must have been wealthy, and to take such a powerful man as my slave to command him as I pleased would have been an immense prize. But none of that could have eased the fundamental discomfort I felt. All I wanted was for Fettle's soul to be remembered even a little, so I cast away greed and asked for the flag. Well, that knight would have been happy to see this sight. I hadn't expected it to turn into something so grand. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. I was overwhelmed by the scene before me. Night had fallen, the sky black and vast, while countless mages, visitors from afar, filled it with shimmering magical fire. It was the first time in my life I'd ever seen a mage. They shaped flames as if molding clay, sculpting them into dazzling patterns that drifted across the heavens. It was like watching fire spirits dance, or witnessing one of the continent's mythical visions come to life. Amid the blossoming lights, songs of valor and the beat of drums rang through the air. At the heart of the village, a festival was being held, a festival to honor the death of a single man, Fettel. There were no villagers to celebrate, no crowd to watch, only this lonely countryside hamlet holding a ceremony for one departed soul. "It's proof that the knight lived rightly," said Liam, his eyes faintly sorrowful. "Proof that someone still wishes to remember him, even after his passing. It doesn't matter how grand or small the ceremony is, what matters is that someone remembers. That is the greatest gift the dead can receive." Liam gazed at the fires with an uncharacteristic melancholy. "You can see it, can't you, young descendant? Even one as great as I, and the house I came from, no one remembers us anymore." Knights on horseback raised their swords in salute, while at the entrance of the village, a massive stone monument was erected bearing Fettel's name. All of this had been done in a single day, the work of many knights and mages. Watching the almost otherworldly beauty of it all, I found myself murmuring, "Master." Yes, what happens to people after they die? What happens to the dead? It was a question asked in every religion across the continent, one the living could never stop wondering about. My question was a philosophical one, but Liam did not answer immediately. So I rephrased it. "Do you think Fettel can see this?" Liam remained silent for a long while. Then, drifting through the air like a phantom, he finally replied, "Only the sword knows." As always, he spoke like one of the witches of the Sky Empire, elusive and difficult to grasp. Yet his words lingered, heavy and profound. Fettel had left behind only one thing, his honest, steadfast sword Twilight. That blade carried every step of his life within it. Perhaps Liam's answer was the truest one. While I was lost in thought, a woman approached me, someone I'd never met, yet somehow felt familiar. When she drew close enough for me to see her face clearly, I understood why. "You're the one who became my Fettel's proxy warrior, the one who protected his honor." I had never met her, but I knew her well. I had seen her countless times within the memories sealed in Fettel's sword, and had felt waves of his emotions like tides through the blade. For a long moment, I stood there blankly, then spoke before I realized it. Daisy, Fettel's former master, the woman he had thought of even as his life faded with the twilight, the girl he had loved. No longer a girl now, but a graceful, dignified woman, Daisy stood before me. "My Fettel's honor will be restored. Every bard in the Iron Kingdom will sing songs of Fettel the Loyal until people grow sick of them. Every academy my husband sponsors will teach his name to aspiring knights. I'll use every resource I have to make Fettel's death glorious." Cold night wind swept through her hair as she spoke fervently about what she would do. She had become far more formidable than in the days Fettel knew her. The House of White, even a backwater peasant like me knew that name. A noble family so powerful that the entire Iron Kingdom bowed to them, and Daisy was now the Duchess, the lawful wife of the White family's patriarch. I didn't know what had happened in her life, but it didn't matter. As she spoke on and on, I began to hear sorrow creeping into her voice, so I said quietly, "You don't need to go that far. Sir Fettel will remember you. Honoring his spirit is enough, that would satisfy him." She fell silent at that, then whispered, "He wasn't a man who should have gone that way. My Fettel was loyal and wonderful beyond words. If not for him, I wouldn't be alive today." Daisy smiled faintly, but even as she smiled, tears shimmered in her eyes. "The life he showed me was light itself, the proof that if you stand firm against the world, happiness will someday come. Fettel was my proof of life, and my eternal companion." A tear rolled down her cheek. In that moment, her noble title and her power meant nothing. Whether she was a duchess, a fallen noble, or simply a woman who couldn't let go of her past right now, she was just Daisy. "You're a kind child," she said softly. "Thanks to you, Fettel didn't die alone. I'm so grateful for that, so unbearably grateful." She wiped her tears, and I waited silently until she composed herself again. "Just a moment." Daisy stepped toward Fettel's grave, the one Sial Yun and I had built. She knelt, kissed the dusty stone, and left a faint red mark on it. Then, folding her hands, she prayed in the way Fettel had a gesture of the goddess Marcia's faith, wishing peace for the departed beneath the open sky. After a while, she turned and approached me. From her breast, she drew a small white medal different from the arena tokens used to prove identity. It shimmered faintly and chimed like glass when it swayed. "Take this," she said. "What is it?" "A token of gratitude for sending my beloved friend off in peace." Smiling brightly, Daisy pressed it into my hand. The Watchers of the White family never forget their debts, whether kindness or vengeance, they always repay. I am no exception. If you ever find yourself in desperate need, break this medal. When it shatters, I'll come to you no matter what danger you're in. Her eyes hardened, gleaming like steel. The Watchers will guard your future. I stared, stunned, at the medal in my hand. A boy from a forgotten corner of the kingdom couldn't begin to understand what kind of power or promise this represented. Only Liam chuckled. "Ha ha. Young descendant, you have no idea what you've just received." He was right. I had no idea. But one thing at least I knew. Thank you. That I wasn't the only one who mourned Fettle sincerely. Sir Fettle was a good friend to me too. And so I spoke simply, honestly. "If you ever need my help, Lady Daisy, just say the word. We shared the same friend that makes us friends as well. I'll do what I can." Daisy smiled, warm and amused. "You're adorable, child." Her hand brushed my cheek. "But for some reason, I feel you'll become truly great one day. Someone who won't tremble even before the name of White." I couldn't tell if her words were heartfelt or polite, but I found myself remembering another voice. "For some reason, my lord, I think your name will be remembered in this continent's history." The precious words my kind neighbor Fettle had once said. Daisy and Fettle were alike walking different paths, yet still the same in spirit. For 2 days, Daisy gathered every night and mage she had brought and held ceremonies in Fettle's name before departing. "This was just a formal rite," she said. "The real event will be held once Fettle's body is recovered in his homeland. Everyone there will remember his name. His honor will shine brighter than ever. I'll make sure of it." I would never see that grand event. I had no ties to the capital, nor any interest in courtly society. Here, nothing would change. Fettle was gone, that was all, except his death was no longer stained. That alone was enough for me. "All humans die someday," Liam murmured. "That's why the way one's death is remembered, the way the living choose to carry that memory, is what matters most." His words struck deep. Death is the destination of every life, after all. "All right," I said quietly. "Let's go." Setting emotion aside, I hadn't gained much from the duel or Fettle's death. I had defeated a sword runner, but claimed nothing tangible, no gold, no slave, no glory for myself. All of it would go to Fettle. Still, it wasn't as if I'd gained nothing. "Your gear's awful," Daisy had said before leaving. "It's not much, but take these. We're friends, after all." She'd given me fine gifts, a mithril armor and boots used only by the Watchers of White, and a razor-sharp dwarven steel sword capable of cleaving plain iron like paper. I accepted them gratefully, but even if she hadn't given them, I wouldn't have minded. My revenge had never been about practicality. It had begun with emotion, and if I couldn't find emotional peace through it, I'd lose the very reason I'd started down this path. Becoming Fettle's proxy warrior and avenging him, that was, in the end, also for myself. With that in mind, I watched them depart. Daisy's party left first. Then came Meccan's order, trudging behind like defeated soldiers. Meccan himself looked deathly pale, like a man condemned to die, and honestly, that suited him fine. He was never someone I liked anyway. Once all the guests had gone, quiet returned to the village. But as I stood there watching the last of them leave, an old knight approached me. Smaller and younger than I expected. "Who are you?" Yet fascinating in so many ways. No wonder that fool Meccan lost. The bearded old man ignored my question, speaking as if to himself. Clad in silver armor, he examined me closely, smiling. "What an unusual body. A hidden gem in the middle of nowhere. Your heart seems newly forged, crude even, yet its hardness is like steel hammered for decades. Only one bloodline I know carries such traits." His keen eyes ran over me. After a silent moment, he chuckled. "No, impossible. The blood of steel can't still exist in this age. You're merely similar, that's all." Steel blood? At those words, my composure nearly cracked. I forced an awkward smile, trying to steady my face. The old knight grinned, showing his teeth. "Still young, I see. You've no poker face." He suddenly leaned in his face inches from mine. I stammered instinctively. I don't know what you mean." "Be careful, boy. I'm letting this slide because you've done something admirable, a knightly deed, romantic even, in an age that's forgotten such things." He clapped my shoulder heavy as steel. I came here because I had to see you myself, and I'm glad I did. Seems this old Vermartin's instincts haven't gone dull after all. A descendant of steel blood, hidden in the outskirts of the Iron Kingdom? Huh? Like I said. I don't know what you're talking about. I tried to sound calm, but then his face hardened. If you can't hide it perfectly, say nothing. A clumsy lie is worse than silence. Remember, Boy Steel does not speak. His gaze turned beast-like predatory and terrifying. Hide yourself better. If the prince's executioner discovers you, you'll die. The executioner shows no mercy to men over 18. Learn to conceal yourself perfectly while you still can if you want to live. I understood everything he meant. The clues were enough. My eyes widened. The prince's executioner. The man who showed no mercy to grown men. The old knight was speaking about my enemy Swordmaster Carlos. You should be thankful, Vermartin said gravely, that I am a swordsman who reveres steel. Then, relaxing again, he added lightly, Proxy warrior of the honor duel, you seem to have many questions. But it's too early, you wouldn't understand yet. He smiled faintly. When you've grown wings, come find me. He stepped back and finally answered the question I had asked at the start. You'll find me in the Iron Kingdom's capital, the Blade City, Cherville. Ask for Sir Vermartin. As he turned to leave, his voice rang out one last time. They'll know me by another name, Vermartin the Steel. And with that, every visitor who had come to our quiet village was gone. Yet I stood there for a long while, unable to move, for a very long time. The death of my first neighbor, Fettel. The battle with the deserter knight. The honor duel against a sword runner. The visit of a duchess from one of the 5 great houses. The sight of mages and their solemn rites. All of it had been new, bewildering, but that final meeting had overshadowed everything. The words of that old knight named Vermartin shook me deeply, and confusion lingered for a long time. Well, what are you brooding about? Of course, I didn't stay trapped in confusion forever. Nothing's changed, young descendant. You still have one thing to do. My goal was clear. To grow stronger, to keep moving forward. No matter what happened, that never changed, so there was no reason to waver. When I realized that, I looked up. Liam was floating above the shabby house as always, watching me with his stern, dignified face. In the way of the caravan, there was no need to overthink. I had a great teacher who always pointed me toward the right answer. And once again, he did so now. It's time to consume a new sword, young descendant. Chapter 31, Wild Instinct. Part 1. Sweat poured down my entire body like rain. How had things turned out like this? Hey now, don't go left. Go there and you'll die. Just, shut up. Is that any way to speak to your master? Liam had clearly suggested I eat a new sword. As always, I agreed without hesitation, and simply did as he told Melike I was under some kind of spell. But why, you're about to fall. Be careful, and mind your language too. Had I ended up in this mess, didn't I always tell you to stop at Tusk? I glared at my teasing master and grabbed a rock with a harsh crunch. Then, with a deep sigh, I looked around. There wasn't a sword in sight. All I could see were sheer cliffs and cloud-draped mountains towering above me. Just, cut me a break today. Seriously, to explain how this had happened, I needed to go back in time a bit. It had all begun with a question from Liam. My young descendant, what level would you say your sword has reached now? After a brief pause, I answered, I'd say somewhere between the early and middle stages of a sword walker. Liam nodded, then asked, and do you think your body matches that level? My body. That was an unexpected topic. A sword walker is one who may finally call himself a swordsman and possesses the minimum qualification to become a knight. Does your body fit that description? Hearing that, I looked in the mirror. The reflection staring back was far more developed than when I'd first picked up a sword-solid muscle formed all over, my body firm and balanced. My once scrawny shoulders had broadened to an average width, and my arms had thickened thanks to the muscles honed through sword training. But no, I don't think so. That was only because my body had been pitifully weak to begin with. Then, what do you see now? About average for my age, maybe like a guy who likes to work out. That was the honest truth. If I went to the nearest towner, even a random city, I'd see plenty of people built like me. Maybe even some country bumpkin who just liked running around would have a better body. A body is largely a matter of what you're born with, after all. Exactly. To put it bluntly, your body is still far too lacking to be called that of a sword walker. You've survived so far thanks to the toughness of your mana heart and a few strokes of luck, but you'll soon feel the limits of your flesh more keenly than ever. Liam's eyes scan me up and down. You already feel the strain when using the caravan line, don't you? You can't even draw on the memories of the swords you've ingested all at anciently one at a time. In truth, a sword walker should be able to extend the lines through their entire body like veins, forging a body of steel. That is the true power of the caravans. But my young descendant to you cannot. He was right. Liam had carefully chosen swords suited to me, given me countless lessons, and elevated my realm through doubt itself. But my body had failed to keep up. The caravan line isn't some ultimate technique. It should come as naturally as breathing. If the balance between your body and sword collapses like this, you'll break down completely later. Do you think the caravan's uniqueness lies only in the line? No, our uniqueness extends from our wings to our armor and finally to our ultimate sword. Listening quietly, I asked, then, what should I do? You must build your frame now. He looked at me with cold eyes. The sword you'll eat next will solve your immediate problem. A sword. Of course that was the caravan way. I looked at my great master and asked, what sword am I eating this time? Liam smiled faintly. First, there's a place we must go. The place Liam wanted to go was quite far from our village, the northern region of the Iron Kingdom, where rough, towering mountains stretched endlessly. The locals called it the Grave of Swords. That's going to take a while to reach. Indeed, the journey will take at least 10 days, but knowing you, you won't be able to leave this place unattended. Judging by the uninvited guests you've had so far, leave it empty long enough, and the caravan mansion will surely be defiled. Isn't there somewhere closer? That place is the best. To form the foundation for your wings, there's a process you must go through first. It was a crossroads, but I couldn't abandon this estate never. I miss Fettel. Until now, I could leave because my honorable neighbor had protected it. But Fettel was gone from this world. As that lonely thought flickered, Liam spoke. You have another neighbor, don't you? I looked to the side. Little gladiator. It was Xiao Yun. It's time to fulfill our promise, she said, her tone sharp. Let's cross blades for real. Xiao Yun unsheathed her sword and began stretching, her body elongating gracefully. It was her way of warming up before a sword fight. Watching her, I said, Xiao Yun, I have a favor to ask. What kind? She lifted her head slightly, eyes locking on mine. I plan to leave this village again to aim higher, but I can't bear to leave it unguarded. I'd like you to protect it while I'm gone, just as Fettel once did. You want me, who left Firma to follow and watch you, to stay alone in this countryside and stand guard? She wasn't wrong. I hesitated, and she added, it doesn't look like you're just trying to get rid of me, though. Yes, I mean it sincerely, not as an excuse. Then I have one condition. Condition? She exhaled softly and said, give me enlightenment. Make it so that even if I stay here instead of following you, the time I spend focusing only on the sword will still have meaning. Give me a hint worth devoting myself to with your sword. Then I'll stay and guard this village without complaint. That's fair, isn't it? She spoke as if she were already being generous. I turned to Liam with a helpless face. My expression said it all. How am I supposed to enlighten a genius like her? Liam chuckled, clearly amused. You'll have to figure that out yourself, my young descendant. Thankfully, he added one more line, stroking his chin like a benevolent teacher. Just give it your all when you swing your sword. That should lead to a good result. Damn it. As usual, no clear answer. Are you ready? Xiao Yun cracked her neck and stared straight at me. I sighed, then drew my sword. This time, I'd use Fettel's sword Twilight. Of course, that wasn't all. 4 fangs were ready at my side, and needle hung on my opposite hip. Always be ready to use every weapon you have. No point in hesitating. I nodded. Yes, I'm ready. Let's begin. The moment the words left my mouth, Xiao Yun stepped forward and thrust. Her sword shot out like an arrow-long, sharp and precise. The move resembled Mary's needle, yet it was even more refined and threatening. She's already making it her own. I clenched my teeth and inhaled deeply. My second heart began to pulse, hardening my blade. At the same time, the thin lines spread around me. Xiao Yun's breathing deepened as superhuman strength filled her body. I moved the same way. I was also capable of using the power of a sword walker now. As she became a superhuman, I matched her, creating a road following her sword's trajectory. A brief but fierce clash followed. Clang! Sparks flew as our swords collided and deflected. Clang! The blades slid against each other, twisting, parrying, and striking again. The metallic shriek rang out as our faces nearly brushed. My front foot snapped forward, hooking her leg sword wrestling, a knight's technique from Fettel's memories. Xiao Yun frowned for an instant, then spun midair like a cat to land on her feet. Immediately, a serpentine road wrapped toward me. I countered by spreading my own road, blocking it. Right after, I drew a fang from my thigh's sheath and thrust. She tilted her head to dodge. Her hair whipped across my face, momentarily obscuring my view, then her sword bent unnaturally downward. I raised my blade to block, but her weapon suddenly froze mid-swing. A heartbeat later, her foot slipped between mine, pulling at my knee joint and breaking my balance. Sword wrestling. She'd stolen Fettel's technique in an instant. I rammed Twilight into the ground, pressed its hilt with my palm, and used it to spin midair. Dropping Twilight, I grabbed Needle from my hip and stabbed with acrobatic precision. Xiao Yun deflected the attack with the slanted face of her sword and immediately pressed forward again. And at the tip of her blade, I saw a faint line. That ended it. With one breath, I drove Needle forward with all my might. The line pierced through everything between us, shattering the air. When the dust cleared, Xiao Yun knelt on one knee, clutching her broken sword. That's basically cheating. The match was decided. Among swordwalkers, the caravan line was almost unfair, an unstoppable road of steel. Even in its earliest stage, it had once defeated a sword runner. There was no way Xiao Yun could block it. Looking at her, I asked, "Did you gain any insight?" Despite losing, she smiled proudly. "Not from you. But your immortal had some good words for me." Immortal? I turned my gaze from her to Liam. He only shrugged. "What are you staring at, my young descendant? Let's go." As I said, a good result. What had the two of them talked about? I hadn't heard Liam's voice during the fight. He'd seemed to do nothing at all. Well, he was always a mysterious being. As I promised, I'll guard this village. Travel safely, little gladiator. At least things had ended well. That girl would be worth teaching, if only she had caravan blood. Next time, she won't be so easy to beat with the line. A genius grows rapidly with even the smallest hint. That was a bit unsettling. It'd be nice if you and that girl had a child someday. With the caravan blood and a genius for swordsmanship combined, our family might finally see another prodigy. Please stop saying weird things. Anyway, that was how I left the village once more. And thus, the story circles back to where it began. After more than 10 days of changing carriages and paying hefty fees for a mage's portal, I finally reached the northern frontier. Careful, careful. But before I could even enjoy the northern cityscape, Liam ordered me further northhand, further still. That's why I am like this now. We're almost there. Stop saying that, Alria. You nearly died there, child. I'd been climbing for hours, no idea how long. Even my road-enhanced strength was nearly drained, yet for over 2 hours, Liam had repeated the same infuriating lines. Almost there. The destination is in sight. Damn it. The Grave of Swords in the Northern Iron Kingdom. A mountain so dangerous that even seasoned rangers vanished here by the dozens every year. Compared to the cliff behind my village, this was another world entirely. If I hadn't learned to handle the power of a sword walker, I'd probably already be dead floating around like my master's ghost. You're still too weak to wander as a spirit, my young descendant. Only those who have achieved divinity or transcendence like me can roam the middle realm as souls. I didn't ask. HMPH. The witches of the Sky Empire would pay 10,000 gold coins to hear such stories, yet you cut me off? You'll regret that later. For the love off, just stop talking, please. Maybe it was because he'd been dead so long, or maybe it was that old man's habit of never shutting up, but Liam just kept chattering while I risked my life climbing. And finally, after who knew how much suffering, I reached the top. I collapsed immediately, gasping for air. I seriously thought I was going to die. 1 in 3 who come here do die, actually. Don't give me that blasphemous look. I couldn't tell if he was joking or not, though it felt like he might be serious this time. While I was glaring at him and trying to rest, he spoke again. I understand you're exhausted, but don't relax too much. You don't like me lying down? That too, but mostly because it's dangerous here. The moment he said that, my sharpened senses caught something heavy and oppressive presence. Instinctively, doubt flared within me, footprints in the mud, blade marks in the grass, and an unfamiliar language whispered in the wind. I sniffed. A foul stench wafted from the distance. The masters of this mountain despise intruders. Immediately, I forced my tired body upright and steadied my breath. My second heart began to beat faster. Just to confirm. The owner of the sword I'm eating this time, it's not human, is it? You're quick as always. Rustling echoed through the surrounding bushes. To strengthen you quickly and raise your body's level as fast as possible, I deemed human swords insufficient. Then, a race that grows faster than any human, born purely for battle creatures who evolve through endless struggle. A harsh, rasping breath echoed around me. Among the 7 races of this continent fastest to grow, the Green Nightmare. No way. Exactly. And then, from the bushes, emerged muscular monsters with green skin colored like the forest itself. Each one held an axe in one hand and the severed skull of a beast in the other. The sword you'll eat this time is an orcs. Chapter 32, Wild Instinct. Part 2, Orcs. Among the 7 races that existed on the continent, they were the most monster-like wandering people scattered across many regions, rarely staying in one place. Instead of settling down to farm or live peacefully, orcs found joy in endless battle. There was even a saying, an orc's blood is always boiling. Born with tremendous muscles, dense bones, and massive bodies, they fought one another from the moment they could walk. By the time they reached adulthood, every orc had become a seasoned warrior. To them, battle was nothing more than play. Of course, because of their near-maniacal love for combat, there had once been a proposal across the continent to classify orcs as monsters and exterminate them entirely. But that motion never passed, for orcs were undoubtedly intelligent beings. More than that, their love for fighting didn't stem from cruelty. They didn't revel in trampling others, destroying, or tormenting the weak. They were a proud raceon that despised cowardice, kept every oath spoken, and never took the life of a defeated foe who had acknowledged their loss. That was what it meant to be an orc. Well, except human, dared to climb our mountain, chrrrk. Their beast-like temperament made them very sensitive about territory. Rip his head off and eat it for dinner. Damn it, nothing ever came easy for me. You, take up, weapon. You entered our territory, you fight or you die. Yeah, just my luck, absolutely cursed. This looks fun, my young descendant. I used to spar with orcs from dawn till dusk when I had time to spare. There's nothing quite as joyful as crossing blades with those who truly love battle. Please, just shut up. I sighed and drew my sword. Fine then, let's fight, you green bastards. Heavy footsteps thudded as an orc approached, axe in hand. The gait was unmistakable in orc stride, meant to intimidate and proclaim its presence. That fighting race feared no ambush, they welcomed every battle head-on. Ready yet, chrrrk? Their rough speech was odd at first, but when I listened closely, I realized it was a broken form of the continent's common tongue. The accent was rough, but I could understand it. If I'm not ready, will you wait? Of course, orcs always wait until their foe is ready, to fight an unprepared enemic-words act. That was surprisingly reasonable for someone who just said he'd eat my head. Still, it worked in my favor. With my stamina nearly drained, taking on a hulking green brute wasn't ideal. Then give me a moment. I steadied my ragged breathing and filled my body with mana. The caravan's steel heart wasn't just durable, it recovered mana at a rate unmatched by any other mana heart. Energy surged through me in seconds, and all those long runs across my territory had done wonders too. Constant training hadn't just made me faster, it had boosted my endurance stamina, even the rate my strength returned. I'd always trained until collapse, then run again the moment I could stand. Now that effort is paying off. When my energy had mostly recovered, I said, "All right, I'm ready. So how do we fight? Am I taking on all of you?" "No. You look weak, so fight one-on-one? Fairly." The orc's booming voice rang so loud it hurt my ears. "Do we fight to the death?" "No, you look weak, so no need to die, but if you lose your shiny weapon, give it to us. Then leave the mountain?" A duel for weapons then, the rules were clear enough. "And if I win, I give you mine." I looked at the weapon he held, a blood-stained, battered axe so worn it looked like it would fall apart if I sneezed on it. "You don't have to, bastard, die? You insulted Kurdrak's mother's 4th axis, forged it with love. Kill him, kill! Ah, I'd accidentally insulted a family heirloom. That was rude, my young descendant. Well, too late now. Let's fight. Not my problem anymore. Kill! The orc roared and charged, raising his old axe with terrifying momentum. As his nasal breath hissed, I matched him with my own rhythm. With a sharp exhale, my second heart pulse thump and lines spread through my body, flooding me with superhuman power. In an instant, I drew twilight. The road stretched beneath the orc's feet, snaring him slightly. I read the flow of his movement, twitch of muscle, the rotation of his joints, future a few breaths ahead. This was one of many reasons why stepping into a sword walker's road without equal power was suicide. Anyone below a sword walker couldn't possibly win inside that domain. My twilight moved fluidly, slicing into the center of the axe's trajectory. Clang! The weapon bounced off. The metallic crack echoed, and the orc staggered back, eyes wide with shock. He hadn't expected that. He'd thought me weak, yet my sword had parried his brute force. Keeping my stance, I planted my front foot and kicked upward into his gut. The blow carried the full strength of a sword walker's superhuman might, but the sensation underfoot was unsatisfying. It wasn't flesh, it was like kicking a slab of iron. That's the orc body. Insanely tough green skin. That's also why strong orcs don't wear armor. Their hides are thick and tough enough not to need it like the ogres of the Sky Mountains. An unexpected trait though, not one that changed the outcome. GGHKK, the orc before me couldn't even see the road. What was that? Just now, something flashed. Or maybe, you're not someone who gets beaten easily anymore, my young descendant. Maybe I just finally reached a decent level myself. Stop, the duel ended as expected with my victory. HRRRK, CHRRRK, you win, so take it, my precious axe. I told you I don't want it. And thus I left with a useless, battered axe. Further north even than northern Cherville, deep in the mountains that few Iron Kingdom residents even knew existed, this was orc territory. Orcs have lived here since ancient times. Normally, they don't build homes, but this place always had them. Is there a reason? Because all orcs in this region undergo their coming-of-age ceremony here. A coming-of-age ceremonia sacred, right where an orc became a true warrior. The difference between orcs who have undergone the rite and those who haven't is enormous. Why's that? Those who pass it inherit their ancestors just as you eat swords. That was new to me. But then again, orcs were among the least documented races on the continent. They rarely mingled with others and were seen as brutish, almost beast-like. An orc who completes the rite engraves a fragment of an ancestor's soul into their body, inheriting some of their power and experience. That's a fascinating tradition. Indeed. That's why orcs always recover their comrades' bodies and consider desecration of the dead a horrific insult. To them, death is not the end. I glanced at the orcs walking ahead of meth ones who had challenged me earlier and their group. And the shamans who conduct that ancestral inheritance can only perform the ritual high above the ground close to the sky. That's why you often find orcs in remote mountaintops. Even in the Sky Empire's Sky Mountains, you'd likely encounter them. To them, such peaks are sacred ground, so I'd basically trespassed on holy land. No wonder they'd lost their minds when I showed up. I really jumped the gun there. I asked the orc I'd defeated to guide me up the mountain. He was reluctant at first, but I insisted that a defeated orc was honor-bound to heed the victor's request. Feels a bit like I just tricked a strong but gullible fool. The orc moved confidently through the rugged path, clearly used to the terrain. Following them, I listened to their chatter. We're not supposed to guide outsiders. But I lost the duel, so I will guide faithfully. If the shaman cuts off my head, so be it. I'm scared, but a true orc must not fear death. Brave, but if I'd won the duel, I wouldn't need to be brave. Shut up. Empathize? What a strange conversation. Watching them bicker, I asked Liam, so why did you tell me to go all the way to the summit? He'd told me to climb even higher to the very peak of this absurdly tall mountain. And so I had, but I couldn't help questioning it. The answer came quickly. Because that's the true sacred ground of the orcs. Sorry, what? For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. At the heart of the sacred ground lies the sword you must eat next to blade that will not only make up for what you lack, but grant you great power. Wouldn't something at the center of their holy ground be important? Most likely a holy relic. Liam said it was completely deadpan. There must be a ton of orcs there, shamans wielding strange powers, warriors guarding the place. A swarm like ants. It's their sacred ground, of course it's full of them. Of course, I muttered bitterly. So how am I supposed to take a relic from a mountain crawling with orcs? Wouldn't they just kill me if I? Don't worry. Liam's face didn't change in the slightest. As you just saw, they won't kill you if you win. I told you, orcs decide everything through duels. As long as you win, they won't care if you take their relic or burn their holy land to ashes. And if I lose, you'll either die or get your limbs chopped off and be thrown out. He said it so matter-of-factly I was lost for words. Yeah, when I was with my master, swearing was inevitable. As I cursed under my breath, the leading orc shouted, "We are here, that way, Summit." Where he pointed stood a colossal rock, surrounded by countless stone statues and an endless sea of green. Orcs, a countless tide of them, stretching farther than I could see. Once again, that damned master hadn't lied. "Human, why, come here." The roar of 1,000 orcs thundered like an earthquake, nearly bursting my eardrums. I squeezed my eyes shut and muttered inwardly seriously. Episode 33 Wild Instinct. Part 3. For ages beyond counting, there were those who had tended and protected a sacred ground, the orcs. They had lived there so long they even remembered spirits lost to history. They had reason for their traditions, kept to themselves, and had never brought harm to outsiders. Even intruders upon their holy ground were not slaughtered or ambushed without warning. These settled everything by duel. Fair and square. Compared to the Iron Kingdom's capital, Cherville, where killing a trespasser on private land could still be ruled as justified, the orcs were arguably more merciful than humans. Now here's the problem. On one side stood the orcs, keepers of their sacred land, ancient, justified, and fair. On the other side stood me, human, who knowingly trespassed upon that sacred land, coveted their holy relic, and even threatened an innocent orc to guide him here. Who then was the villain? Honestly, there was no need to ask. Anyone could see Ty was the villain this time. Not just any villain, but a downright bastard who'd forgotten the basics of decency. But luckily, a duel. Orcs weren't a race that cared about right or wrong. Draw your sword, human. For these simple, green-skinned folk, duel was the solution to all things. Strength was their logic, and the victor was Loth creed of a people who revered battle itself. I looked at the orc snorting heavily through his nose, gripping a brutal-looking axe. Damn, he's huge. This one was much bigger than the orc I fought earlier, towering over me. The sheer size made me hesitate for a moment, but Liam's voice came. This one's different from before. How so? He's no youngling. He's a warrior, a true adult orc who's completed his coming of age. A warrior. Yes, that word fit him perfectly. The sword I drew this time was the dwarven blade Daisy had gifted me, sharp enough to cleave through most steel with ease. Be careful, my young descendant. A true orc warrior is never to be taken lightly. Most beings on this continent call orcs a stupid, battle-obsessed race. But tell me, if that were all they were, could they really have survived for so many ages? Thud, the ground shook beneath the orc's step. War! A roar erupted as his green muscles bulged like coiled steel. That raw, barbaric power flowed straight into his axe. As the massive blade came crashing down, I exhaled. My second heart pulsed, flooding my body with superhuman strength. My sword moved to meet the falling axe head-on. At the same time, the road unfolded, and through it I saw his movements. The near future as clear as day, then, what? The orc's path split into two. It was as if his body had doubled. In that moment of confusion, his movement broke out of my prediction. Instead of slamming the axe down, the orc threw it. A feint. I twisted my sword to deflect the flying axe, but the orc was already upon me. Mid-leap, he caught the spinning handle and swung again. Clang, metal clashed with a heavy shock that rattled my bones. Sword walker, human, chrrrk. Through the clash, I saw his ice-willed, blazing blue flames full of ferocity. He didn't use technique. He simply pressed down, swelling his muscles to their limits, forcing raw strength into his attack. Crude, yet courageous, utterly orcish. If anyone saw our fight, they'd say, "That's an orc for you." I couldn't help but grin. Always head on, never back down the orc way. A sword walker's style, I know it well. Many of our warriors use it, but orcs don't fight like that. Such style not brave. Not cool, I gripped my sword tighter, drawing on Fedel's memories. Twilight. The knight's swordsmanship that thrived in close binds unfolded delicate footwork, shifting balance, refined precision. The orc didn't dodge him, met it with his thick hide, swinging his axe even as my blade cut into him, offering flesh to take bone. A thrilling, reckless exchange. That's when Liam spoke again. Never let your guard down against a true orc warrior. You might read their movements, but you can't read the movements of the ancestors dwelling in their bodies. That's why adult orcs are called night killers. Half-baked sword walkers fall helplessly before those masters of combat. So, my young descendant, not be blinded by what you see. I fixed my eyes on the charging orc. Don't stop doing what you do best out. Don't rely only on what your road shows you. See through the world with every sharpened sense. Question everything. Never be certain. That attitude toward the world itself will become your steel. I stepped forward. The orc roared and swung down. I raised my sword, catching his axe at the very tip. A metallic shriek split the air. The axe slid along my blade. I turned with the flow and slashed. The orc twisted back, narrowly dodging. His balance broke. I stomped his front foot, switched my grip, and thrust long. Needle. The orc, still leaning backward, let go of his axe and planted a palm into the dirt, flipping over to evade. But that wasn't enough. I drove my heel deeper into his foot, dropped my sword, and drew a fang from my thigh. The blade bit into his knee joint, then his thigh, his ribs, his chest moving like a serpent devouring prey. Pinning his leg down, I reached out, seized his neck, and pressed the fang's tip beneath his throat. The assassin's art perfectly blended into my body now. The subdued orc froze, then turned his head toward me and grinned. I lost. Yeah, you. If I lost, I must go to my ancestors. Then, without hesitation, he leaned into the blade himself. The fang pierced his throat. Warm blood spattered out, and the orc collapsed lifeless in an instant. What the? I froze. I'd meant only to subdue him to find a way to reach the relic afterward. But he had killed himself the moment he accepted defeat. No fear, no hesitation, just as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Before I could even move, a roar erupted from the countless orcs beyond. Ooh, but it wasn't anger. It wasn't hatred for their fallen kin. Brave human? Their voices rang with mad excitement. Covered in the dead warrior's blood, I stood there as the sea of orcs cheered. And in that moment, I understood them a little better. In simple terms, they are completely insane. I had trespassed into their sacred ground, disrupted their coming-of-age rites, and slain one of their warriors. And what did I get in return? Orc beer, drink deep, human, and speak. Incredibly, I now sat face to face with the orc elder, the highest ranked among them, being treated to food and drink. A situation that defied all common sense. Yes, thank you. But I was beginning to learn. Common sense didn't apply to orcs. For these green-skinned muscle brains, this was common sense. I gulped down a mug of murky yellow beer. Without exaggeration, it was the worst thing I'd ever tasted. If someone boiled together scraps from a garbage heap, it would still be better. Disgusting. It might as well have been poison. But seeing every orc around me chugging the same sludge, I decided their taste buds were simply broken. I set my mug down with a heavy thud and looked at the elder, who was laughing heartily. He wore a necklace made of bones, earrings dangling thickly from both ears, and skull-shaped ornaments covering his eyelids and lips. A shaman, likely the high priest overseeing the orc's ancestral inheritance. His spiritual power is impressive. A shaman, in other words, the orc's equivalent of a magician, a wielder of mysteries through ritual, not logic. Liam muttered, "That one could banish you from the physical realm with a flick of his fingers. If he challenges you, just surrender an arm and flee." Tusk, what a shame. If you had even a spark of spiritual talent, I could help you, but you're utterly talentless in body and spirit. I ignored his grumbling and looked back at the elder. So, why have you come here, human? His voice was thunder itself. He might have sounded brutish, but he was no fool. Just as Liam said, his presence was overwhelming. My sharpened sword walker senses told me plainly this was not someone I could ever defeat. He could crush me like an insect. The only reason he treated me amicably now was the orc's code. I had won a duel and proven my strength. Their tradition demanded that I be granted an audience. If they'd been human or elf, I'd already be dead. If your reason is foolish, you'll duel every warrior here, one by one. So speak, human. Orcs were simple-minded. which also meant they didn't lie. I could tell he meant every word. If I said something stupid, I'd end up fighting every single orc in this place. They'd grant fair duels, rest breaks, and all that of course, but still, one by one. Terrifying. Such simplicity was terrifying in its own way, which meant I had to choose my words carefully. My master, being a born warrior, would have gladly fought them all, but I wasn't him, so I had to do what I did best. Long ago, one of my ancestors left a family heirloom here in the orc's sacred ground. Now then, that Blader family treasure is as precious to me as my own life. It bears our honor and the belief we've upheld for centuries. I heard that orcs recover their comrades' bodies to honor their spirits. Likewise, I must recover my family's treasure to honor my ancestors' unfulfilled wish. That is why I braved this perilous mountain alone. Let's see if I could talk my way past these innocent greenskins with a silver tongue. Name: Orc, one of the 7 races of the continent. A wandering race spread across various regions. Rather than living in peace, they thrive on endless conflict, ever fighting to claim what they desire. Chapter 34, Wild Instinct. Part 4. Liam always used to praise my silver tongue, saying, "You could have been a successful bard." He wasn't wrong. I talked my way past Tom, the arena manager, with sweet words beforehand in plenty of other situations. I'd relied on wit rather than brute strength. It was one of my specialties. So, having fooled clever humans before, I thought dealing with orcs would be easy, but I'd overlooked one crucial fact. What are you babbling about? Too many words. Orcs did not do logic. Summarize in one sentence, talk more, and I'll banish you to the spirit world. Was it even possible to survive this situation with a single sentence? Not even a scholar from history could manage that. Not the great witch of the Sky Empire, who was said to have mastered all truths. Not the legendary clown of the Free City who once stopped a war with his speech. None of them could. Summarize? Any no matter how brilliant would be struck dumb before this green bastard. Orcs didn't understand logic or persuasion. They solved everything through battle, and though they seemed naive enough to be scammed easily, I realized something vital. An orc can never be swindled. Becca's words simply don't work on them. You think I make empty threats? Orcs do not bluff. I stared at the elder's raised finger and felt genuine danger. My instincts screamed if he snapped his fingers, I'd be banished somewhere by some power I couldn't comprehend. I didn't even know what being banished to the spirit world meant, but I could feel the truth in his tone. If that finger moved, I was done for. That much was clear, so I thought as fast as I could. And then, I want the sword in your sacred ground. Who do I have to beat to get it? In an instant, I'd said the one thing that an orc most wanted to hear. The elder froze for a moment, then looked at me with a solemn face, and a slow grin spread across his lips. Straight words without decoration, I like it. The elder burst into roaring laughter. Good. So the human wants the holy sword, the relic. You came here out of greed for it. Yes. It is precious to us, but if a human wins in fair combat, we would not deny him. Your boldness pleases me. You remind me of our warriors. I had no idea if that was praise or an insult. I forced a smile anyway. By now, I'd fully picked up their speech patterns. There was no point in dressing things up anymore. If I couldn't avoid it, I might as well lean into it. So, who do I fight? Hurry up and tell me I'm dying of boredom. Wahaha, a human whose blood boils for battle. The elder laughed again, booming like thunder. Then he slapped his knee slap, and the air itself shuddered. Not just the air. My mana heart trembled violently inside my chest. That single motion had shaken the mana of the entire area. Liam's warning had been true. If the elder snapped his fingers, I'd really die. I could feel the terrifying force in that vibration. The elder bared his tusks and said, "Human, you come to our land wanting to take what is ours. Yes, then you must follow our way." His eyes gleamed, and in those massive pupils I saw my reflection. "Human, take the orc's coming-of-age trial? Excuse me? Pass it, and you shall have the relic you seek. Fail, and I'll tear apart your soul and carve it into the younglings." He grinned wickedly, and his laughter rolled like thunder. Then his tone changed. His enormous voice suddenly shrank to a low murmur, quiet yet echoing directly in my skull. "I like your unusual soul." The words resonated inside my head rather than through my ears. "Heir of the steel blood, you already carry 3 blades of iron within your spirit. If you cannot overcome this trial, I myself shall shred the soul of steel within you. Endure the trial, triumph, and you will find glory. Fail, and despair will consume you. My whole body wavered, vertigo surged through me. The elder stared deep into me and whispered, "This is the way of the orcs." The coming-of-age trial. The ancient right through which orcs proved themselves worthy of being called true warriors. Those who passed received ancestral inheritance, the fragment of an ancestor's soul, and were reborn far stronger than before. Little was known about the orc ceremony. Few people cared enough to study them, even learned historians ignored the subject. Only eccentric scholars, driven by strange curiosity, ever bothered. When I heard the elder's words, I actually felt relieved. I'd been half expecting him to challenge me personally to a fight. With orcs, there was no predicting anything they didn't do reason. At this point, if one of the many orcs here suddenly challenged me just because he didn't like my face, I wouldn't even be surprised. Honestly, I was already sick of this race. I wanted to go back to my quiet village. A coming-of-age trial, that'll be a good experience. You know about orc trials? Of course, there's nothing I don't know, my young descendant. I shot him a look. Didn't you not know you needed a medal to register for the arena? I know everything from my own era. There were arenas back then too, weren't there? It's unbecoming to get hung up on trivialities. Watching him shamelessly deflect, I thought maybe being that brazen was part of becoming a swordmaster. Perhaps the caravan line's true trait wasn't just steel, but having a face made of it. As I was having that useless thought, Liam said, "Don't get too relaxed. You'd better stay tense." I should. Why wouldn't you? Simple enough reason. I already fought and beat an orc who passed his trial. Whatever this trial involves, if I beat someone who's completed it, doesn't that mean I can too? A straightforward logic. But Liam shook his head. No. You can say that only because you don't know what the trial is. The orc's trial tests a warrior's will, whether he can surpass fear and his own limits. A warrior's will? Another one of those vague explanations. I stared at Liam until he continued. My young descendant, who have you fought so far? Unwelcome guests at the manor, gladiators at the arena, knights like Fettel, the Black Bride Sealyun, the orcs here. Exactly. You've fought many battles. Listing them out, I realized I really had come a long way. But in this trial, you'll face an enemy you've never fought before. What do you mean? Every foe you've faced until now was a being of reason, a thinking creature that wielded weapons and could meet you in a clash of minds and blades. Liam's eyes turned sharp. This time, you'll face a monster. A monster? And in that battle, you must learn to fight not with reason but with wild instinct. Fitting, isn't it? It's the same name as the sword you're meant to eat next. Liam chuckled softly. You can look forward to it. It'll be quite the experience. Wild instinct. A word meaning raw, untamed nature-eth essence of primal ferocity. It didn't sound like something that belonged beside swordsmanship. When I thought of the memories contained in the blades I'd consumed, Needle, Fang, Twilight, they all fought with calculated precision, not savagery. Their lives had passion, but their combat was always cold, disciplined. To wield a sword forged of cold metal, one must also become cold. That was what I'd believed. To always keep reason, that was the truth. It was an extension of my philosophy of doubt. But Liam had said that wildness was just as vital. The primal heat, the instinct of the beast. Thinking about it, the orcs fought with precisely that feral energy, unrestrained savagery. Could wild instinct truly serve the sword? I couldn't understand it. But then again, not everything I'd learned with the sword could be understood with logic. Some things only made sense once I experienced them. Maybe this would be another of those times. With that thought, I stepped forward toward the orc elder. Surrounded by countless orcs, I blended naturally into their ranks, less as a human, more as one of them. The elder grinned, revealing his tusks, and placed a massive hand like a cauldron lid over my head. The orc's coming-of-age trial proves oneself as a warrior. Here, close to the sky human, prove that you are worthy as a warrior. I, the shaman Sherdick, shall bestow the traditional trial. As he spoke, the mana around me began to shudder violently. My mana heart throbbed in resistancian instinctive defense. The steel heart awakened, fighting to protect me. But the elder pressed harder, mocking its struggle. Power surged through his palm, and my second heart abruptly stopped. Then he whispered, "Heir of steel, face an indescribable terror and prove how unbreakable you truly are." Something slammed into me and suddenly I was falling away. When I opened my eyes, I was floating. It felt like swimming underwater. Below me, I saw my own body. What? He's temporarily banished your spirit. Your soul and body have been separated. Liam's voice echoed around me, though I couldn't see him. You won't be able to perceive me in this state. The gap between us is too vast. Don't bother looking for me. Focus on the battle ahead, my young descendant. His voice faded in and out, distant yet resonant. Then boom, a tremendous sound shook the air. The ground, no, the world vibrated. Following the sound, I turned my head and saw a giant. Its head rose above the clouds, its torso rivaling a mountain in size. What the hell? I stood there dumbfounded until Liam's voice reached me again. That is your trial? Boom, boom, each footstep thundered like an earthquake. It didn't sound like footsteps. It sounded like the world was collapsing. My mind went blank, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it until Liam's calm voice cut through the noise. Draw your sword, my young descendant. Chapter 35, Wild Instinct, Part 5. A shuddering vibration shook the heavens and earth. The presence of the giant was overwhelmingly unreal. Perhaps calling it unreal fit this situation exactly. I had been banished into the spirit world by the spell of the Orc Elder. This wasn't reality but the spirit world, so the logic I knew wouldn't work here. But I didn't know how to fight in the spirit world. The middle realm, the spirit world, the soul and the flesh, such things were studied by the witches of the Sky Empire. What I knew was only how to wield a sword and how to fight. That was why, instead of hesitating, I did what I could do right away. Just as my teacher had said. I grasped my sword. A measly, insignificant blade compared to the colossal giant before my eyes. This was all I could do. What sword should I choose to fight a giant? Right now I have Needle, Fang, and Twilight. These three swords each had their own traits and had always helped me in my moments of crisis. But in this moment, my swordsmanship had turned into nothing more than petty tricks. Needle, which pierced vital points from countless angles to subdue an opponent instantly. Useful against humans, but meaningless against a giant as big as a mountain. Then what about Fang, imbued with the dark techniques of the assassin of the Free City? Of course, useless. Assassinating a giant hundreds of times my size with a dagger was impossible. This wasn't something for Bladesit called for siege weapons or a corps of magicians. And the last, Fedel's knightly swordsmanship, Twilight. Even that couldn't be expected to do much. Fedel's sword was exquisite and solid, combining fundamental swordsmanship with wrestling techniques to effectively subdue foes. It was a weapon meant for humans. Wrestling down a giant like that was impossible. Not even the most advanced forms Fedel had practiced in life could block a giant's strike. Then how was I supposed to fight? What weapons remained to me? The giant was getting closer. I exhaled. My second heart, the mana heart, surged, bestowing superhuman strength upon my entire body. Starting from the heart, countless paths spread out to seize my surroundings. The giant stepped into my path without hesitation. In that instant, I could read the details of the giant's power. Insane. The giant's body was made of muscles with terrifying power, its skin like rock. Thankfully, suspicion found a weakness within the presented information. Endurance. It can't move for long, an inefficient body. Such was the trait of large species like the giant. Beings with abnormally massive bodies couldn't move for long. The larger the body, the more resources it consumes. Even if this was the spirit world, that law would still apply. Watching the giant inside my path, I decided to act. Fight back. I kicked off the ground and ran. Then, like climbing a mountain, I ascended the approaching giant's body. Its skin was as hard as a rocky path. Underfoot, its skin didn't feel like a living creature's but like stepping on stone. Could something like this even be stabbed and wounded? Grimacing, I drew Fang from my thigh and stabbed hard. It went in a little, but the blade didn't sink deeply. Would a mountain collapse just because children dug holes into it? Liam's metaphor was correct. I retrieved Fang and began climbing upward again. Even a giant needed to breathe to maintain life. Its heart beat, oxygen flowed, blood circulate. Without those, it would return to the earth. Reading the giant's biological signals through the path, I confirmed this information. Even a giant would die if its airway was severed. And no matter how enormous it was, it would still have vital points. The neck, the windpipe within the throat, lungs, heart, the temple near the brain, the eyes. I had to fight cleverly. I clenched my teeth and climbed the giant's body. This time wasn't for the 3 swords I had consumed. This was the time to unleash my sword. Suspicion me innate way. He. Just as I was climbing hard, a huge murmur echoed like a reverberation. The giant's voice. With a grand sound like rocks crashing together, the giant's face slowly emerged from behind the clouds. It was lowering its head. As it did, a massive eyeball, a blunt nose, and a snout protruding with fangs came into view. That enormous eye fixed squarely on me, as if looking at an insect clinging to its body. Ooh, ah, ah. Its irritated voice spilled out. The volume alone made my ears feel like they would burst. As I struggled to endure the roar and climb, the giant's massive hand swung at me. If I got hit, I'd die. If I tried to block it, I'd die. If I could fend off a lump of flesh swinging at that mass and speed, I'd have become a sword runner or sword expert long ago. I had to dodge. At that moment, countless paths spread out. I moved along the clearest of them, like performing acrobatics. Spinning once in the air, I dodged the giant's hand and gripped its skin tightly to avoid being blown away by the gusting wind that followed. The strong wind felt like it would tear the skin from my face. Damn it. If that had hit me directly, my body would have exploded like a fly. It was a monster. Even without being hit directly, I could tell from the indirect impact of its power. This was a monster on a different dimension from me. My fingertips began to tremble instinctively. Not just my fingertips, my entire body trembled wildly. It was primal fear, but I didn't despair. Are you afraid? Yes, I am afraid. But you won't run away, will you? There's no escape now that I've come this far. Afraid as I was, I had to face it. As I always said, yielding to fear and being unable to act even once was enough. Never again in my life would that happen. Even if I broke, even if I was crushed, I would face it. Head on, who I inhaled once. The mana heart pulsed hard, calming my tension and flooding my body with vitality. I gripped my sword and steadied my heart. The dwarf-made steel sword Daisy had given me was an excellent weapon. It could slice through ordinary iron blades like radishes and contend even with knights in full armor. But cutting up a giant's body was impossible. That wasn't the weapon's fault, it was mine. My strength to swing the sword was lacking, and the difference in size between me and the giant was too great. Then what should I do? With my strength alone, I couldn't break the giant's bones, tear its muscles, or pierce its skin. But what I had wasn't only the raw power from my muscles. Special blood flowed within meth blood of the caravan, the talent left behind by the greatest swordmaster who had once engraved his name in history. I ran with all my might toward the giant's head. Hoop! I drew in a deep breath. Gripping the sword with both hands, bracing the end of the hilt, I opened my eyes wide. Along with it, the paths I saw converged, thinning and sharpening. A line. The path of steel handed down to the caravan, capable of breaking anything. There existed a great weapon that had even shattered the sword of a sword runner. Crack! As I expected, the line pierced the giant's hide and broke beyond it with force. When I'd climbed up to its chest, I succeeded in boring a hole as big as my head into its chest area. But even that wasn't a fatal wound to the giant. I need to pierce its neck, make it unable to breathe. A wound of this level was no more than a mosquito bite to a giant. Even if I pierced its chest, it was impossible to reach its heart through the muscles and ribs. I couldn't yet draw such a line. I was still immature. I felt the giant's cold gaze falling on me. Moving this way and that, I avoided its hands, clinging to its body like hanging from a cliff to keep from being blown away by the gusts. One mistake meant death. This was like the treacherous climbs up the mountain ranges to the orc's sacred ground. I had to keep climbing and struggling. To survive, to win, be more cautious, young descendant. Amid all this, danger struck. The giant shook its whole body and swung its arms. The giant's thrashing was like an earthquake, transmitting a shock so powerful I could barely endure it. The skin on my palms tore, my fingers felt like they'd be ripped off due to my weak grip. Yet I endured, with all my strength. Upward, higher still, the giant's hand reached out. I narrowly dodged. Its fingers brushed my torso. Swinging my sword from below upward, I extended the line to deflect it. It would have been great if I could have cut the giant's hand, But after using the line once and with my breath shallow, its power didn't come out properly. All I could do was parry. My breath rose to my throat. With bloody hands, I climbed the giant's body. Heading for its head was a brutal path. It grew steeper and steeper, and when I could no longer ascend on foot, I began using Fang like a climbing tool, stabbing the tip of Fang into the giant's hidepock to support myself as I climbed. My arm muscles strained, the strength in my grip faded, and I felt like I'd fall any moment. The sensations were so vivid, I could hardly believe this was the spirit world. If I died here, what would happen? If my soul disappeared, would my body die too? Or would my soul return to my body and be acknowledged as a warrior for having fought well enough? If so, would fighting to this point already count as a worthy fight? Liam had said, the orcs' coming-of-age ceremony was a test to verify a warrior's will to surpass fear and limits. Wasn't a warrior's will simply courage? Then didn't I only need to fight enough without necessarily winning? If so, wasn't this enough already? Even if I were crushed by the giant now, couldn't I still be acknowledged? Trivial thoughts rose in my head. It was human instinct. My steadfast heart was weakening under the crisis. This is enough, I did my best, I want to stop now. Such thoughts kept arising in my mind. This was the difference between humans and orcs. Orcs were simple. They feared no death and faced any enemy bravely. For them, death wasn't the end. But humans weren't simple. They thought too much, worried too much, and weakened easily before death. I was one of those humans too. I feared death. I had reasons why I must not die. For me, death was the end, and everything must not end here. Who? Yet precisely because of that, humans became strong. Because they feared death, because they held reasons in their hearts why they must not die, they could become stronger than the other 6 races. Whatever happens, don't dream of revenge. Me too, I couldn't die here. That was why I had to struggle. Like a beast. I'll spare you. So forget today and live your life. That terrible moment when a monster far more terrifying and mighty than any giant took everything from me. Yet I had only frozen in fear, trembling. The rage of that day forced my exhausted body to move. Even if this coming-of-age ceremony was only a test of courage to verify a warrior's will, even if winning wasn't necessary, I would fight to the end. I would not let go of my sword until the very last moment. That was the proof of my life. And the proof of the life I would walk from here on. The memories and emotions contained in the 3 swords I had swallowed, the countless years of memories piled up within those figures, faded away. In their place remained only my rage as Arhin Caravan. Only the boy who lost his family, neighbors, friends, and hometown who longed for revenge. HHH, Ua. I let out a beast-like shout. A meaningless shout. A roar filled only with rage and resentment. Pouring out emotion like blood, I stabbed upward with Fang, higher and higher. Before I knew it, the giant's face was close. So close I could feel its breath. Its single eye glistened. At that moment, I gripped Fang with one hand and drew the sword at my waist with the other. I inhaled, gathered mana, and prepared to form the line. But the giant, instead of grabbing me with both hands, was protecting its neck. As if it already knew that as long as it guarded that part, I couldn't harm it. After using the line several times and losing output, there's no way to pierce through that hand and puncture its neck. Absolutely not. The moment I saw it, I judged, I could see the end of this fight, defeat. I looked blankly up at the giant's face. It stared down at me with cold eyes, a face as if mocking me. Oohoo, foo. An amusing one, this. The orc elder watched Arhin's coming-of-age ceremony unfolding in the spirit world with interest. A giant larger than a mountain, This human carries quite a monster within. The monsters appearing in the ceremony were manifestations of the monster the participant held within. For young orcs, it was usually fierce wolves, ogre warriors, or beasts of the deep forest. His momentum is good, but that is all it is, Fuhuhu. The orc elder had sufficiently confirmed Arhin's fighting spirit. He had clearly seen his warrior's courage. It was admirable enough not to be outdone by any other orc. He could already consider him to have passed. Originally, the orcs' coming-of-age ceremony was proof of a warrior. They risked life-and-death struggles in this ceremony, dying at the hands of monsters and being reborn anew. That was why this ceremony was designed from the start to be unwinnable. It was a test evaluating the process within a predetermined outcome. The orc elder watched Arhen struggling in the spirit world. Even if he died to the giant like this, the elder intended to give him a passing grade. He disliked that his race was human, but he had shown enough orc-like courage. But the orc elder didn't end the ceremony, because show me more. From what he saw, Arhen hadn't yet revealed everything he had. Prove to me you're harder. Arhen still had something left, and the orc elder wanted to see it. Are you not the successor of Steel who reappeared after hundreds of years? He wanted to see the greatness of the forgotten caravan once more. Prove your unbending no matter what adversity. Do that and I'll give you a gift even more special than the holy relic you desire. The orc elder felt his heartbeat for the first time in a very long while. In that far-off past, now forgotten in history, when the 7 races of the continent all looked up to the master of steel. He longed for the thrill he had felt facing them. If he could feel that again, the orc elder was willing to give this human anything. Any treasure, no matter how precious. Come on! The hand holding the sword trembled. My stamina was almost gone. Unconsciously, I looked down. An insanely dizzying height. This fight was almost over. Even if the giant's active time was short, it would outlast me. If it simply kept shaking its body over time, I would collapse from exhaustion. If I lost Fang and fell, I'd die instantly from the fall. That was the rational conclusion, but I wouldn't give up. My suspicion didn't stop. I swung the blade in my hand with all my might. A blue light scratched across the giant's hand. Bone and muscle spurted up, but it still didn't reach the neck muscles. Still, I doubted. How could I win? What must be deployed to kill a monster of that overwhelming size? My brain spun taut. My head burned as if it would explode. I roared, straining my arm muscles to the breaking point, stabbing Fang as I crawled like a beast toward the giant's nape. Then, wedging my knee between its fingers, leaning my body, I stabbed my sword with all my strength, somehow to pierce a hole in its neck. In that process, the memories of the swordsmen I had consumed or their exquisite swordsmanship didn't accompany me. There was only one boy holding a blade, wanting to kill his enemy. Reason was gone, leaving only a human filled with rage and resentment. Yes, only wild instinct. A formless sword stabbed and swung, thirsty for blood. My breathing grew rough, my strength drained. Yet I didn't stop and kept repeating the same actions. When the giant's body shook in the process, I matched its violent movements and kept stabbing the sword in. The giant's body shook. My body slammed against its rock-like flesh. Losing balance, the giant's hand swept through the air with a whoosh. A wind strong enough to rip the skin from my body blue. I tasted blood in my mouth. Thud, my body jolted. The tip of the giant's swung hand grazed me. Even just that rattled my bones and flesh with a thunderbolt-like shock. My consciousness nearly blacked out. Why was I suffering like this, fighting here? What meaning was there in continuing a fight I could never win? My reason kept asking me, urging me to run, to give up. Who would even know if you did this? It whispered. Even now, it's so hard. You really think reaching that sky called Swordmaster is possible? Reasonable, rational questions tormented me. Yet I couldn't stop. Within the blurring consciousness, I still moved somehow. I swung my sword. From my unconsciousness poured out the swordsmanship I had devoured. Twisting my wrist's angle, I stabbed the giant's hand. Peached, I felt the sensation of skin breaking, but shallow. The giant roared. My eardrums felt like they would burst. A piercing, ringing beat filled my ears. Again and again, I stabbed my sword. Then, pulling Fang from my thigh, I stabbed madly. Using the Fang embedded in the giant's hide as a foothold, I unleashed Fetal's Twilight. But nothing changed. Like a cat scratching a fortress wall, I only left small marks. A wall wouldn't collapse from mere claw marks. No matter how much I unleashed my swords, nothing changed. Young master, you must forget. Otherwise, you won't survive. You must. It was as if the world itself mocked my efforts. At that point, I completely abandoned reason. Only instinct and wildness remained. In that moment, I was no longer human but a beast obsessed with victory. Rage erupted. Anger surged. Fiery emotions stormed through my chest. When I let go of reason, strangely the world slowed, my senses sharpening. Every thought and sense focused solely on battle. I lifted my head. I saw the giant's face. The one-eyed giant, looking down on me mockingly as it guarded its neck. Over its face overlapped the face of Swordmaster Carlos. No, not only Carlos's. The face of my mother who told me not to seek revenge, the face of the butler who sobbed as we left the territory, the faces of the townsfolk who fled with their belongings. And they all told me the same thing. To give up, to forget, not to think of fighting back, that I could never win. I still couldn't obey their words. I simply gripped my sword in silence. And in that moment when my consciousness seemed about to fade away, one path began to appear, different from all those I had seen before. A streak of light, flickering like a comet piercing through the night sky, a shining path. Chapter 36, Wild Instinct. Part 6. What was the reason? Scholars said the reason was the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Some called it composure, and others described it as the most important weapon a human could possess. Thus, reason has always been regarded as one of humanity's greatest virtues. But was being rational always necessarily the right answer? The flame that rose within my heart at that moment said otherwise. If I had acted rationally, continuing to fight this giant would have been a foolish act. A mere sword-walker novice holding a single blade couldn't possibly defeat a massive being as tall as a mountain. Since the previously mentioned orc coming-of-age ceremony was meant to prove a warrior's courage, the rational thing to do would have been to stop fighting once I had struggled enough. That would have been wise. But was that the right answer? If I had acted rationally and logically, I should never have obeyed Liam's call to enter the orc's sacred ground. That would have been the prudent and safe decision. I shouldn't have stood before the orc elder, who could separate my soul from my body in an instant. I shouldn't have dueled within their sacred ground. When the sword runner appeared in my territory, I shouldn't have rushed forward recklessly. I should have ignored whether Knight Fettel lived or died. Taking the place of Fettel's proxy warrior and dueling the sword runner was an irrational choice from the start. When I entered the arena of the Iron City to fight as a contender and face the Black Bride, Xiao Yun, I should have fled. That would have been the rational and logical thing to do. Yet, at every decisive moment, I had chosen the irrational path. Liam had said my talent lay in cold, analytical suspicion. But whenever I stood at a crossroads, I had never been cold. Even shoving a blade into my mouth, trusting only the words of Liam who had appeared like a ghost had been a reckless act. Had Liam been a hallucination and not my true ancestor, I would have died long ago. My life has always been hung by a thread. Why had I walked such a path? Perhaps because I had made the wrong choice from the very beginning. I'll spare you. So forget today and live your life. Thinking rationally, a countryside boy who had never even held a sword seeking revenge against the greatest swordmaster on the continent was absurd. Whatever happens, don't dream of revenge. Swear you'll never pick up a sword again. Swear you'll never return here. Forgetting the dead and living quietly in gratitude for having survived by luck, that would have been the rational choice. A talentless boy seeking revenge against the continent's greatest sword could never succeed. That was common sense. That was the rational conclusion. Young master, you must forget. Otherwise, you won't survive. Yes. From the moment my revenge began, my life had ceased to be rational. From the moment I chose this path, I had become an irrational man. Climbing stone mountains without safety gear for training, plunging into the Iron City's arena, and betting my life when I had barely learned to hold a sword, facing the duel with the Black Bride head-on without fleeing, taking the fallen knight Fettel's place as his proxy warrior to fight the sword runner. Every single one of those moments had been irrational, but I didn't regret them. They weren't wrong choices. From the moment I resolved to take revenge, there had never been another way. To me, who craved vengeance, all those choices were proof things I had to do. Even if everyone else called them wrong, to me, they were right. Had I been rational at every moment, my journey would never have begun. I would have submitted to the world, abandoned my vengeance, and lived a meaningless life in silence instead of grasping my sword. That would have been a disgusting, loathsome life. Yes, I could never live like that. Never. Once again, a question arose. What was the reason? Was the rational path always necessarily the right answer? No one could ever truly know that answer. Because who? This world had been wrong from the very beginning. The world was not rational. It was unfair, unreasonable, irrational. It took from humans what they held dearest, without hesitation, so easily, so indifferently. From the moment I resolved to take revenge, I had decided to fight against such a world. Instead of submitting to absurdity, I had chosen to face it head-on. Because I could not accept it, I would fight until the world offered an answer I could accept. Hoo-ha! That was why I didn't let go of my sword now. Compared to the swordmaster I swore vengeance upon, that giant meant nothing. Compared to the irrational world itself, that towering brute of low intelligence could never inspire fear within me. Hoo-ha! I steadied my breathing. My lungs expanded until they felt ready to burst. My vision blurred as my heart pulsed, flooding my body with strength. My abdomen burned. Then my chest burned. It was as if a furnace had ignited inside me, as if flames ran through my blood. The comet-like shining path in my vision began to shift shape. The beam of light swelled, then flared into the form of a flame. It became a flaming path, a road that would burn away anything that dared block it. Hoo-ha! I moved along that path, like a moth diving toward the bonfire at midnight. Without hesitation, I charged toward the blindingly bright road of flames. The heat surging through my body scorched my muscles and bones. I could feel it. My body was hardening, like steel being forged within fire and hammer strikes. In that moment, I felt as though I had become a single sword. Wrruo, the one-eyed giant moved. The blazing path cutting through it wavered dangerously. It wasn't the calm, rational, or logical path I usually saw. It was precarious. Perilous, a single misstep could send me plummeting to the depths. But that was precisely why it suited me. It resembled the life I had lived, and the life I would continue to live. Ugh! I screamed, blood bursting from my throat. My knees nearly buckled as I sprinted, then kicked off the giant's massive body and leapt into the air, spinning. Mid-rotation, I drew Fang and plunged it into the giant's outstretched wrist. Using the rebound, I kicked the hilt and launched myself again. It was a movement more beast than man. How wild you are! The giant, having lost sight of me, furrowed its single eye and reached out again. Between its spread fingers were gaps. Without hesitation, I dove through, slipping past between them. The wind flaying against my skin felt like it would tear me apart, but I ignored it. Even if I lost something, I would gain what I sought. I would never bow. Never. That's it, young descendant. The more I ran, the hotter my body burned. It felt as if fire not blood flowed through my veins. The flames heated my entire body, and along with that, the paths stretching through my body also began to burn. The flaming path I saw outside now ran within me. At the same time, the world seemed to slow. No, the world didn't slow. I became faster. That is the path of steel. The paths inside me kept thinning, narrowing, until they became lines. The superhuman strength granted to me surged madly. If my previous body had been wood, now it was metal. Lines traced through my body like veins, circulating astonishingly dense power. Mana wove through my muscles like threads, and with every beat of my mana heart, a power close to a miracle erupted. I sprinted madly, reaching the giant's nape. Then, instead of striking the hand it guarded its throat with, I leapt again up to its face. The giant's single eye locked straight on me. I could see confusion trembling within it. Gripping my sword, I leapt into the slightly open jaws of the giant. Not because it looked hungry, not because I had given up on life, but because the path led there. The moment I entered its mouth, I kicked off its tongue and swung my blade wildly, slashing the palate, gums, and tongue without mercy. Unlike the outer hide, the giant's insides were soft. My blade tore through its inner flesh. Blood splattered, and I plunged past its writhing tongue. Then, following the path, I slashed again and again without hesitation. My thrusts pierced through the mucous flesh, carving lines that bored through from the inside out. Not just one over and over, until my arm muscles tore and bones cracked. The giant's body convulsed as an earthquake-like roar erupted. Through the gaping holes I'd opened, blood gushed, air burst outward. I wrung every ounce of strength I had left and swung my sword again. Along the blazing path, along my own pathto proved the life I had lived. Do you remember, young descendant? I told Yao you lacked the talent to be a genius. My whole body felt like it was breaking apart. One lapse of focus, and everything would collapse. I clung to consciousness, consumed by the heat, moving like flowing fire. But I also said you have the talent to become a hero. It felt dreamlike. I could no longer tell whether I was wielding the sword or the sword was wielding me. Those who, though unable to find perfect answers amid hardship, never give up. Those who do not retreat despite despair. It is they who possess the talent to create legends incomprehensible to reason. When I came to, I was drenched in thick blood and torn flesh. Great legends are not written by reason. They begin with the irrational, the unreasonable, the seemingly foolish. They begin with the resolve to uphold one's will and fight, even when the world laughs. I gasped, lungs ready to burst. My body felt as if it were melting. Is the hero who charges into 10,000 soldiers with a single sword rational? Is it rational to fight monsters that defy human description? Is it rational to set off on expeditions into lands filled with the unknown, following the stars? It is not. It is irrational, but that is what makes it great. I stared blankly up at the sky. The clear blue heavens shimmered under the sunlight. I inhaled the fresh air and slowly lowered my gaze. Remember that path, young descendant. There lay the one-eyed giant, its mouth agape, dead with a gaping hole in its throat. The giant had fallen, and I stood tall. Yes, in the end, the one still standing was me. The boy who had faced the giant with nothing but a meager blade had at last triumphed. That is the path of a hero. The thrill I felt from that battle I engraved it deep within my chest. Today, I discovered another new path. Perhaps the very path I was meant to walk from now on. As I stood silently before the fallen giant, cheers echoed faintly from afar. Wah! Wah! The echoing roar of celebration grew louder, clearer. They were the shouts of orcs, the highest praise given to a warrior who had proven his valor. Hearing that, I closed and opened my eyes again, only to find an unfamiliar scene before me. The giant's corpse was gone. The mystical landscape vanished. In its place stretched a vast, white expanse. The echoing cheers had also ceased, leaving only a cold silence. As I stood amid that uneasy stillness, I heard footsteps approaching. Congratulations, successor of steel. There stood the orc elder, smiling with satisfaction. Human, you have passed the orcs' coming-of-age ceremony splendidly. The orc elder approached me with his usual hunched gait. The moment the white world had unfolded, the fatigue and damage that had filled my body seemed to vanish. The exhaustion that had nearly crushed me was gone, leaving me refreshed. I met the approaching orc elder's gaze squarely and spoke. Then, about our promise. The holy relic? A promise must be kept, of course. I will gladly give it to you, whatever it may be. Thank goodness. The orc elder didn't suddenly change his tone or demand I pass another trial. I had been tense they were unpredictable beings, after all. I let out a silent sigh of relief. Ah, there is one more gift I will give you. Then, I cannot give only a holy relic to such a splendid warrior who inherited the great blood after hundreds of years. The warrior's blood flowing within me would not permit it. Human, your struggle was so exhilarating it made my blood boil. You've given me joy, so I must offer you another gift in return. The situation took an unexpected turn. I shall give you a very special gift, successor of steel. The orc elder smiled meaningfully. I am certain you will find it most pleasing. Chapter 37, Wild Instinct, Part 7. Out of the way, the orc elder strode forward with majestic steps. Everywhere he walked, young orcs bowed their heads in respect or greeted him with wild cheers. It was a different kind of reverence from the applause nobles received in human cities. The orcs had their own way of welcoming their elder. Yuwu, chwick. Silence, you little brats, too noisy. Wahaha, let's shout louder. It seems his deaf ears have opened again. I said, shut up, you fools. Laughter erupted here and there. The orcs scattered along the path made ridiculous noises, filling the area with chaos, and though the elder grumbled, he wore a wide smile. The orcs, often called a barbaric race, were indeed crude but impossible to hate. How is it, human? You see now that even among orcs there is warmth. After a long walk, the orc elder suddenly said that. At his quiet words, I paused briefly and answered honestly. Yes, they can be quite overwhelming, but they're a race I'd like to befriend. Cluck cluck, an honest one, aren't you? True enough, we orcs can be a bit much. The elder chuckled, leaning on his staff as he continued onward. As we walked, the sounds of other orcs gradually faded away. Soon it was only the elder, me, and a few elite orc warriors serving as escorts. The path grew rougher. The trail steepened until it was less a mountain path and more a cliff face. Before a slope no human could climb on 2 feet, the orc elder lifted his staff and struck it to the ground. "Here we are, you arrogant human." At that moment, the steep slope rippled like waves. Moments later, the hill covered in trees and brush vanished entirely. In its place appeared hills bristling with countless embedded weapon swords, spears, axes, blood-stained helmets. A mountain made of steel, a mountain forged of weapons and war. As I stood dazed by the mysterious sight, the elder spoke. "This is our orc's 4th sacred ground, the land of bitter cold." Before the mountain radiating sacred power, the elder turned slowly toward me. His blue eyes glinted sharply as he spoke in a weighty tone. "Now then, arrogant human, choose the holy relic you desire from here. You have proven your worth through rightful battle. You have the right. Choose whatever you wish." After a long journey, I had finally arrived here. The weapons embedded here once belonged to great heroes who fought glorious battles. We honor those who fell first, preserving their blades so their descendants will remember them forever. This is the glory we gift them so they may reach close to the heavens. Every weapon in the sacred ground looked rough and worn. Compared to the dwarf-forged steel sword I carried, their quality was abysmal. Of course, that was only natural. The orcs' smithing skill was poor, and their weapons were crude compared to those of other races. These blades carry the wills of the warriors who wielded them. Human, as a descendant of steel, you must know my words are not a metaphor, but truth. You're really giving me something so precious? Phew-hoo-hoo, of course. The elder burst into hearty laughter. They'd consider it an honor to become part of you. Having died before they could fight more, their blood must still boil. Merging with your soul will give them a chance to fight once again. All descendants of steel live within an endless struggle. To join such a soul would bring joy even to those warriors. Truth be told, even I would gladly join you myself. It truly seemed the elder meant it. Though old and steeped in wisdom, he was still, at heart, and orc fury eyes still burning with the warrior's spirit. "Now then, which sword will you choose? I'm very curious." Urged by the elder, I walked straight to the center of the sacred ground without hesitation. The weapon I would take had been decided from the start. Following the direction Liam had once pointed, I approached step by step until I found it an absurdly massive sword. Without hesitation, I grasped its hilt. Hoo-oh! Gripping the handle of the deeply buried blade, I pulled with all my might. After a deep breath and clenched teeth, the weapon finally came free. It was unbearably heavy. Soil burst upward as the blade was pulled free, revealing its full form. "You've chosen quite the interesting one." It was too large to even be called a sword. The weapon Liam had once called Wild Instinct was classified as a greatsword. Even among greatswords, it was extraordinarily large and thick, so big it could have been mistaken for a war club rather than a sword. With my current physical ability, lifting it was difficult enough, wielding it, impossible. "It is a very old weapon, young descendant. Among all that lie within this sacred ground, I chose the one that suits you best." Struggling, I lifted Wild Instinct and examined it. Its surface was covered in scratches, and an unmistakable metallic scent of blood lingered along its blade. The chill it radiated told of countless lives taken in its lifetime. While studying it, I asked Liam, "I have a question. What is it? How can you tell what memories lie within a sword just by looking at it? No, beyond Thatevin, though you've never seen Wild Instinct before, how could you know it was here?" Phew-hoo-hoo, quick to ask, aren't you? So that's what you're curious about? It truly was strange when I thought about it. Liam could read a sword's history and emotions just by looking at it. And this time, he had even pointed me to a blade lying far away in the orc's sacred ground, saying it would suit me best. When I asked about this mystery, Liam paused briefly, then answered, "Because I am the master of all swords." "What? You won't understand yet, it's too early, but one day you will know." Liam's eyes sharpened like a blade. They felt distant cold. "When you reach the level where you can step into the land of swords." For just a moment, Liam no longer felt like the familiar ancestor I could banter with. He seemed far removed in absolute existence, looking down upon all creation, like a being revered as divine. Overwhelmed by that presence, I stayed silent. Then Liam smiled lightly. "Don't dwell on it for now. You still have a long way to go, young descendant." Then, with a flick of his finger, he gestured somewhere behind me. "You've another old man to speak with, don't you? go receive your gift. It seems he's prepared something quite fine for you. As the tent flap opened, the orc elder entered with his usual phew-hoo-hoo laughter. His heavy steps echoed as he sat down with a thump, looking straight at me. Human, do you like the sword of our great orc warrior? Yes, well enough. Then you should receive your other gift. Right. My promised reward here wasn't yet finished. Hold out your hand, successor of steel. The elder's hand was enormous, big enough to crush my skull in one grip. Taking my smaller hand in his, the elder began muttering an incantation. As I thought, it's not an easy path. What isn't easy? Your fate. His eyes glowed faint blue. Successor of steel, the path ahead of you will be filled with blood and battle. Well, I suppose that's only natural since you've taken up the sword to slay such monstrous beings. The successors of steel have always walked such roads. That's why we orcs have loved them. We revere warriors who challenge impossibility and defy injustice. I couldn't see what the elder was looking at. There was something mystical about him, truly mysterious. You'll soon stand against mystery. Mystery, one of the most wicked and dreadful mysteries that exist on this continent. Those who dwell in the shadows feared by all race thee will reach for you. The elder muttered words hard to comprehend, then let out his usual phew-hoo-hoo laugh. It would be rude to offer great aid, but a little help, that's fine. Human, I know exactly what gift to give you. He released my hand and slowly reached up to rest his palm on my head. Instantly, a burning heat surged through me as though my head were on fire. From my crown, the heat spread inward, then to my eyes and nose. I gasped, breath caught in my throat as the elder spoke. Successor of steel, with your immature sword, you cannot yet cut down mystery. So when darkness falls beyond your control, let this aid you. This is the gift bestowed by the orc shaman Shurdik upon the descendant of a great warrior. With that, the elder lifted his hand. The heat vanished as if it had never been. As I sat blankly, he handed me 5 blue stones. Take them, these are guardian stones. Guardian stones? When I looked into your fate, I saw you clinging to useless remnants of the past, unable to move forward. These will help. Bury them around your land. The will of your ancestors within the soil will drive out any profane intruder. Guardian stones, I'd heard of them. In the Sky Empire, witches sold them to nobles for exorbitant prices or placed them in their labyrinths to repel invaders. Rare and powerful magical tool sand, he was just giving them to me. Is it really fine to just give me these? It's fine. Useless to orcs anyway. Those stones are for the other 6 races who fear battle and death. Phew hell, it made me feel unexpectedly warm inside. You seem happy to get something for free, young descendant. You'll go bald for that greed. If Liam hadn't added that last remark, I might have enjoyed the moment longer. And if you wish, you may return any time. Having proven yourself a brave warrior, showing us your orc-like spirit, you shall now be treated as one of our kin, not as a weak human, but as an honorable orc warrior. The elder's face was full of sincerity. If you ever face trouble, climb to the mountain's peak. Call for our aid from the place closest to the sky. Wherever we are, we will come to help our friend. As you know, we never fear a fight but against dragons ruling the sky mountains, sea kings ruling the vast oceans, or emperors of mighty empires. The word, friend, carried weight. Orcs might be crude, but they never lied. They were foolish, but their loyalty was unshakable. I could feel the truth in his words. No matter what hardship came, these beings would stand as allies. That was the greatest lesson I had learned from them. There could be no sturdier friends than the orcs. Yes, thank you. Human, since you're so orc-like, how about settling here for good? My daughter, Sherizik, is very beautiful, strong muscles, over 3 meters tall already. A fine woman, I could trust you with her. I just remembered something urgent. I must leave right away, I can't miss it. W8. Human, at least have some orc beer first. Well, I suppose there were some things about them that could drive a man mad. I fled from the tent in a hurry. Behind me, the elder stretched out his thick arm, calling after me in desperation. Human, hey! And beside the tent stood an orc maiden with braided hair, dressed neatly in silk-like garments, likely the elder's daughter. That was one of the closest brushes with death you've had. If I'd let my guard down, everything could have ended here. I can't believe he kept such a hidden weapon. Liam and I shared the same thought as we looked back at the elder's daughter. She was stronger, more commanding, and more majestic than any elite orc warrior I'd seen. Without a glance back, I ran faster and faster. Come again, human. Next time, duel me. A human who passed the ceremony sounds fun. Visit any time. I'll keep my axe sharpened. Their farewells were as fierce as they were warm. Annoying, exhausting, but somehow, it hadn't been such a bad time after all. Still, there's no place nearby to temper this new sword. I'd rather just devour it now than carry something this heavy. I wouldn't recommend that. Why not? As we descended the mountain path, Liam gave a rare warning. The digestion process for this sword will be harsh. Better to eat it once you're back home. A harsh digestion process. It was the first time Liam had ever used those words. I see. Sounds like more shitty trouble ahead then. He didn't deny it, so it was true, damn it. And so, we took the long road back home to my domain once again. And then, the territory I returned to after so long was different. The scent of blood is strong. I could tell the instant I arrived. Not a single peaceful day, figures. There was never an easy day in my life. What the hell is this? A residue of malice, a herald of disaster, to put it simply the mark of a black magician. Of course, naturally, it seems a damned unwelcome guest has entered your land. Chapter 38, Digestion, Part 1, Mana. The mysterious power that filled this vast continent, the divine blessing bestowed by the gods. It was the source that allowed the world to exist, and the one thing absolutely necessary for all 7 races, humans included. Those who wielded this mysterious power weren't limited to swordsmen. The mana overflowing through the continent had infinite possibilities for interpretation, and thus, those who handled it were divided into countless branches. Among them, if one were to name a special case, everyone would agree on a single answer. Magicians. Those most familiar with mana who invoked miracles in the mortal realm through incantations and ritual formulas. They were the kind of people who could bring forth miracles with their bare hands. So, magicians have set foot on my land. They were the sort who spent their lives locked away studying magic, preferring the company of dust and books in dark chambers overseeing the outside world. For that reason, magicians who stepped beyond their towers were extremely rare and extremely dangerous. They lived unbound by order or law, disconnected from human society. In my time, they wouldn't even have dared dream of such a thing. In simpler terms, they were unsociable, curious troublemakers, especially the black magicians exiled from the magic societies. So of course, I couldn't help but sigh. As soon as I returned, I inspected the entire territory. From the outskirts to the central district, I found nothing drastically different from before. There were faint black wisps drifting in the air that bothered me, but nothing seemed physically damaged. Just unpleasant. After finishing my brief inspection, I headed toward the mansion to unload my heavy belongings. In the yard, Xiao Yun was swinging her sword with her usual expressionless face. Her movements looked almost like a dance set to silent music, yet at the same time, it seemed as if she were locked in an invisible battle against unseen foes. As always, her sword was breathtakingly beautiful, not the brutal act of wielding a weapon, but an art form in itself. The girl's sword has grown again. Geniuses are always delightful to teach, unlike you talentless, dull-witted young descendant. Liam, satisfied at first, soon jabbed me with his usual scolding tone. I didn't have much to say in return. Even to my untrained eyes, Xiao Yun's swordsmanship had improved remarkably. Her form, her rhythm, everything was sharper than when I had left. Compared to the time when she had fought in the arena as the Black Bride, her current swordsmanship was leagues apart. "You're back!" Lost in watching her sword, I hadn't noticed her gaze until she spoke first. She looked at me, indifferent as always. Despite my long absence, she didn't ask how I'd been or say she was glad to see me. It was just typical of Xiao Yun. "Yes, I've returned. You get stronger, more than before. Good. Then we'll spar again soon." She gave a faint, almost mischievous smile. Sweat glistened across her face, catching the sunlight. I almost smiled back, entranced, before snapping out of it. Was there any trouble in the village while I was gone? Yeah, there was. I waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. Given the context, this should have been the part where she explained what happened. Instead, she just blinked and went back to swinging her sword, as if that one word was all the explanation I'd get. I blinked, then asked again. "That's it?" "Yeah." Seol Yoon stopped mid-swing and looked at me with innocent confusion. Ah, I had momentarily forgotten. She was the type who had put every ounce of social skill and speech into swordsmanship. Her face, utterly sincere as if wondering why I was even asking, made me feel dizzy. For a fleeting moment, I missed Fettel, that friendly man who could talk endlessly even without being asked. If the orc elder had seen this, he'd have called her more orc-like than me. Her mindset wasn't all that different from the orcs I'd just been living among. Of course, I couldn't say that aloud unless I wanted a sword to the head. So, suppressing my frustration, I forced a smile. I'd like to know what exactly happened while I was gone. You should have said that from the start. Even back in my village, it still felt like I was talking to an orc. At last, Seol Yoon lowered her sword. Talking with Seol Yoon was never easy. She truly only answered what was asked, nothing more. Still, by carefully crafting detailed questions, I managed to piece together what had happened while I was away. So, to summarize, 2 incidents with roe deer and a group of bandits showed up, which you wiped out. That's it? Yeah, that's about all that was interesting. To Seol Yoon, there was no difference between startled deer and axe-wielding bandits from the mountains. Both were weak, pitiful beings that cried out in fear and could be cut down in a single strike. In this remote place, Seol Yoon was the wolf among sheep. And there was a weird kid who came begging once. A weird kid? Yeah. Looked like one of those slum rats. Filthy rags, starving face, asked if we had any food to spare. Where's that poor child now? A beggar child from the slums, not an uncommon visitor. When such kids came by, I usually gave them bread or a potato before sending them on their way. But Seol Yoon answered bluntly, I chased them off, told them to get lost if they didn't want to die. You didn't give them anything? No. Everything here belongs to you. I'm just a guest in your domain. I can't give away your things as I please. My duty is to protect what's yours. Isn't that only right? Her reasoning was perfectly logical. I looked into her cold eyes, about to tell her she could have at least given the child a crust of bread, that there were many unfortunate souls around here, but then. Besides, they felt off. Yeah, just this uneasy feeling. My instincts were warning me. Ever since I was young, whenever I've felt that kind of ominous energy, bad things always followed. So I told them to leave. Immediately. Perhaps her response hadn't been wrong after all. She must have sensed the presence of a black magician. It happens often. Black magicians, being exiles, lack servants or test subjects supported by their guilds, so they usually take in orphans or cheap slaves as familiars. That child was likely one of those. Seol Yoon tilted her head slightly at my silence. And the girl has spiritual sensitivity, doesn't she? She carries Eastern blood, which attunes her soul, so she instinctively sensed that foreboding aura. As I stayed quiet, Seol Yoon suddenly said, Oh, right. When the kid left, they glared at me really hard. Said I'd regret not showing mercy, said they'd come back one day. That sounds like a threat. I mean, it felt weird to chase after a kid and cut off their arms and legs just to shut them up. As always, Seol Yoon had a way of leaving people speechless. Still, thanks to her, I had a lead. A black magician's servant, disguised as a beggar, had come to our village and been turned away. The promise to return was surely not an empty one. Magicians, notorious throughout history for their pettiness, were known for repaying even the smallest slight. I don't know why shit like this keeps happening to me. I muttered, half to myself. Liam responded. Because you insist on living in a village where shit tends to gather. A place with no population, no proper faction nearby, perfect for those who need to hide. Frankly, it's a miracle only small fry have shown up so far. Black magicians love turning places like this into labyrinths. Right. Rumors had already spread of black magicians and plagues. This wouldn't be the last trouble to find me. What should I do? And once again, I chose not to run. I would face whatever came. Since ancient times, there's always been one cure for those antisocial magic bastards. A good beating. I discovered something peculiar while talking with Seol Yoon. What do you mean, do I see anything? No, I don't see a thing right now. She couldn't see the strange marks that were obvious to my eyes. Even before Liam had pointed it out, I'd sensed something wrong. Yet even after I told her, Seol Yoon couldn't perceive it. Why? Our abilities shouldn't be that different. The answer came from Liam. It's because of your paranoia, your compulsive suspicion. My suspicion? Yes. Your sword has evolved in that direction. A sword's nature always mirrors its wielder. Your obsessive need to question and dig deeper your sword has taken after that. That's why you noticed the faint traces of the Black Magician's presence so quickly. Suspicion. The same trait Liam had once called my greatest talent. Detecting such faint traces instantly isn't easy. Fascinating, your suspicion shines even in domains beyond swordsmanship. Really? Yes. Perhaps it's also due to your recent experience of being cast into the spirit world by that orc shaman. Your spiritual sensitivity may have sharpened. Spiritual sensitivity, huh? I didn't know if that was a good trait for a swordsman, but better to have it than not. Who knew what kind of enemies I'd face next? Whether they'd carry swords or staffs or fling spells like falling rain, there was no shortage of shit in the world. Anyway, with the Black Magician's ominous traces lingering around my land, I decided to start by burying the guardian stones I'd received from the Orc Elder. That's a good temporary measure. Once buried, magicians won't be able to perform their tricks easily. What kind of tricks? Well, for example, turning this area into cursed ground, or reshaping it into a labyrinth where spells run rampant. Against that, you'd stand no chance. Unless you can draw paths strong enough to repel curses or fly beyond their reach, a swordsman cannot win against a magician. In other words, at my current level, impossible. I silently buried the guardian stones around the perimeter of the village. Nothing changed outwardly. For a moment, I even wondered if the elder had played a joke on me. But Liam soon spoke. That orc gave you something quite good. With this, most magicians won't even dare enter. Really? Yes. If they force their way in, the shamanic curse within those stones will activate and destroy their souls. That brute may look crude, but as a shaman, his skill is exceptional, equivalent to a swordsman at the entry level of a sword expert. That comparison made it clear. And realizing that I had stood before such a being and talked so confidently, a chill ran down my spine. And don't forget, he gave you another gift as well. A gift? You may not realize it, but that gift slumbers within your soul. He must have meant the burning sensation I'd felt when the elder had laid his hand on my head. I still didn't know what it was, but it made me curious. After carefully burying the guardian stones, I returned to the manor. Under the bright sunlight, I asked Liam, "So, what should I prepare next? Do you have any preparation other than one thing?" Liam smiled slyly down at me. "Let's eat your new sword, young descendant." His gaze turned toward wild instinct. As I said, this sword's digestion process will be far from gentle. That blade, too massive to even be called a sword, gleamed under the light. Chapter 39, Digestion. Part 2. So you brought back nothing? Far from Arhin's village, deep in a mountain hollow veiled by tall trees, a chilling voice echoed within a decrepit hut. The source of that voice was an elderly man, his face furrowed with countless wrinkles, his frail frame rocking gently in a creaking chair. Yes, why yes. They said they didn't have anything to give me. He treated me like some kind of leper. You dressed yourself pitifully to stir up human sympathy, and yet it didn't work. Manipulating emotion truly is difficult. A wretched orphan, a beggarly appearance, a starving young girl, I thought those three would be sufficient. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Before the cold-voiced old man, a small girl was bowing her head in fear, apologizing over and over. Her dirt-stained face and emaciated limbs made her look fragile enough to snap if touched. Still, you've learned something useful. I thought that village was deserted, but it turns out someone's living there. And contrary to rumors that a monster lurked there, or that another black magician had already claimed the place, it's merely a girl who happens to know how to swing a sword. The old man tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger, smiling faintly. From what my scattered eyes have seen, she's at best a sword walker. I'll remove her and build a new labyrinth there. I've grown sick of this filthy shack anyway. I'd like to bathe in hot water again. Then, will you forgive me? No. Even if you brought back good information, you still failed the task I originally gave you. The old man leaned forward and flicked his finger. In that instant, the girl who had been kneeling jerked upright as though pulled by invisible strings. His cold gaze swept over her trembling form. My command was to bring me food and you failed. That means you must receive punishment for your failure. My dear child, that's the way of a magician. Just one more week without food. I was curious what happens to a child's body after more than 10 days of starvation. I'll examine it carefully, piece by piece, for magical study. The girl's eyes trembled violently. Tears welled as the old man's wrinkled hand reached out and patted her head. His voice turned almost gentle. "Why that face, Halen? You should thank me when I'm done speaking." Under that touch, the girl Halen forced her lips upward into a brittle smile, ignoring the shaking of her body. It was the only thing she could do before the old black magician. "Yes, why yes, thank you, to stay alive. If you endure the week, I'll let you eat that girl who drove you away. I've always wondered what happens when a human eats another whole, uncooked. What emotions might arise?" Even as he spoke those grotesque words, Halen could only keep smiling, cursing her own pitiful fate in the hands of this terrifying black magician. I lit a fire and placed wild instinct atop it to heat. Warming this monstrously large sword was torture in itself. Lifting it with both hands was already a strain. Getting even a single piece into my mouth in one go was impossible. "Looks like you're roasting a whole beast for a feast." If it's a feast, it's one I have to suffer through alone, more torture than celebration. Wild instinct, the sword once wielded by an orc warrior, was enormous. Even the greatest knights would struggle to swing something like this. That such a thing had ever been crafted as a weapon was unbelievable. A blade this size seemed more suited as a ceremonial relic or a prop for a statue. Phew, once the sword was heated, I broke it apart into pieces I could manage. Then, I slowly placed one of those fragments into my mouth. The instant the shard touched my tongue, agony surged through me. I couldn't swallow it in one go. I had to endure that pain, chew, swallow, then repeat. The agony was several times worse than during any of my previous ingestions. My throat tore, my tongue bled, and it felt as though I'd swallowed a ball of molten fire. My whole body burned. My brain felt like it was boiling to sludge, but I clenched my teeth and forced myself to stay conscious. Even as the clear blue sky turned yellow and the bright sunlight dimmed, I endured. Bit by bit, I chewed and swallowed until no fragment of wild instinct remained. It felt like being cast alive into a furnace. The pain spread from my stomach to my heart, brain, and even my eyes. Each breath felt like flames dancing inside me. My fists clenched so tightly that my nails cut into my palms and blood dripped to the floor. My body hair stood on end, and amid the searing heat, memories began to surge forth. Not mine, but those of the blade's former owner. There is no paradise where you run. That belief guided my entire life. There is no paradise where you run. That belief guided my entire life. Barik! My mother gave birth to me under the blazing sun, on the vast plains bordering the Sky Mountains. She was a brave orc warrior who wished that her child's first sound would not be a cry of pain. So she gave birth without a midwife, sweating and biting her lip, smiling when she first laid eyes on me. "Barik, my son." My mother wanted me to become a courageous warrior, the dream of all orc mothers. She endured her pain without a scream, greeting me with laughter instead. It was a noble act, but nature was cruel. Whether because of her age, the harsh environment, or simple fate, my mother passed away not long after giving me life, returning to the ancestors. "It's all right, Barik. She will always be with us." The shaman's words at the funeral brought me no comfort. If I could no longer hold her, eat with her, or hear her say she loved me, how could she still be with me? As the others danced around the fire, I felt only confusion. I questioned everything when my brothers fell in battle against the beasts of the plains, when my friends challenged imperial knights and returned decapitated. Despite the pain my mother had endured to bring me into the world, I was a cowardly orc. I feared death. I lacked courage, and an orc without courage was no orc at all. "Barik, again, an orc should never question. A warrior must face even the mightiest foe head-on and accept death with dignity. To protect one's kin, an orc must be willing to defy the world itself. But I couldn't, so everyone called me Coward Barik. Ran away again, did you, Barik? I fled before a giant wolf. I trembled before a stone-skinned giant. When my friends fell to an imperial knight, I bowed my head in silence, too afraid to avenge them. Because I feared death. Once I asked my father, "Father, are you not afraid of death?" He was a mighty warrior, respected by all. Since my youth, his broad back had seemed immense, unbreakable. Even his fanged smile was magnificent. After I asked, I braced myself to be scolded or shamed as a disgrace. But he didn't do that. I fear death as well, Barik. He spoke kindly. They say we return to our ancestors, but who truly knows what lies beyond? Being pierced by a spear hurts. When I catch a fever and cough all day, it's miserable. If such small pains hurt so much, how terrible must death be? When I face monsters or knights in armor, I feel fear that I might lose. He whispered words he would never have said before others. So I understand your fear, my son. That honesty made him seem even greater that day. But even so, we must not run. Why not? Because there is no paradise where you run. His heavy words struck straight into my heart. Even if monstrous foes appear before you, even if endless armies come, even if thunder and lightning rain down, there are moments when you must not flee. Because only then can you protect those precious lives behind you. His eyes shone clear and blue like the boundless sky above the plains. You'll understand someday. You are a fine orc, my son. Until then, you may hide behind me. I fight in front so that you can, so don't be ashamed, my treasure. And with those words, my father took up his axe. His stride was bold and proud, his back broad and strong as ever. I never forgot that sight. That night, he died defending the plains from a monster wave. That was the last time I saw his back. It was a night of thunder. Many had fallen, and the funeral was grand. After the rites, I sought out the weary shaman. Amid the roaring storm, he looked at me with a strange smile. "What is it, coward?" At that moment, my father's words echoed in my head. I want to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony. There is no paradise where you run. I'll fight. I'll take up the axe at the front line. There was no longer a strong back to hide behind. Just like father, a boy cannot remain a boy forever. You can't run forever. When childhood ends, you must step into the world even if it terrifies you. So, you finally become an adult. That stormy night, I completed my coming of age. Within me was inherited the soul of the greatest warrior I knew, my father. You are a warrior now, coward Barik. As the years passed, my body grew astonishingly large. The strength passed down from my parents never stopped expanding. I became larger and stronger than most orcs, my mighty frame fit to protect my kin at the front lines. And so, I wielded a weapon suited to that body, a colossal sword. Thicker and heavier than any on the battlefield, it was a blade forged from the will never to flee. To stand firm, even beneath crashing waves and lightning. My wild instinct. In time, my kin came to call me Barik the Great Warrior. And then, once again, a monster wave struck. After following the little gladiator Arhin to the village, Xiao Yun's daily routine had remained simple. Wake at dawn, stretch, jog, then train with the sword. There were no amusements here, and Xiao Yun had never needed any. Her whole life revolved around the sword. But today, during her routine, her gaze kept wandering toward the mansion on the hill. It had been 3 days since Arhin returned from his journey, yet he hadn't stepped outside even once. No training, no appearances, nothing. Something happened. Though indifferent by nature, even Xiao Yun could worry. After all, he'd fallen ill for days after his duel as Fettel's proxy warrior. He was fragile, glass-boned, almost. Traveling like that, he could have easily caught a fever. "It's bothering me." She couldn't ignore someone who might be hurt. Not out of politeness, but because of her own scars, remnants of her past. Eventually, she decided to check on him herself. And then who, Xiao Yun froze at the sight before her. "What? Are you?" "Ah, Lady Xiao. What brings you here? Did something happen?" "Well, you hadn't come out for 3 days. It's already been that long, you must have been worried. As you can see, I've been focused on training." The boy she once knew was gone. My apologies. I got completely absorbed. Arhin now stood taller than Xiao Yun. His shoulders had broadened, his frame dense with tightly knit muscle fibers, as if he had skipped adolescence and stepped straight into adulthood. His body looked like that of a seasoned warrior who had faced countless battles forged of steel itself. "I'll explain everything later. Right now, I can't waste even a single minute." The boy had become a man. Name: Wild Instinct, a massive, heavy greatsword once wielded by the orc great warrior, Barik. So large and weighty that few can even lift it. Ingestion effect: acquire Barik's swordsmanship and warrior's physique. Your body will be reforged to match the great warrior's swordsmanship. Current physical capacity far below that of the original wielder. Reforging process will proceed intensely to ensure proper digestion. The body that carries steel blood grows stronger with every strike. While digestion proceeds, continue striking your body without rest. Chapter 40, Digestion, Part 3. Even after I had completely devoured wild instinct, my body still burned as if it had been thrown into a forge. Heat boiled through me, not the fever of sickness, but the blazing heat of molten metal. There was no dizziness or headache. Instead, an overwhelming urge filled my mind, a craving to move, to test every fiber of the dense muscle newly forged within me. I wanted to swing, strike, and fight like a berserk orc. Liam gave me the answer. You are being forged. Forged? Yes. Just as heated steel is hammered and tempered into a sharp blade, your body too is undergoing that process. The steel blood within you boils, reshaping itself to suit the sword you've consumed. Forging. Yes, if my body were a weapon, it would be the perfect term. This is the process of becoming true steel, my young descendant. I looked at Liam and asked, "What should I do, master?" "Do not ask me." "Then what?" "Do as your body commands. Follow your wild instinct." Liam gave me a faint glance. "Do not rest, not for a single breath. Move until you feel you'll break. Drive your body until your lungs scream and your heart feels ready to burst. Do not stop until the heat dies down. While your flesh is still aflame, your weak body will grow at an astonishing rate. Do not waste this rare moment." Thump, thump, my heartbeat echoed all the way to my head. The body that carries steel blood grows stronger the more it is struck, my young descendant. At those words, I gripped my sword and began to move exactly as my body demanded. Have you ever seen the process of a blade being forged to its limit? A piece of glowing iron bends with each strike of the hammer, then straightens again, over and over, until it is reborn as a hardened weapon. That was what my body was experiencing. Like steel in the forge, even the smallest movement brought dramatic change. Time felt compressed with a single swing. I could feel muscle weaving into place. The grinding of bone echoed from within. My frame twisted, muscles tore, and agony flooded in as though my body were being dismantled. I wanted to scream, but didn't. Even the time it would take to write and cry out felt wasteful. Even now, I could feel it, my body was evolving. That knowledge burned brightly in my mind. This was different from the empty days before I met Liam. Pain that could shatter body or soul was nothing compared to the despair of losing everything, compared to the hollowness I'd once felt when I failed my revenge. Even before waves of countless foes, I could not retreat. Not because I was unafraid of death, but because there were too many precious things behind me to abandon. I moved as the sword commanded. Even when it felt like my arms would rip apart, I swung. I thrashed like a beast driven by instinct. It felt as though I were dancing within flames, and yet I refused to stop. To stop meant the end of my ascension. I could not allow that. If there was even the slightest chance to become stronger, I would throw myself into the fire without hesitation. For those I must protect, I cannot run. I must move forward, because only by fighting can one seize what they desire. I twisted my waist, gripped the sword with both hands, and swung. My hair whipped through the air, sweat flew like sparks. And in that fleeting instant, the sword's memories flashed before my eyes: a dusty plain beneath a wild sky, an endless tide of enemies, and an orc great warrior, Xperrif, charging forward with his enormous blade. He did not flee from impossible battles. His fierce face burned vividly within me. I could feel the heat that had once filled his heart and his flesh. For that brief moment, it was as though his spirit had merged with my body. The pounding of my heart, every beat echoed with the strength of the great warrior Xperrif. I still remember my father's words. At that moment, I was no longer a boy. I was an orc warrior. As I swung the heavy sword, steam burst from my body. Sweat poured down in thick drops, and beyond the rising mist, a clear mirror shimmered into view. Through the steam, my reflection no longer resembled the boy I once knew. There is no paradise where you run. And thus, my sword had reached the end of its boyhood. The first change, I noticed my height. My eyes now looked down on the world from far above. Looks like I'll need new clothes. Good. Those old ones made you look like a backwater farmer anyway. None of my old clothes fit anymore. While searching for something wearable, I caught a whiff of the stench clinging to my body, the result of days spent moving and sweating without rest. I stepped into the bath and let the hot water wash over me. With my eyes closed, I scrubbed away the grime and exhaustion, and a refreshing clarity filled me. When I stepped out and dried off, I reached into the closet and found my father's clothes. They were larger, built for a man far broader than I had been. Now they fit perfectly. As I slipped on the slightly tight shirt, a faint, nostalgic scent reached me, a smell that stirred memories. Memories of my father placing me on his knee, telling stories with a boyish smile. The image flickered briefly before fading. After that brief moment of longing, I gathered my sword and stepped outside. Sunlight bathed the yard. Seol Yoon was there, holding a wooden sword. When she saw me, her eyes widened for a moment as if entranced. Then, realizing I'd caught her staring, she quickly turned away, her cheeks slightly flushed. "You finally came out." "Yes." "Have you been waiting long?" "Not really." Her tone was awkward, different from before. I noticed the change but decided to speak first. "Ah, I suppose I've changed quite a bit. To explain this, no, don't explain. I prefer conversations through the sword." She gripped her wooden blade tightly. "Tell me later with that. I think that'll be enough to answer." "If that's what you want." That was fine by me. Words often failed where blades spoke clearly, especially with someone like her. Besides, sparring with Seol Yoon was always valuable. She was a genius, and right now there was another matter to settle. "By the way, has anything happened while I was inside?" "What do you mean?" "That child who came before, did they return, or any suspicious magicians appear?" The pitiful orphan, suspected servant of the Black Magician, had promised to come back. And magicians, especially those kinds, never made idle threats. History proved it. Those who held supernatural power always repaid grudges, no matter how small. "No one's come, not yet." "Good, I wasn't too late." "A sluggish one, that magician." Liam smirked faintly. "Let's head out beyond the village, my young descendant. Don't you want to test that new body of yours?" For once, I agreed entirely. Power coursed through my new limbs like surging rivers. Though the fever had cooled, my heart still beat wildly. I needed to swing this strength. Desperately. As Liam suggested, I went to the village outskirts. Since I had buried the guardian stones, no more black energy lingered within the estate. But outside the boundary, beyond the buried stones, the air was thick with dark, malignant presence. So it's not that the magicians sluggish, they simply couldn't get through. Seems the stones worked. Didn't I tell you they were fine gifts, my young descendant? Apparently, the Black Magician who had approached my land wasn't ready to give up. I decided to check each site where I had buried the guardian stones. Something about this place feels wrong. Perhaps because the black aura was thicker now, even Seol Yoon looked uncomfortable. She drew her sword and held it ready as we walked. Then, what's that? In the distance, someone was moving oddly. A small figure. A child in filthy rags, dirt clinging to her face, the same pitiful appearance seen often in the slums. The child was muttering frantically, digging into the dirt with bare hands. When I saw where she was digging, realization hit. Could it be? Yes, the same child from before, just as I suspected. And the place where she was clawing at the Earth Guardian stone, she's digging it up. I immediately understood. The Black Magician sent her. There could be only one reason. Their vile magic had been blocked by the Orc Elder's guardian stones. I frowned and started walking toward her. She must have heard my footsteps because she froze mid-dig and turned her head toward me. Our eyes met mine and the ragged child's. "Ah!" Her pupils trembled violently. Don't come. Don't come near me, don't." Her muttering was faint but clear. "Don't come." What did she mean? Suspicion, that familiar instinct of mine, flared up. I scattered my paths in all directions. The invisible threads spread outward, brushing the air, and from one of them I sensed it. 3 presences, in the thicket ahead. Liam had once said my paths were sharp with sensitivity, and he was right. I shouted instantly. "There are 3 unknown entities hiding ahead, be careful." The brush rustled violently, and the intruders revealed themselves. They were grotesque. Not assassins with daggers, not knights in armor, not barbarian raiders, nothing so simple. It's been a long time since I've seen those. They were towering larger than my newly grown frame. Their crushed, uneven faces were sewn together with thick black stitches, their bare chests crisscrossed with crude seams like patched dolls. Veins bulged beneath stone-colored skin. I felt it instantly they weren't human. In fact, they didn't even feel alive in a natural sense. Through my paths came an alien pulse, something far removed from ordinary life. Its wrongness stirred a primal unease. Liam spoke. Golems, the ugly puppets made by magicians with too much time and too little taste. Before his words even faded, a flash burst beside me. A swift, beautiful streak Sial Yun's sword. Focus, little gladiator. Her strike hit the creature's chest fast, precise. But instead of a clean cut, a metallic clang rang out like a blade on steel. She instantly sensed something was off and leapt back. They're tough, like they're wearing armor under their skin. Lowering her stance, Sial Yun shifted her grip into one I hadn't seen before, perhaps a technique she'd developed during solitary training here. I felt a fleeting curiosity, but now wasn't the time for admiration. Golems are disgusting constructs stitched together from pieces of beasts and men by depraved magicians. And yes, they're hard. Very hard, but they're simple to deal with. I drew my sword. Break them apart like cracking an egg. At that moment, my mana heart throbbed and power surged through my body. Perfect meat shields to test your new strength, my young descendant. This power, it was incomparable to anything I'd ever felt before. I'll handle them. Chapter 41, The Black Mage, Part 1. While I was away, Sial Yun spent her time meaningfully. In this quiet domain, she immersed herself in the sword and achieved a level of personal growth. Sial Yun's genius was exceptional. Even just by swinging her blade, she could seek enlightenment. Moreover, before I had left, she had received teachings from an immortal. Thanks to that, Sial Yun had become an even more remarkable swordswoman than before. That was why she instantly recognized that the grotesque lumps of flesh appearing before her were not easy foes. Though their movements seemed clumsy, their bodies were as hard as if clad in full armor. Soulless beings, devoid of reason, terrifying in their unnaturalness. Sial Yun knew well how dangerous such creatures could be. And yet, for some reason, the sight of Arhin stepping forward felt entirely different from before. Yes, his appearance had changed, but that wasn't what mattered. The decisive change lay in the way he stood before those monstrous enemies. Figure warped, distorted just as it had the first time they fought in the arena. Like that moment when the small boy radiated murderous intent and was reborn as the assassin of the free city. You really are special. Sial Yun lowered the sword she had been gripping and simply watched Arhin. At that moment, his figure transformed dramatically. His pale white skin turned green, his frame expanded with swelling muscles, and his once beautiful face contorted into something fierce and savage. The dwarven forged steel sword in his hand grew larger, transforming into an immense slab of metal. The boy Sial Yun once knew was gone. In his place stood an orc savage and valiant. A warrior whose blood boiled for battle, one who would never flee, no matter the odds. From the very moment I faced the giant golems head-on, my heart began to race wildly. A burning sensation spread through my entire body. There was no fear, only the urge to fight. It wasn't a human heart that beat within me anymore, it was the heart of a warrior. The golems in front of me shimmered and shifted, their forms changing into towering stone giants, monstrous beings, even more threatening than before. It wasn't an illusion. It was a memorion carried by the still undigested, wild instinct within me. The memory of Barik, the orc great warrior, the one who had never turned from battle. Another monster wave swept across the plains. His memories began to overlap with my reality. The beasts that had once taken my father Redder Nedto trample everything I held dear. Half the Great Plain teemed with monsters. The blinding sunlight illuminated every grotesque face. Thud. The tremor beneath my feet, was it from the giants or the golems the black mage had created? The vividness of the memory blurred the line between past and present. Monsters whose very names evoked dread filled the horizon. But I could not retreat. Since becoming a great warrior, I had things I needed to protect. A kind-hearted wife who believed in a fool like me. A son barely able to walk, and a daughter still feeding at her mother's breast. My family, my friends, my neighbors who laughed with me over mugs of orc beer. But there was no hesitation. Time had passed, and I too had become an adult who could no longer run away. Just as my father once did, I knew exactly what I had to do. I charged straight into the horde. At its front stood the giants, as my sword commanded, as my wild instinct whispered. Wag! A roar erupted from my chest, deep, thunderous, beastly. so fierce that I could hardly believe it came from me. At that moment, I was an orca-born warrior who never fled from combat. My blood burned. I glared at the advancing enemies and charged forward. The vision of Barik's memories vanished, replaced by the clear, vivid reality before me: the golems. The Black Mage's puppets. Extending the path, I reached out to them. Through the web of paths, their movements slow and laid bare before my eyes. I would not step back. Huff, I drew in a deep breath. As I devoured more of the wild instinct, strength surged through my body. My heart thundered, forming another path within. It narrowed, hardened until it became a line. In that instant, the power of steel coursed through me. You've realized it yourself, young descendant. The understanding born from the orcs' coming-of-age ceremony. The line of the caravan family wasn't meant to be some secret ultimate technoquate, had to flow naturally, like breathing. To extend beyond humanity, to forge a body of steel, that was the true purpose of the caravan line. I had glimpsed that truth in the orcs' ritual. Now, with a stronger body, I could finally wield it instinctively. The steadier my breath, the harder my body felt. It was as though I had become a sword, myself an unbreakable blade. I sprinted forward like I was cutting through the Great Plains themselves. In an instant, I reached the nearest golem. Its massive arms swung down to crush me. The path extended. I could clearly see the density of its muscles, the hardness of its skin. Sial Yun had been right. These things were like heavily armored knights, dumb but terrifyingly durable. Once, I would have struggled against them, but not anymore. Because now I was no less hard than they were. Wag! I tightened my grip on my sword and swung in a vast arc. It felt less like wielding a sword and more like a hammer. The blow, carrying all my strength, tore through the enemy's body-ripping flesh, shattering bone. Thick, dark blood burst forth. The golem's arm was severed completely. Without pause, I kept swinging wildly, recklessly, again and again. Limbs flew, torsos split, bones cracked, and innards spilled, monstrous entrails that reeked of decay. I stepped forward, pivoted, and spun. My blade cleaved the golem's head clean off. It flew high into the air before slamming into the ground. That made one down. I hadn't allowed a single defense, nor did I defend myself. Only relentless offense, crushing the enemy's guard with sheer force. There was no refined swordsmanship, Huronly brutality, but it was exhilarating and powerful, thoroughly orcish. Yes, none can stand in the way of the path of steel. As one golem fell, the remaining two charged fearlessly. Their vacant eyes betrayed no emotion. They were puppets, following orders. But my sword would not falter before such things. I raised it high and brought it down with full force. The strike carved deep into one golem's chest, spraying filthy blood. Without stopping, I spun, carrying the momentum, and sliced upward through the second. The blade pierced its hardened hide, ripping it open. Still, I didn't stop. My motions were great, reckless, continuous, like an artist, painting an endless mural with a single brushstroke. My sword danced without pause. This was the swordsmanship of wild instinct, an unending rhythm of ferocity. Gripping the hilt with both hands, I swung in vast arcs, pouring in all my strength. Wild instinct would not cease so long as my stamina endured. Compared to the blades I'd devoured so far, it was crude and primitive. No grace, no subtlety. In a duel of finesse, even a single misstep would be fatal. But this was a purely orcish sword. Barik, the orc great warrior, did not fight for technique. He fought to protect his kin, his loved ones, his home. That was why wild instinct carried no refined, artfully raw conviction. A clumsy, inefficient sword meant only for slaying monsters. But that was what made it beautiful. A blade with no defense, yet filled with Barik's life-high's will to never flee, to face any foe, to win no matter the odds. The two remaining golems were torn apart, their tough bodies scattered under my endless strikes. Then one lunged from my blind spot, but I already sensed it. It was within my path. And besides, for me, the weakness of wild instinct isn't a problem at all. I shifted my grip mid-swing, holding the sword one-handed. Then, from a backward-leaning stance, I flicked my wrist and thrust. The blade pierced through the golem's eye, impaling its brain and ending its life. Right after, I kicked off its chest and leapt back. Without even looking, I drew fang from my thigh and drove it into the skull of the final golem. The dagger pierced through, extinguishing its life. If a sword is unstable, then I'll only use it when it counts. Wild instinct wasn't the only blade I possessed. I could always call upon needle, fang, or twilight. To digest a sword meant that its essence was already part of me. I looked at the 3 motionless golems and wiped the blood off my body. With a flick, I shook the blood from my sword and sheathed it. That was when I noticed a small girl sitting dazed in the distance. What the? How can someone like that exist in a place like this? The girl looked utterly bewildered. I ignored her muttering and simply gave Xiao Yun a glance. She immediately understood my intent. How did you take down those golems with just a sword og? The girl stumbled backward in terror, tripping over her own feet. She fell, staring at Xiao Yun as if she were a monster, eyes wide with fear. Please, don't kill me, please. As Xiao Yun approached, the girl's cries grew more frantic until it seemed she might faint. It almost made me feel guilty. Come on, no need to cry that much. Xiao Yun gestured at her. Without a word, the girl scrambled over like a frightened animal about to be sold at market. Stop crying. The instant Xiao Yun's cold voice fell, the girl's tears stopped as if cut by a blade. Expressionless, Xiao Yun's presence alone froze her. I scratched my head, looking at the now quiet girl. I have a question. What is it? The mage who ordered you to dig here, where is your master? Her pupils shook violently, her lips trembled. Clearly, her master, the black mage, was terrifying. I sighed. I had already slain 3 of his golem, must have sensed it. I didn't want to give him time to prepare. But I also couldn't let him go. If some black mage kept spreading his foul magic near my lands, I'd have nothing but trouble. Best to end it now completely. But if the girl wouldn't cooperate, this could get messy. I frowned. Still not talking? In such cases, the orcish way worked best. Violence wasn't always the answer, but sometimes it solved problems quickly. I smiled, slowly drawing my sword, and then I'll talk. Before I even fully unsheathed it, the girl screamed. Well, that was faster than expected. I smiled faintly as her face turned pale. Seeing that, she cried out again. I'll lead you there, I'll show you the way, please just follow me. So cooperative, I almost felt proud. Maybe I should have gone harder from the start. Liam chuckled in approval. Excellent. That is the caravan way. Earning my master's praise only made it more satisfying. I chose to ignore Xiao Yun's exasperated, weary look. Chapter 42, The Black Mage. Part 2. The 10-year-old girl, Halen, had once lived a perfectly ordinary life. A curious child, she always loved to go on adventurous, not grand journeys like those in knightly tales, but small, thrilling adventures fitting for her age. She would climb the hill behind her village with her friends, chase animals and bugs, and proudly show them off. Even when the adults scolded her, she would sneak out late at night to gaze at the stars. For Halen, who lived in an isolated village, those little acts of defiance were her own kind of adventure. She never understood why the adults always warned her to be careful. What could possibly happen in such a quiet, remote place? But that belief of hers shattered one day. While exploring the back hill as usual, Halen found an old man collapsed in the bushes. He wore a tattered robe stained in many places, and his face was deathly pale. He looked gravely ill. Without a second thought, Halen carried the unconscious man back to her village. If she had received even the most basic education, she would never have done so. The young girl had no idea how dangerous it was to bring a stranger into an isolated village. She didn't know that the gray pendant around his neck marked him as an exiled mage, nor that the branded mark on his wrist identified him as a fugitive from the Sky Empire. And thus, tragedy began. The old man Halen had rescued awoke after eating some warm porridge. The moment he opened his eyes, he muttered incomprehensible incantation sand with a single wave of his hand. He brought calamity to the village. That was the first time in her life Halen had ever seen magic. And it was also the first time she realized humans could shatter so easily. When she came to her senses, the village was painted red. Blood and scattered entrails drenched the ground. And there, sitting among the carnage, was the old man she had saved. He sat upon the corpses of her parents, though they were his chair. But Halen couldn't even bring herself to hate him. She was too terrified. Terrified of the horrifying scene before her, terrified of the old man whose gestures had brought it forth, terrified of this magic she could not understand. Thank you, child. Thanks to you, I live. And along with that terror came self-loathing. It felt as though the dead eyes of the villagers stared at her, speaking without words. Ah, Halen, did we not always tell you to be careful? That the world was full of frightening things? Why didn't you listen? I am Jerry Selfit, once of the Blue Raven Tower and a noble mage of the Sky Empire Velma. Thanks to you, my life has been extended beyond its destined end. But no matter what Halen was thinking, the old man Jerry Selfit just kept talking. How mage-like of him. You are my savior, child. As a gift, I grant you the honor of becoming my servant. You may now serve one as noble as I. And so, that day, the adventurous little girl named Halen fell into the gutter of fate. The child who had loved the woods and stars now came to understand how wicked humans could become under the name of mage. Cruel stories could never capture reality. To Halen, Jerry Selfit was no human, was a demon wearing human skin. Why, she wondered, did the righteous and merciful angels of life allow such a monster to roam the world? She could never understand. Countless lives perished at Jerry Selfit's fingertips. He killed in the name of curiosity, he killed for amusement, and sometimes he killed for no reason at all. During that long, horrific journey, Halen was eventually brought to this remote corner of the Iron Kingdom. I fancy that mansion will settle here. From the beginning of her ordeal, Halen had prayed silently that someone would kill that demon. If not, yes, master, a fine idea. Then at least that someone would end her wretched fate today. Jerry Selfit, a mage expelled from the Blue Raven Tower, you say? You don't know how powerful he is? I wish we had more information. I asked while watching the small figure leading the way Halen. She'd been chattering endlessly, telling us things we hadn't even asked for. I couldn't tell if it was part of some act to gain sympathy or if she was simply being a child. I don't know how strong he really is. I've never seen another mage besides my master. But master always goes after weak people. Be but one thing's for sure, he's not weak. Once, we ran into a knight Somion in full armor and the knight didn't even have a chance to fight back. He coughed up blood and died before getting close to master. A knight, huh? That meant he was at least capable of instantly killing a sword walker-level warrior. I frowned as I looked at poor Halen. I didn't know much about mages myself. In this backwater, there was no way such exalted figures would appear. I had never seen one in my life. The first being I'd met who wielded spiritual power was that orc elder from before. I hadn't even heard many stories about mages. In short, this was an unknown enemy. I didn't know how mages fought or how to fight one. But, must you both go see my master yourselves? Do you have a better idea? What about reporting him? While I was thinking, Halen timidly offered an alternative. My master's a black mage. He broke the rules of his tower and got expelled. The Sky Empire's been chasing him ever since because of all the terrible things he's done. A fugitive, then? If you report him, the pursuers will come and take him away. The Sky Empire will send its terrifying judges. A fugitive from the Sky Empire, huh? That wasn't a bad suggestion. Rather than recklessly fighting an unknown mage, it'd be better to leave it to someone experienced in Somion used to hunting mages, someone who already knew about him. And if we reported it, we might even get rewarded. The Sky Empire was known for its generosity. No one handled matters more efficiently than them. The Sky Empire Velma was the strongest nation on the continent, after all. But there was one problem. I don't know how to contact them, and even if we did, do you realize how far the Sky Empire is from here? We can't just sit around and wait. Halen's eyes trembled at my words. But still, wouldn't that be better than facing him yourselves? I saw you kill those golems. You're strong, I know, but I don't think anyone can beat my master. He's a demon. The fear rooted in Halen's heart ran deep. As I looked at her pale face, feeling an unexpected pang of pity, Liam spoke. A demon, she says. How amusing. Only those who have never set foot in the land of despair would say such things. They've never seen a real demon. Young descendant, are you afraid? Of facing a mage you've never seen before? I looked inward toward Liam and muttered silently, yes. I am. There's no need to fear. Let me tell you something interesting. The steel blood flowing through our veins holds the power to bring despair to tricksters like those mages. It was as if he had read my thoughts. That's why, long ago, mages used to call the caravan domain by another name. He smiled faintly. The grave of mages. Guided by the ragged little girl, Halen, we arrived near a small cabin hidden in thick undergrowth. Dark, ominous energy pulsed around it, far thicker and heavier than what had spread near the village. I turned to Liam before stepping closer. "What do you think we should do?" "What do you mean?" "He's an intruder, yes, but he hasn't harmed me directly yet. Shouldn't we at least try to talk first, like we always do?" True. So far, all he's done is spy on the estate. My usual method was to confirm intentions through conversation before taking action. Even if he was a wicked black mage, killing someone just for that title didn't sit right with me. But still, I'm not sure this time. This opponent was different. Unlike ordinary trespassers with mere weapons, this one commanded mysteries with gestures. Was it right to give such a foe time to act? Would it not be better to strike first, swiftly and silently? As doubts swirled in my mind, Liam said, "Do as you will, young descendant. If you sneak in like an assassin and strike him down, I won't blame you. If you face him openly and die for it, I won't blame you either. Every choice and consequence will be your own." His tone sharpened. "Do as your will commands you to the end. As befits steel. That is the caravan way. My master was the same as ever, he never imposed his will upon me." After a brief silence, curiosity made me ask, "If it were you, master, what would you have done?" "I would have killed him." No hesitation in his answer. "I would never forgive a mage bold enough to covet my domain." Was that the way of the old caravans? No. Liam glanced at me, his gaze colder than usual. "That was my way. So choose your own." His eyes gleamed like tempered steel gold, unyielding. "And somehow lonely, so you won't regret it." In the dark, damp cabin, Jerry Selfit gnawed at his fingernails, a habit of his whenever he was displeased. Why? He was far from satisfied with the current situation. Why do these pests keep appearing to interfere with me? By chance, he had discovered a fine mansion within this provincial estate. Compared to the home he once had in his homeland, it was modest, but after years on the run, it felt luxurious enough. He'd been thrilled by the thought of turning it into his new haven, building a magical labyrinth, crafting his perfect lair. But in an instant, everything was ruined. Why? The territorial control spell he had cast had been dismantled effortlessly. The intricate magic he'd prepared had collided with some sort of spiritual power and shattered. Jerry realized it wasn't caused by a magical artifact but a spiritual one, wielded by someone with power far surpassing his own. Why? He had immediately ordered Halen to destroy the spiritual artifact. Such tools excelled in spiritual defense but were weak to physical ethics typical of shamanic charms. If the girl died cursed for touching it, so be it. That wasn't his concern, but Halen failed. He realized this when all his golems ceased functioning. Soth one in that estate wasn't just that young sword walker girl, someone else was there. Who dares ruin my noble plans? Why? His fury boiled over. Everything he'd planned was in shambles. By now, he should have already claimed the mansion, washed himself clean, changed into fine clothes, and laid upon a soft bed with wine and lamb beside him. That was the dream he'd had last night, a dream of regaining the peaceful life he'd lost for decades, thanks to the hunters from the Mage Tower and the Sky Empire. Jerry's rage was uncontrollable. His eyes burned red, and the darkness within the cabin writhed around him. Then through that Silencian, unfamiliar voice broke through. "I have a question. Are you a trespasser or a neighbor?" Jerry frowned and turned his head. There stood a young man of striking beauty, almost delicate enough to be mistaken for a woman. "If you're simply hungry, I can share food. If you need a place to stay, I'll give you a house. Our village has plenty of supplies and spare rooms. So answer me. What? Are you here to threaten my village as an intruder, or are you willing to settle peacefully as a neighbor?" Hearing the young man's noble, courteous tone, Jerry's expression twisted. He could feel traces of his own mana on the boy. That meant only one thing: this pretty-faced brat was the one who destroyed his golems. The one who ruined his plan. Jerry glared coldly at him. "Whether I'm an intruder or a neighbor isn't for you to decide. That village is already mine because I've decided it is so. So your question is meaningless." "I see. You're not one for conversation." The young man sighed deeply, his calm demeanor only fueling Jerry's anger further. Instead of shouting, the old mage moved. He muttered a short incantation. Mana surged, forming destructive magic that seized and tore living flesh apart. The spell shot toward the young man hidden in the shadows. He didn't move. He simply drew his sword. In the pitch-black darkness, the blade shone proudly. The sword traced graceful arcs through empty air. He wasn't merely practicing sword forms, Jerry could see it clearly. Mana was flowing along the sword's path. It surged like waves, gathered, thinned, and then formed a single line. That line touched Jerry's magic hand, shattered it. Like glass struck by a stone. What? It was something Jerry Selfit couldn't comprehend even with all his decades of magical study. His eyes trembled violently. Cutting magic with a sword? Impossible. No mere sword walker could ever do that. Just as one couldn't grasp running water with bare hands, so could not slice magic. This cuts easily. Indeed, Jerry had no idea. Throw another one. I've got the feel for it now. That the young man before him was Caravan, and that he go on, again, was a descendant of Steel, the ancient bane of all mages, long thought extinct in history. Chapter 43, The Black Mage. Part 3, If a swordsman and a mage were to fight, who would win? That question had long been debated. Even in the arena of the Steel City, it was one of the most popular topics: who was stronger, sword or magic. People of all ages, genders, and races argued about it endlessly. After all, throughout history, both the sword and magic had been the weapons of countless great figures. Naturally, discussions of what was strongest always included them. And after centuries of debate, scholars had reached one conclusion: the most important factor is conditions. Just as swordsmen had 5 realms, mages too had stages of mastery. If one's realm surpassed the others, the higher would win. So for a fair comparison, assume they were equal in realm. Then who would win between a swordsman and a mage of the same realm? Even then, there was a crucial condition. It depends on whether the swordsman's level is above or below that of a sword walker. That was the consensus reached by scholars after endless discussion. If a novice mage fought a sword beginner, the apprentice would win easily. Even against a sword walker, the mage holds the advantage. No matter how experienced the knight, without stepping beyond that threshold, he cannot defeat a mage. This line appeared again and again in books about sword and magic. Those below the level of sword walker can never defeat a mage. The path, the unique power of sword walkers, grants a swordsman superhuman ability, but it only affects the body and extends perception. Mages, on the other hand, manipulate external mana to alter reality. If a swordsman cannot interfere with that magic, he's just a fool waving a blade. Everyone knew this, and Black Mage Jerry Selfit knew it better than most. He had lived it, had proven it himself. Jerry had never gone to war nor trained in combat magic, yet he had once killed a mounted knight in moments. The knight's shining armor had done nothing. Before Jerry's spell, the man had died helplessly. A swordsman stuck at sword walker could never match a mage. Only after surpassing that realm, ascending to sword runner, did the balance begin to tilt. And that was why Jerry Selfit could not believe what was happening now. What in the world? The old man's voice trembled as the gleaming blade before him sliced through all his spells. What is that thing? When I entered the cabin, the mage within Jerry Selfit looked, at first glance, like an ordinary old man. His robe was filthy, but his demeanor wasn't shabby. Yet the ominous mana swirling around him made it clear Thais was a true mage. Instead of killing him by surprise with Fang, I chose to face him openly. That was always my way and would continue to be. But conversation proved impossible. Mages, they were not creatures of reason. Lately, I've been meeting a lot of people I can't talk to. Xiao Yun, the orcs in the mountain sit, was becoming a pattern. If Xiao Yun could have read my thoughts, she probably would have smacked me on the head. Anyway, the moment I sensed the dark mana pulsing around Jerry, I drew my sword. And then, as his body shuddered with black mana, a path flashed before my eyes. Not mine eyes. A line of energy extended from Jerry Selfit toward me. Just before it reached me, I swung my sword and cut it. The old mage's expression froze, as if something impossible had just happened. What is this? He muttered another incantation, waving his hands in the air. Each time, I saw multiple paths forming. Before they could complete, I sliced them one by one. After cutting through 3 or so, I realized what was happening. Oh ho, so your talent finally shines, young descendant. You're reading the path of the magic itself. What I had just seen were the trajectories of Jerry's forming spells. An astonishingly sharp intuition. To detect such minute fluctuations in that fleeting instant and destroy them. Apparently, what I'd done instinctively was something rare. Of course, not just anyone could do it. Normally, a sword walker's blade can't even touch magic. Then, it's possible because your body and sword are infused with the steel path. Liam smiled faintly. The hardest, most unbreakable path in existence combined with your suspicion has birthed a sword capable of such feats. I looked at Jerry Selfit's wide, disbelieving eyes. What? What are you? The old mage shouted in panic. Instead of answering, I charged, sword in hand. He stumbled back, hastily chanting. This time, his mana surrounded himself rather than me. Why do you stand in the way of my noble path? Darkness erupted around his body. Since his direct attacks failed, he'd wrapped himself in magic-like armor. His form swelled, his small frame growing monstrous. I held my position, watching carefully. Suspicion. Jerry was now within my path. That meant I could sense every change in his body. His bulk isn't an illusion, his strength truly increased. His body's been reinforced like he's wearing another creature's hide. I fixed my gaze on him like a predator sizing up its prey. Transformed into a hulking monster, Jerry didn't rush me mindlessly. The darkness covering him seemed meant not for offense but protection. Whatever his plan, I didn't care. As a swordsman, I had to close the distance. Keeping my distance would only give him the advantage, so I moved first. I lunged without warning to deny him time to react, and something strange happened. No matter how fast I ran, the distance didn't close. The cramped cabin around us had expanded into a vast plain. Jerry, who'd been within reach, was now far away. An illusion? Not illusion. Then what? Something akin to what that orc elder did before. The old mage hasn't banished you to the spirit world, but he's reshaped this space into something like it. This is why one never enters a mage's lair lightly. That cabin seems it's his labyrinth. So Jerry had prepared this space in advance. He began chanting again in the distance. I sprinted before the new spell could form. Again, I saw path-thin threads of forming magic. Before they solidified, I cut them down. Jerry's face twisted in frustration. My steps thundered across the distorted ground. I was running faster than any wild horse. As the gap closed, the terrain warped beneath my feet, me balance breaking, my body pitching forward. Ha! I almost fell, but twisted midair and landed cleanly. Jerry laughed. You can only cut spells aimed directly at you, can't you? Of course, you're nothing but a sword walker. His crimson eyes gleamed with scorn. You can't see the spells shaping your surroundings. You can break direct magic, but not ambient magic. Now that I know your trick, you're nothing special. A pitiful little swordsman with a parlor trick. He was Sharf had figured it out. And he was right. I hadn't seen his spell when he twisted the terrain. My sharpened suspicion reacted only to direct attacks. He'd seen through me. So that's all you are? I was impressed for a moment, but no longer. Tell me, are you half demon? Or the bastard of one of the great 5 houses? Your body fascinates me. Ah, no matter. A mage finds his own answers. He laughed hoarse and triumphant. I'll tear you apart, lay your body out in the mansion courtyard, dissect every piece, and uncover the secret of your trick. What delightful research this will be. He was already celebrating victory. I found that irritating. Even if he'd seen through me, the fight wasn't over. Yet he wagged his tongue as if it was. So I decided to show him that nothing was finished yet. This is why I hate mages. I drew in a deep breath, my eyes fixed on the distant Jerry Selfit, deeper than usual until my chest burned and lungs ached. My heartbeat quickened, and beneath it pulsed a second rhythm. The mana heart throbbed, thickening the paths spreading through my veins. Heat surged through me, and the world slowed. The countless paths I'd spread narrowed, condensing into a few slender lines. I raised my head slowly, met Jerry's eyes, and charged like a beast. You think that'll work again? Jerry smirked, confident but not for long. My speed far surpassed his expectations, truly unbelievable speed. I became an arrow. Jerry hastily slammed a spell into the ground. The earth twisted, spikes bursting upward, piercing through my soles and feet. Pain flared, but I didn't stop. Even if flesh tore and bone cracked, I stepped forward. Wah wild, like an orc great warrior who never fled. Thud me footsteps roared. Jerry shouted another spell. The ground split, forming countless stone spears that flew toward me, but none reached me. My sword swept them aside effortlessly. Sin, stop! He turned the ground into a swamp, but it was useless. I kept running undeterred. Even when I tripped and rolled hard enough to crack my nose, I sprang back up and ran. Spells poured endlessly, but I didn't stop. Step by step, I closed the gap. Finally, I was right in front of him. You beast! Trusting in his magical armor, he swung his monstrous hand at me. A grave mistake. What kind of mage tries to brawl with a swordsman? I swung smoothly, slicing his arm clean off. Then moved with graceful precision, cutting through his torso fettles, twilight, a knight's perfect swordsmanship. His arm flew into the air. I seized it, threw it over my shoulder, and flipped him using his own weight sword wrestling, a technique of balance and leverage capable of toppling even giants. Boom! Jerry's body slammed into the floor. Before he could recover, my sword pierced his throat. GGHRK. With that dying groan, the twisted surroundings fade. The cabin returned to normal. The spells unraveled. Jerry shrank back into a frail old man. Why you? You're human, are you? In his trembling eyes, I saw my reflection, but it wasn't human. It was an Orkfang's beard, wielding a massive blade, unyielding and wild. I can't. End like this? I'm meant for a noble life. I deserve it. As life faded from his eyes, he spat blood and chanted one last spell. I tried to end him, but the spell was completed first. I will not die to some sword-wielding brute. I am mage. I will never die. Black smoke rose from his body and dread swept the room. I sensed the danger instantly. Damn it, the bastard's trying to drag us down with him. What do you mean? He's sacrificing himself to turn this area into a land of death. A filthy, forbidden spell. My eyes widened. This area? Your domain will be caught as well. I could read the mana's floathe spell he was casting as he died carried terrible power. Even with the Orc Elder's guardian stone, the corruption would surely reach my lands. That was something I could never allow. There's no way to stop it. Not for you, not yet. Liam's eyes were cold. Don't be foolish, boy. Run. These damned mages. If you were at least a sword runner, I could have taught you how to cut through darkness. As Liam cursed, Jerry began laughing. Ghahaha, I will not die. I'll seep into this land, turn it all to death. I am eternal. He must have sensed my fury. His laughter grew louder as my anger burned. I wanted nothing more than to kill him again and again. But that would change nothing. My frustration turned inward, because I was still weak. Because I was only a sword walker. Because my blade was still too feeble to cut through such evil. And then get back, or you'll be no. What? Never mind, you don't need to move. Liam's voice changed calm certain. At that same moment, I will corrupt this law. Jerry's head burst like a melon. Blood splattered the walls. The cabin fell silent. The dark energy vanished completely. What the hell? While I stood there stunned, Liam said, That orc seems to like you quite a bit. Why are you not coming out yet, shaman? In the sacred ground of the orcs, high in the mountain range, a great warrior called into the tent of the Orc Elder. After a moment, the tent flaps opened, and the Elder Sherdike merged slowly. I'm out, you impudent brat. Everyone's waiting. What were you doing? Sherdike chuckled deeply. I was watching an amusing human friend. He had a nasty bug on him, so I secretly squashed it for him. Puhy hell. The great shaman laughed heartily, then lifted his gaze to the night sky. The stars twinkled faintly above. In them, Sherdike saw their movement patterns that revealed the future. And in that glimpse of the near future, he grinned, revealing his fangs once more. Descendant of steel, may you not break too soon. Endure. The true darkness has yet to come. Live Longan show me battles worth watching, as did all those lost descendants of steel long ago. And just like that, the crisis ended. Black Mage Jerry Selfit was dead, and his dying curse had failed. A faint unease remained, but the result was perfect. The Black Mage who had threatened my land was gone, and the domain stood unharmed. It couldn't have gone better. Well, almost. Why you really killed my master? Yes. Thank you, truly, but there's one more thing. The orphan girl, Halen, spoke hesitantly. See, could I stay in this village? I have nowhere else to go. She wanted to become one of USA new neighbor. I can wash dishes, clean, cook, I know lots of recipes. And also, to be precise, I can use magic. A young mage had asked to join my domain. Chapter 44, The Black Mage, Part 4. Lord, Jerry Selfit was a proper mage, a terrible person, yes, but still. Mages may be petty and vengeful, but they don't forget favors either. Even just the fact that he kept me alive while dragging me all the way out here proves it. What are you trying to say? I asked, watching Halen speak in a pitiful tone. What was she suddenly talking about? Was she actually trying to praise the dead black mage? Had she perhaps grown attached to him while traveling together? As I looked at her curiously, Halen slowly raised her hand. Jerry Selfit took me in as a servant and taught me magic. At the same time, I saw grotesque creatures walking toward us from afar. There must have been dozens of them, huge beings. If you'll let me stay here, I'll serve as a useful mage. Please accept me as a resident. The golems were moving in perfect sync with Halen's gestures. How about it? Her trembling eyes met mine. I looked back at her for a moment, then smiled. Welcome to your new home. And just like that, a naive mage who knew nothing of the world became our newest neighbor. A girl of tragic fate, once the servant of a former black mage, Halen had joined us as a new neighbor. I was even prepared to free her completely if she wished. With Jerry Selfit dead, there was no reason to harm her anymore. But Halen chose of her own will to stay in our territory. That alone raised a few questions for me. Why would someone with magical ability choose to remain here? So I asked directly, without hiding my doubt. If she truly possessed the power of a mage, it wouldn't be difficult to live comfortably in the Iron Kingdom. With her master gone, her life could have been far happier, yet she had decided to remain here. Her answer was simple. If I use this magic outside, I'll die. The magic Halen used wasn't ordinary. Most of what Jerry Selfit had taught her was forbidden, and her spells carried a sense of ominous dread. If she kept using such magic in the cities, it would only be a matter of time before she was discovered, and once that happened, the mages of the Sky Empire would hunt her down. And in this continent, there exists no one who can forever escape the eyes of the Sky Empire. You may run for a while, but eventually, you will face heaven's judgment. That is why the Empire is called the Sky Empire. And besides, there's still so much I don't know. Wandering alone in the Iron Kingdom scares me. I'm too young to know how to live by myself. Her second reason sounded plausible enough. She had lived a foolish, dependent life, dragged around like a slave by a black mage. She didn't yet know how to stand on her own. And this village reminds me of my hometown. I just like it here. Children are easily swayed by their surroundings. A girl who had long lived under control couldn't help but develop an attachment to others. The familiar peace of our domain must have comforted her trauma. In the end, instead of placing her faith in an uncertain future, she found security in the ones who had freed her from her tormentor. That was the conclusion my cautious mind reached. If I listed the facts, things looked quite favorable. Imagine no matter her level was undeniably a valuable asset. I had gained a mage with great potential. She was young, inexperienced, and easily guided. She would listen well. And a traumatized girl rarely betrays or leaves the one who saved her. Things seem to have turned in your favor, my young descendant. Indeed, as Liam said, things were looking good. Yes, but I was not the sort of person who lived only by suspicion and logic. What I liked most about accepting Halen as a new neighbor was something else entirely. Our land is a fine place to live, isn't it? The scenery's magnificent too. Since you can appreciate that, I'd say you'll fit right in. Yes, our land was beautiful, and the fact that she recognized that made her an excellent person in my book. When Xiao Yun first arrived, she said it looked livable but had nothing else. But our domain actually has quite a few things to brag about. Ha ha ha. Petty brat. You remembered that word for word. I'll remember it for life. Your pettiness rivals that of a mage, young descendant. Even today, my master offered his version of praise. Thank you for the compliment. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. And thus, with Halen's arrival, our domain began to change little by little. This guardian stone, you said you received it from a high orc shaman, right? You can't place it like that. You'll lose half its power. It should go to the west. The security of the domain improved almost instantly. Mages were masters of defense. Once they settled, their fortifications were second to none. Halen began installing basic magical formations throughout the estate and rearranged the Orc Elder's guardian stone properly. She also positioned several golems as guards. Lifeless sentinels that required no rest now watched the borders around the clock. The leftover golems can help repair old houses or work the fields. I noticed there's a lot of fertile land just sitting idle. Our stagnant land slowly began to breathe again. Whether it was her nature or her desire to prove her worth, Halen worked diligently. Thanks to her, I could finally see life returning to the domain. It brought back memories, memories I hadn't recalled in a long while. From the mansion atop the hill, I used to look down upon a view much like Thishumble yet warm, people living together in harmony. Feeding livestock, milking cows, sharing food and laughter. On festival days, we'd feast and dance beneath the stars. Arhin, come here, your father has a funny story to tell. Unbidden, those days surfaced in my mind. It was almost as though I could smell my father's shirt again. Before the warm bonfire, I would lean against his chest and listen to his tall tales. My father's bright laughter, my mother's delighted giggle. The taste of juicy barbecue and Lady Herf's stew. The butler draping a blanket over me when I nodded off, and the soft touch of fireflies landing on my cheek. Little gladiator. But those days would never return. Time lost cannot be regained. All urgent matters are done now, aren't they? When I blinked, that nostalgic scenery vanished. In its place stood the quiet village and Halen, busy at work. Sial Yoon was there too, expressionless as ever, giving me a slight nod. I wonder how strong you've become. Let's cross blades. Yes, nostalgia was always best kept brief. I knew what I had to do. Very well. To move forward, higher ever higher. Much time had passed since Halen became our neighbor. While she worked diligently for the domain, I hadn't been idle either. My days were filled with training and sparring. That's a tricky one. Even after gaining this new body, I never skipped my daily training. Liam had said that if you set your sword down even for a day, your body would stiffen. I took that advice to heart. The weight of your sword feels different now. It's not so easy anymore, even without using those strange techniques. In my spare time, I sparred with Sial Yoon. She was an excellent opponent and sometimes, even my master. Her insight always amazed me. Her way of looking at the sword was different from mine, and that often helped me grow. I hope that one day I can defeat you purely with skill. That'll never happen. After countless repetitions of that routine, my sword grew steadier. I learned to adapt to my new, stronger body, to wield wild instinct properly against other swordsmen, and to refine numerous small techniques. Little gladiator, you're growing fast, but you still reek of a rookie. Our sparring took many forms: full duels with live blades, practice bouts with wooden swords, and guided matches for refining technique. I never once defeated Sial Yoon in the practice duels. Her mastery and precision far outclassed mine. But in real combat, I often won. The line flowing within my steel blood gave me an almost unfair edge-end, wild instinct, made my physical power surpass hers. One day, Sial Yoon said to me, "You've got a knack for dogfights." Dogfights? You fight differently when you're following rules and when you're not. When you're pushed into a desperate struggle when both sides have to pour out everything, you become monstrously strong. I already knew that. Brushing dust off her clothes, she said, "Let's go again." Of course. Time flowed and both our blades grew sharper. How long has it been? Young descendant. Liam suddenly spoke to me. It's about time you reached for a higher place. A higher place? Wings. His words were short yet powerful. You've run far enough. Now you must fly. That single phrase seized my mind entirely. Liam smiled faintly and then, as always, he repeated the words I knew by heart. It's time to devour a new sword, my young descendant. Late that night, Liam completely stole my sleep away. Steel blood flows within our bodies, and within that steel runs mana as hard as iron itself. To become a sword beginner, you forged a heart of steelone that could not be scratched by anything. Yes, I remember. And after becoming a sword walker, what did you do? You drew the linear path of steel none could block, unmatched by any other. As he said, the traits I had gained with each advancement were extraordinary. The caravan bloodlines, steel, brought forth unique powers. This time will be no different. But it will be far more dramatic, and my master never lied when it came to the sword. Only when wings sprout does the true power of steel blood awaken. Of course, this time would be no exception. But the greater the gain, the harsher the trial. When was it ever easy? True enough, but from here onward, the pain will be beyond comparison. Liam looked down at me, his gaze colder than ever, like tempered iron. Do you know? The sword runner's stage is where countless swordsmen break. From here on lies the realm of true talent. The word wings carries divine weight. Those not chosen by the gods will never take flight, no matter how they struggle. His words were not unfamiliar. I knew of one knight who had devoted his entire life, yet failed to cross that wall. Me kindly neighbor, my one-time self, the former owner of Twilight Fettle. I know. Having seen his memoir shaving devoured that despair, I understood. Liam fell silent for a while, then spoke again. For the caravan bloodline, taking flight is even harder. Our steel blood never grants power without pain. Your trial will be agony beyond compare. I'm ready. Let this be my warning. The coming time will be terrible. Even your will may not endure. You will want to quit. You will curse the day you ever took up the sword. Perhaps, but that's fine. My master had never given such a grim warning before. Before me now stood not the kind master who joked with me, but Liam Caravan, the distant ancestor, the great swordmaster. His words were as sharp and cold as a blade. I felt fear. I didn't know what awaited me, but I couldn't retreat. Even though I was terrified, I had to move forward. Even if I'm driven mad with despair, even if I regret my vengeance to the core, I won't let go of my sword. Even if I can't soar, I'll die gripping it. That was the caravan way I had inherited. There's no paradise for those who run. That was the way of the orcs I'd learned through wild instinct. I must become a swordmaster, because only a swordmaster can kill another swordmaster. Arhin Caravan, that was my way. I like it, young descendant. Liam nodded slowly. Good. And then, from now on, you must devour 3 swords. A new goal was set before me. Those 3 blades will be unlike anything you've consumed before. You'd better stay sharp. This time, my master wasn't joking, because one misstep and the sword will devour you. The next morning, as the sun rose, I finished my preparations. My next destination, the steel city of Firma, that is to say, Arena. Chapter 45, Sword Demon, Part 1. The reason I was headed for the arena was simple. You must go to the Colosseum of the Steel City, young descendant. It's not a Colosseum, it's an arena, master. How long are you going to keep calling it that? I get that it's an old habit, but still. Stop nitpicking and listen. It was because my great master who always pointed me toward the right path told me to. Even if he was a man from an ancient age who kept using outdated words, when it came to the sword, there was no one more trustworthy. And stop entertaining blasphemous thoughts. Yes, sir. Anyway, Liam told me to go to the arena. As usual, my skeptical nature couldn't help but ask, is there a specific reason I must go to the arena? It wasn't sarcasm. I genuinely wanted to know. Because the arena wasn't on my list of destinations. The reason was simple. I don't think the arena will be of much help to me right now. And why do you think that? Because the me of now is too different from the me of then. After my last match there with Xiao Yun, I had become a fighter bearing the silver medal. Back then, I was a sword beginner who had absorbed only 2 swords. But now I had a victory against a knight who had reached the level of a sword runner, even if he was incomplete. I could even duel Xiao Yun's so-called Black Bride, who had been evaluated at a gold medal level even back then on even terms. And the Xiao Yun of now was far stronger than she had been then. To put it simply, frankly, silver medal level duels won't help me anymore. I had become too strong to gain anything from fighting silver medal fighters. What I needed now were stronger opponents. Liam nodded. You're not wrong. Seeing my master readily agree, I continued. Then, is it because of the Hall of Honor? Did you tell me to go there so I could rush through promotion matches and get a good sword? That is indeed one of the reasons. There are countless treasures, their blades you might call jewels, but that's not the decisive reason. Not the decisive reason? What did he mean by that? Steel blood grows endlessly as it devours blades. But what matters most is the process of digestion. No matter how great the sword you consume, if you cannot properly digest it, it will never melt into your body. It's like the process of forging a masterpiece sword. Even if you throw every rare, famous metal of the continent into the furnace, you won't create a great blade. Only by carefully selecting the ore, melting it down, hammering it again and again without risk can a true sword be born. Liam's eyes met mine. Whatever you devour, you need a proper trial to temper yourself, to become unbreakable steel. Then, there lies such a trial in the Kalaisuma trial that will make you solid. That's why you must go. He called the arena a coliseum again, but this time I didn't correct him. I only looked at him with questioning eyes. And soon, he added, "Have you ever heard of the infinite duel?" A nostalgic expression appeared on Liam's face. It is a battle that every caravan, bearer of steel blood, must experience. A trial drenched in blood where one dances on the razor's edge between life and death. It's the kind of battle you need right now, young descendant. The way he described it sounds absolutely dreadful. Say it with spirit. Just hearing about it made my head hurt. Still, I suppose I'll have to go anyway. I was going to follow Liam's words regardless, and we both knew it. If it'll make me stronger. I knew you'd say that, young descendant. We shared a resolute look. Yes, you're going to the arena all of a sudden? At least until I told Xiao Yun I was heading for the steel city of Firma. Did your skills go up so much that you're itching to trample weaker fighters and feel superior? That's not a good look, and it won't help you. That's not it. Then what? You're at least a gold medal level fighter now. Maybe even higher in a life or death duel. But the little gladiator of the arena is still a silver medal. Why waste your time? And then I said it. It's not to trample the weak. I'm going to challenge the infinite duel's trial that'll make me stronger. What? Infinite duel? Her face twisted. Little gladiator, where did you even hear about that? Why do you look so concerned? She fell silent for a moment, then gave me a peculiar look on that clearly said, "You idiot. You're not even qualified for it." What? Right? The infinite duel's open only to fighters with at least a gold medal. That's fine, I can earn that quick. That's not the problem. To even participate, you need a letter of recommendation. A letter signed by someone with enough authority for the arena to recognize. Just like that friendly receptionist who had said all sorts of unpleasant things the first time I'd come to the Steel City arena. I slowly turned to look at Liam. I didn't know. He gave me that same shameless expression as before. We didn't have that back in my day. Son of a watch your tongue, the infinite duel. An age-old event that had existed since Liam's time back when the arena was still called the Coliseum. Once an endless series of duels, it had now become a grand spectacle. The infinite duel is one of the arena's main events. Luckily, I checked, next one's in 3 weeks. You just need to register before it starts. So if you meet the requirements within 3 weeks, you can still enter. Thank you. You really didn't know, did you? The infinite duels held only once every 4 years. It's not something you can just sign up for on a whim. During its season, not only the Iron Kingdom but strong warriors from all over the continent flocked to the Steel City. It was one of the continent's most renowned events, a magnet for every fighter chasing glory, fame, or fortune. So yes, Xiao Yun's exasperated look made perfect sense. How foolish I must have seemed, announcing I'd just joined the infinite duel. I glanced accusingly at Liam. In my day, all you had to do was say you wanted to fight, and people lined up to oblige. These modern times are too soaked in peace. No romance left, hardly my fault. Yes, well, I should be used to it by now. He was a caravan swordmaster with not only a steel heart and steel path, but apparently also a steel face. 3 weeks, huh? Then I'll need to head to Steel City. You're still going? Yes, I may not know about the letter, but I can at least handle the first condition. I sighed as I said it. No matter what, Liam had said joining the infinite duel would help me. Shameless as he was, he'd never been wrong about the sword. So, as his descendant and disciple, I had to follow his will. As long as it wasn't too late, I'd do it. Do you have anyone who can write that recommendation letter for you? I'll find someone. At that, Xiao Yun frowned again, then she sighed. I'll go with you. With me? Yes. I'm more familiar with that place than you are. She was right. Xiao Yun, the famed Black Bride, had once been a celebrated fighter in the Steel City. Even if I had broken her unbeaten streak, her name still carried weight. I may have made enemies among the arena staff because of you, but if I say I'll participate, they won't kick me out. Those bastards would sell out their own mothers if it'd fill one more seat in the stands. Then, let's go to the Steel City of Firma. And thus, a new journey began. By now, I could leave my territory without much worry. Mage Halen was a reliable neighbor, perhaps more dependable than even Knight Fettel or Xiao Yun when it came to defense. Who would dare attack a land guarded by a mage? And she wasn't just good at defense, managed the territory beautifully too. Taking Halen in had been an excellent decision. Take care, both of you, I'll look after things here. With that small girl's farewell, we boarded the carriage and departed. As before, it took exactly 5 days of nonstop travel. At the end of those 5 days, I found myself once again in the Steel City Firma. At its center stood the massive, ornate Colosseum. The bustling noise, the clamor of people things my quiet domain lacked. Guess it's true. With the infinite duel coming soon, the city's packed. Just as Xiao Yun said, Firma was louder than I remembered. A greater number of armed people filled the streets, and among the merchants, weapon sellers were everywhere. I even saw dwarves shouting prices among them. Absent-mindedly, I brushed the hilt at my waist. I remember you saying before that you wanted to use a sword forged by a dwarf. Didn't expect you'd get one so soon, did you? It was a gift. A dwarven steel sword from Lady Dayzyth Price of giving Fettle a glorious end. As I brushed the blade's edge, I could feel how far I'd come. There was a huge difference between the me who had once come here and the me now. Not even the riffraff are picking fights anymore. Before, anyone who made eye contact with you tried to start something. Now, some even look away first. Just as Liam said, the way people looked at me had changed. When I'd been a small, scrawny sword beginner, they'd all looked down on me. But now, with a sturdier body like that of a grown warrior, few dared. As we walked through Firma, Xiao Yun spoke up. I have to go somewhere for a bit. Where? Need to contact someone. I'm thinking of joining the infinite duel myself, though I'll probably get eliminated right away, still. I gave her a puzzled look. ... Can you even get a recommendation letter? Of course, she said it casually. I graduated top of my class at the academy. Right. Xiao Yun was a genius, a top graduate of Temple, one of the Iron Kingdom's 3 great academies. People still admired her brilliance, and geniuses always loved other geniuses. She surely had plenty of powerful acquaintances willing to write her a recommendation. I'll contact maybe 20 people or so. After that, I'll take a promotion match for the gold medal. If I ask, they'll arrange one anytime. Ah, she had the connections and the influencito do it. I'd forgotten that, seeing her cooped up in our quiet domain. Yes, Xiao Yun was an elite. You should reach out too. Maybe someone's willing to vouch for you. She tossed that out casually and disappeared. A recommendation? Who in the world would give me one? I just stood there, staring blankly, then turned to Liam. What a shame. If this were my era, I could have written you 100 of those letters. Hell, the fact that you were my descendant would have had everyone bowing and scraping, enough with the old stories. What do we do now? Reality was cold. Liam coughed lightly. Well, let's get that gold medal first, we'll think after that. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. This is screwed. I decided to deal with the urgent matter first. After waiting my turn in line, I entered the arena and immediately saw a familiar receptionist. The same woman who smiled sweetly while spouting all sorts of nonsense. She smiled when she saw me, accepted my medal and records, then froze. So, you're saying you're the little gladiator? Yes. The one who fought the Black Bride and earned the silver medal? That's right. That can't be. I mean, the face looks kind of similar, sure, but nothing else matches the height, the build, the muscles. Her face went pale. Did you kill him and steal his medal? Sorry, but impersonation's forbidden here. If you want to participate in the arena, you'll need to go through proper procedures. We can't. I am the little gladiator. Please, stop. We use enchanted registration systems to prevent identity fraud, you know. If your data doesn't match, you'll be punished. Then check it. At my words, she bit her lip and pulled out a transparent device from under the table, a long rod tipped with glass. She shone it over my medal, then at my face. Her jaw dropped. Oh, it's really you? For a moment, she was speechless. Her polite smile was gone, replaced by genuine shock. Not wanting to waste time, I spoke directly. As you can see, a lot's changed. I've grown stronger too. Honestly, the silver medal doesn't match my current level anymore. You've certainly changed a lot. So I'd like to request a promotion match for the gold medal. When I went from bronze to silver, the arena had arranged the match for Metho only because they wanted to use me for spectacle. But I had no intention of wasting time now on pointless silver medal duels, so I said it plainly, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The answer was unexpected. You haven't completed enough official matches. No matter how strong you've become, there are still rules. I glared at her. The silver medal fighters won't stand a chance. The fights will end instantly. That's fine. Her polite smile returned, perfectly calm again. Some of our audience loves one-sided matches, you know? They enjoy watching a predator tear through the helpless like a wolf among sheep. So don't worry. And there it was again, that familiar madness of the arena. I actually enjoy that sort of thing myself, so prove it. You know the rules here, everything's decided by duels. Don't say you're strong. Show it with your sword. Prove it with your sword. The receptionist was right, so I didn't say anything more. I simply filled out the match applications and left. Not just one application, 15. 15 duels spread across 2 days. 7 on the first day, 8 on the second. She wanted proof, then I'd show her thoroughly. Chapter 46, The Sword Demon, Part 2. Did you hear the rumor? What rumor? They say the Black Bride has returned. That was one of the conversations overheard amidst the lively chatter in an inn of the Steel City, Firma. They say she's challenging for the gold medal this time. Is that so? You don't sound very interested. Weren't you quite the fan of the Black Bride's matches back in the day? I was, but still. She's the gladiator who lost to that worthless brat, isn't she? After her undefeated streak was broken, she never fought again. I figured she gave up once she was beaten and probably just found some man to marry. Well, yeah. Once the undefeated record's gone, she's not such a special fighter anymore. The arena was cold and heartless. Here, attention gathered in an instant, flared up, and just as quickly cooled. The arena, where battles were fought daily, overflowed with fighters. It wasn't uncommon for a fighter who once drew massive crowds to suddenly fade into obscurity overnight. And besides this was the season of the infinite duel. Everyone's attention was focused there instead. Countless powerful warriors were gathering, and the audience was waiting only for that main event. Still, anyway, one man said, leaning closer, it wasn't just because of that. Remember the little gladiator? That brat with the strange sword who darted around and brought down those huge fighters one by one. Ah, yeah, that one. He's back. And apparently, he's doing something insane. Now, everyone's attention has turned elsewhere. He's fighting 15 matches in 2 days, they say, and the arena actually approved it. Madness. It was, as they said, an utterly insane stunt by the little gladiator. And yet, doesn't that sound exciting? My heart's already racing. The Steel City was full of lunatics. Here, people went wild for madness. Burningly so. We have to see that one. Xiao Yun had received her letter of recommendation. It was supposedly written by some knight from the academy. I didn't know, a rather prestigious one, judging from the tone. He had sent it out of admiration for her genius, asking for no reward. Honestly, I was jealous. She even secured her gold medal promotion match right away. It really made my life feel twisted and unfair. It's not a feeling. It's reality. My master's teasing only made it worse, stoking a pointless irritation. But irritation alone wouldn't solve anything. I needed answers. I'm worried about the recommendation letter issue. Who around me had enough authority to be recognized by the arena? And who would willingly write me a recommendation? There were a few candidates. Lady Daisy White, who owed me a favor for fighting in Fettel's place as a proxy warrior. If she wrote one, the arena would unquestionably accept it. From what I saw of her status, Daisy was no small figure, but I had no way to contact her. I still had the pure white metal she gave me to use in times of danger, but this wasn't a time to waste it. It felt wrong to use it just for a letter, and truthfully, it reminded me of Fettel too much to break it. I'd save it for when it truly mattered. Could I ask Xiao Yun? Probably not. Her connections admired her genius, not mine. I had no idea if my talent would be enough to impress them, and I had no time to prove it. Why would those prestigious figures spend their time verifying my ability? What about old Sir Vermartinth Knight, who once told me to come back when I'd built my wings? He had the authority, yes, but there was no guarantee he'd help. And the Orc Elder, my recent friend. I briefly pictured the old orc's hearty laughter puhelhelhul and immediately dismissed the thought. No explanation needed. My connections were painfully thin. Forget it. I'll deal with the tricky problems later. I sighed deeply, then lifted my head. Before me stretched the vast circular arena, and all around me, the crowd chattered, holding snacks and beer. Yes, this time I was sitting in the stands. Not as a gladiator, but as a spectator. It's starting. I was there to watch Seol Yoon's promotion match, scheduled before mine. Now, the duel between the fighters will begin. I wasn't nervous. This sacred duel shall be dedicated to Goddess Referee, the guardian of justice. Seol Yoon, the Black Bride, would not lose this match. The arena staff didn't look kindly on the Black Bride. She had once defied their instructions in a match against the little gladiator, ruining their intended choreography. And as if that weren't enough, this foreigner from the Eastern continent refused to bow her head or act humble. Foreigners were supposed to be polite, weren't they? They hated the sight of that black-haired woman walking proudly with her chin held high. But they couldn't openly retaliate or humiliate her. The Black Bride was an academy prodigy, and among those who admired her were several influential figureseven within the Iron Kingdom. Those same people already despised the arena's planners, calling them jesters. To openly disgrace the genius they valued would surely earn their wrath. So, the planners couldn't stage her promotion match as a public execution, like they did with the little gladiator. But they could still humiliate her in subtler waspity, cowardly, and dishonorable ways, as they always did. Up next dance known as the undefeated gladiator Black Bride. Seol Yoon slowly lifted her head beneath her helmet. The gritty wind carried sand across the arena floor. The familiar pressure of countless eyes and the weight of her helm pressing down on her head were sensations she knew well. Her opponent's five brothers, the infamous Night Killers. Through her visor, she saw them clad head to toe in thick black iron armor. Black iron, said to be far tougher than ordinary steel, so hard that most blades couldn't even scratch it. Even famous knights couldn't pierce their armor. 5 brothers who have never lost against knights and swordsmen alike. And against them stands the undefeated prodigy, the Black Bride, whose first and only loss came against the little gladiator. What a thrilling matchup! Her promotion match was set as a 5-on-1, an absurd duel, and to make matters worse, the arena had chosen fighters who were the worst possible matchup for a swordswoman. I know those bastards, the Night Killer brothers. They were infamous merciless fighters who hid behind their impregnable black armor and resorted to every kind of dirty trick. Always fighting as a group of 5, they'd built their reputation crushing skilled swordsmen into despair. For Seol Yoon, they were the worst opponents imaginable. A perfect setup by the arena's petty planners to humiliate her just enough to hurt, but not enough to spark political trouble. She couldn't yet imbue her sword with mana. Her weapon wasn't sharp enough to pierce black iron. And physically, she had the natural disadvantage of being a smaller woman. The outcome was already decided in paper, at least. Now the duel shall begin. If this had been before she met Arhin, maybe so. But the Seol Yoon standing here now was no longer the same Black Bride. This sacred duel shall be dedicated to Goddess Referee, the guardian of justice. As the announcer's voice boomed, Seol Yoon slowly drew her sword. A cold, metallic ring echoed as the blade slid free of its scabbard. The ground vibrated faintly under her feet. Brothers were advancing. Black Bride, we've heard about you. Always wanted to see what the fuss was about. They say you got cocky just 'cause you had some skill. Don't you know your place? Even if you're good with a sword, you can't leave a scratch on us. Their mocking voices were followed by cruel laughter. Do you know how many knights have despaired before us? First, we'll take off that helmet to see if your face is as pretty as they say. After that, should we strip you from the top or the bottom first? Let's let the crowd decide. We'll take a vote. Seol Yoon listened in silence. The loud, deliberate taunts weren't worth responding to. These weren't amateurs they knew how to provoke, to rattle an opponent's mind. But Seol Yoon didn't fall for such mind games. Reacting to petty provocation was foolish. She narrowed her eyes, raising her sword not wildly, but precisely. One hand behind her back, the other extending the blade forward in a fencing-like stance, aimed straight at the advancing brothers. What's that supposed to be? A warning? Her voice was terrifyingly calm. You haven't studied swordsmanship long enough to understand, so I'll warn you. This is the distance my sword reaches. Step inside it, and she tilted her head slightly. You die. The Night Killers froze. Her words struck their pride like a slap in the face, mocking their record and experience. But still, they hesitated. It's not a bluff. Not bravado either. They could tell. Any true fighter could feel it. Step forward and die. Their supposedly invincible black iron armor wouldn't save them this time. Cold sweat slid down their spines. The black-haired swordswoman, smaller than any of them, no longer looked small at all. She looked like a monster with a blade. But they couldn't back down. They knew that the moment they lost their nerve, their careers as gladiators were over. Lose in a 5-on-1 and the whole arena would laugh at them. Their supporters would abandon them. Their pride would be crushed. Unacceptable. So the eldest brother took a step forward, pushing through the fear. He swung his massive iron mace. UURGH, and then one. The eldest brother collapsed to the dirt, his body stiffened mid-swing. Blood oozed thickly from a neat cut at the back of his neck. Xiao Yun flicked the blood from her blade with an emotionless gaze. Want to keep going. I can't promise to leave anyone breathing. I'll kill you one by one. No mercy, not for anyone. No one saw how she did it, not the brothers standing right before her, not even the spectators. They saw no motion, no strike, only the result. One step forward, then a fall and blood. It was as if her sword hadn't even moved. Why you bitch? The second brother lunged, swinging a vicious axe. It sliced through the air with a savage roar and Xiao Yun's blade drew a circle. A perfect, fluid circle, like an artist's stroke. The axe's trajectory twisted unnaturally, slicing through empty air. A gap opened wide. Xiao Yun's sword pierced, straight through the thin eye slit in his helm. Blood gushed down his armor as he crumpled. 2. The duel was overwhelming. Xiao Yun flicked the blood from her blade again and looked at the remaining brothers. Who's next? Grumbles rose among the arena's audience. What the hell? Why are they just standing there? They're in black iron, just rush her already. Damn it, I bet money on those brothers. I sat quietly watching, thinking. As expected, the audience has no idea what's actually happening down there. Indeed, the so-called Night Killer brothers weren't weak. They maintained a proper formation, closing in at measured distance, using their various weapons to try and pin Xiao Yun down. They clearly knew how to counter swordsmen. They'd built their fame crushing them, after all. But Xiao Yun's level was simply too high. Geniuses really are different. She seems to have copied my techniques and turned them into something new. That's what geniuses doth steal from others without hesitation. Xiao Yun had taken Mary's needle, Techniquetho's precise thrusts and refined it into her own piercing sword style. And that overwhelming destructive power in her strikes. She even managed to mimic the caravan line to some extent. It's still crude compared to the real line, but to display something like that without the steel blood. Remarkable. The Night Killers quickly lost their will to fight. They surrendered to save their lives, and the crowd booed them loudly, shouting insults. They would likely never stand in the arena again, but it wasn't their fault. Xiao Yun was simply too strong for a silver medal bout. If only that girl were my descendant, Tusk, how'd she end up with such a fool instead? Thank you. I brushed off Liam's, grumbling as usual. As Xiao Yun's promotion match ended anticlimactically, the audience muttered complaints. Boring. Waste of time. But among those voices, one stood out clearly. So what? I rose slowly from my seat. The crazy bastard's match is about to start anyway. That's what we're really here for. Right. The little gladiator's about to fight 7 matches in a row, isn't he? It was time to leave the stands and step into the arena myself. It was time for our Hanto become the gladiator, Liam. Chapter 47. The Sword Demon. Part 3. Fighting as many duels as possible in a short span of time, that was the method I chose to prove my strength to the arena. In these matches, I had to show beyond doubt that I was a fighter far above the level of a silver medal. That meant I couldn't simply win the upcoming 10+ duels. This sacred duel shall be dedicated to Goddess Referee, the guardian of justice. I had to win overwhelmingly, even more decisively than Xiao Yun. Not just against the other fighters, but in a way even the spectators could accept without question. Is this a fake? How the hell is this supposed to be the little gladiator? Did a black mage capture you and do some modification surgery or something? Or did you just eat monster meat from the slums? My first opponent of the day was a talkative one. The audience's reaction was strange as well. Some of them still remembered me, and the sudden change in my appearance caused a stir. But the loud chatter soon faded. Bastard, I asked you a K-Circ. I knew the true nature of this place. The people here didn't come to the arena out of affection for any particular fighter. They didn't care who you were, how you looked, or what happened to you. All they wanted was entertainment, something thrilling. As long as you could give them that, No one cared that the small boy they once cheered for had become a broad-shouldered young man. Ugh, entertainment, that was all that mattered. That was the law of this arena. And from their perspective, my duels would be very entertaining. Ooh, holy shit. Thud. My opponent, who had been mouthing off only seconds, crashed face first into the dirt. The duel ended in an instant. The fighter's eyes rolled back as he drooled and twitched on the ground. I slid my sword back into its sheath and said flatly, "Next." Just one word, and the crowd exploded. Woo-oh, crazy bastard. I'm betting everything I've got on you, little gladiator. Hell yeah, bring out the next one. He didn't even warm up yet. As the spectators screamed and the unconscious fighter was dragged away, the arena staff hurried to bring in the next opponent. I had 7 fights scheduled back-to-back. The audience's excitement would only keep growing. I glanced up at the stands. Liam, little gladiator. I no longer fought while running away with a needle-thin blade. Among the swords I devoured were now heavier, more feral ones. Blades that weren't born from humans but from orcs. Wild, primal, and thrilling kind that made audiences' hearts race. Today, I decided to set their hearts ablaze. You're the lunatic who scheduled 7 fights in a day, huh? Guess you just got lucky in the first one. A massive fighter appeared, built like a barbarian. My second opponent. He swaggered in bare-chested, muscles bulging. As soon as I faced him, I dropped my sword to the ground. Are you mocking me, you bastard? I didn't need a sword. With a single breath, strength beyond human limits filled my body. The physique that wild instinct granted me was as solid as steel. I charged straight in and slammed my fist into his jaw. Bone cracked under my knuckles. Gah, in that instant, my path read the movements of his muscles. A sword walker doesn't need a blade to dominate in close combat just like this. GKK gah. I dodged every attack he threw, and in return, struck every opening he showed. His bare torso was covered in bruises and blood before long. When his teeth scattered across the sand, I kicked him square in the forehead, sending him limp. Next! The crowd's reaction was exactly what I expected. Woo-ah, this guy's insane. The next 5 fights went the same way. Each one ended explosively, the crowd roaring louder every time. By the 6th, even other fighters began surrendering preemptively after seeing me fight. That was how my first 7 matches ended in no time at all. No thoughts of conserving stamina or fighting efficiently, just pure, raw spectacle. For those moments, I didn't feel human, I felt like an orc. And later that night, I can't sleep. I have to go again tomorrow. That mad bastard's incredible. Even in the taverns, my name echoed late into the night. I couldn't help but smile. After checking my condition, I let myself rest. The sound of insects and distant drunken laughter became white noise. Moonlight filtered through the window, clean and bright. And when the next day came, I'll give you the chance to fight for the gold medal. I received an unexpected offer, much sooner than I thought. While I was preparing for my remaining 8 matches, an arena representative came to the inn where I stayed. How they found me, I didn't ask. With the kind of network the arena had in this steel city, tracking a single gladiator was nothing to them. What mattered was why they came. Little gladiator, we've all seen your strength after yesterday. That's why I came in person. I guarantee watching you crush weaklings 8 more times would be boring. Dominance is only exciting the first few times, repetition dulls the thrill. We can't have the heat of the crowd cooling into boredom. A proper arena planner must always keep the audience satisfied. With the attention you're getting, it's only natural to move you up. What other silver medal fighter could draw this kind of crowd? You're a rare opportunity. The man chuckled softly. You have real talent as a gladiator. Even back when you were a bronze medalist, you drew attention naturally. You have the gift of a star. And what exactly are you proposing? Let's cancel today's 8 matches and hold 1 promotion match instead. If you win, you'll wear the gold medal immediately. It was a tempting offer. Not more than that, it was excellent. Why waste time on 8 pointless fights when I could rise straight to gold? Still, I didn't accept right away. I'd like to hear the details of the promotion match. After all, I remembered what happened last time. I could still recall the malice hidden behind their offers. Ha, suspicious, aren't you? I get that a lot. He laughed briefly, then said, It's not a particularly difficult, no need to lie. I cut him off. Then smiled the same way he did. I know it's a crap match, just say it plainly. Maybe it was the orc influence, but my tone had grown rougher. Still, the representative didn't seem offended. In fact, he laughed heartily. Yes, fine. To be honest, it's a damn nasty match. I picked it myself, but it'll be entertaining. A fight so thrilling it'll steal the crowd's breath away. Absolutely delightful. I see. Yes, of course you'll do it, won't you? You seem like my kind of mana-born fighter who'd burn himself alive for the audience's excitement. Isn't that why you scheduled 15 matches in the first place? Ha ha ha. His eyes gleamed with madness. Liam muttered beside me, "These insane jesters haven't changed a bit. Back in the old arena, they'd throw their own parents in the ring if it got the crowd excited." I agreed completely. That kind of gleam in his eye chilled me. Still, I nodded and asked, "Who's my opponent?" "Ah, you probably wouldn't know them. You don't see folks like this in the Iron Kingdom often, but they came running when they heard about the Infinite Duel event." He paused dramatically. "Have you ever heard of the monks?" Monk. The word used to refer to the ascetic monks of the Sky Empire, Velma. They trained in the Sky Mountains, devoting their lives to discipline and worship of the sun goddess, Rivrua. They cut ties with the mortal world, severed their desires, and honed their bodies and souls beyond their limits. Mysterious figures rarely seen in the Iron Kingdom. They always show up for events like the Infinite Duel, where strength and endurance are tested. Facing a monk in combat is a rare opportunity, Evan, for you. The arena representative explained, grinning. While he droned on, Liam murmured, "Monks, huh, haven't heard that name in a while. Lunatic ascetics, those ones. Accept it, it'll be an interesting experience." He smiled mischievously. I did as my master suggested and told the arena I'd accept. The representative beamed, saying he knew I wouldn't refuse. After he left, I asked Liam, "What exactly is a monk?" "To someone like you, a real pain in the ass." He gave me a look. "It'll feel like fighting a giant boulder." A giant boulder? Did he mean like an armored knight? The image didn't form clearly in my mind. I'd never seen one, nor heard any first-hand accounts. But there was no point in overthinking it. Not sure how much longer this nickname will stick. No longer small, no longer weak. From a lowly bronze medalist to a fierce fighter now on the brink of gold. The most famous silver medal gladiator in all the Steel City, Liam, the little gladiator. Woo-ah! The match was already beginning. Instead of imagining things, I'd see for myself soon enough. And his opponent from the mighty Sky Mountains, a rare monk who has journeyed far to test his strength in battle. Fighter Helen? As the announcer's booming voice echoed, I saw him, a man walking calmly across the arena floor, wearing nothing but a thin robe. His bare torso was sculpted with dense, steel-like muscle. Through the slit in his helmet, his eyes shone clear as spring water. Yes, like a clear spring. This won't be easy. The audience was initially unhappy about the cancellation of my remaining 8 matches. They'd been expecting the same fiery streak of rapid victories as yesterday. But once they heard the name of my opponent monk, a mysterious ascetic from beyond the Sky Mountains, their dissatisfaction vanished instantly, replaced by feverish excitement. I could feel their heat even from here. How easily people of the world are stirred. I envy that. When I still lived among them, I too would burn with passion over the smallest things. Helen's voice was calm and moved by the cheers. That was a bad sign. An opponent who didn't get swept up in emotion was dangerous. Such people fought cleverly. So instead of replying to his musings, I focused on gathering what little information I could. Knowledge was power, especially in battle. Little gladiator Liam versus Helen, the monk from the Sky Mountains. Let's skip the talk and begin the duel. Helen's body was like a sculpture at perfection, forged by endless training. But beyond the flesh, I could sense another power within him. A force different from any swordsman or mage I'd faced, pure, untainted mana. This sacred duel shall be dedicated to Goddess Referee, the guardian of justice. Ah, but of course, we also have a follower of another goddess here today. Then let us also dedicate it to the sun goddess, Rivrua. Before the starting signal, I stayed alert, watching for any clue, any habit, any pattern in his movements. Then let the duel begin, the signal fell. With a dull thump, Helen vanished, far faster than I'd anticipated. I instantly expanded my path around me and drew my sword. My senses sharpened to their limits. A presence behind me, closing in fast. Hup, I turned sharply and swung in a wide arc. The air hissed as my blade cut through it, revealing Helen, who didn't retreat. Instead, he raised a knife hand and countered with a strange, fluid motion barehanded. I swung, ready to lose a hand if necessary, but what? My sword didn't cut him. Instead, a harsh metallic clang rang out as a powerful shock ran down my arm. It felt like striking solid steel, no harder than steel. Stay sharp, young descendant. I pulled back, resetting my stance, but Helen pursued relentlessly, not giving me even a breath. I thrust my sword to force him off, but he caught the blade between his palms, twisted it, and sent me flying. Monks are the natural enemies of blade wielders, especially swordsmen. Your toughness won't help you much here. Monks are among the few beings in this continent whose bodies can rival the caravans in hardness. Midair, his fist struck my chest. The impact rippled through my entire body, from my ribs to my fingertips. It was like being struck by lightning smashed into a boulder. For a moment, my mind went blank, but I couldn't afford to black out. I inhaled sharply and flung my sword away. Helen's gaze followed the weapon, surprised. A swordsman abandoning his blade? Unthinkable. That moment of distraction was enough. I drew Fang from my thigh and stabbed both daggers into his shoulders. The blades didn't pierce fully, but that was fine. I had another way to break through his hardness. Ha! Line. From the daggers buried in his shoulders, an explosive force surged, launching Helen high into the air and sending him crashing across the arena. Dust billowed. Through it, I saw him staggering to his feet. That was impressive resilience. His shoulders were shredded, blood dripping freely, a wound severe enough that most would call it victory. Let's continue. Of course. I want to see it. Against that strength of yours. That hardness is like steel. To think a swordsman could possess such fortitude. If only he weren't a monk. That's the truly cursed thing about monks, my young descendant. A monk was a spiritual warrior, a priest of the sun goddess. A martial artist and a healer in one. Their strength wasn't just in their hardened bodies. A golden light bloomed from Helen's skin. In moments, his torn flesh was whole again. He stepped forward through the dust, uninjured. There was only one thing I could say. What a goddamn way to duel. That's the highest praise you can give, boy. This fight wasn't going to be easy. Designation: monk, ascetic monks residing in Velma of the Sky Empire. They train in the Sky Mountains, severing ties with the mortal world. Followers of the sun goddess Revrua, they live by strict doctrines of self-restraint and denial of worldly desire. Their superb physical ability, martial skill, and divine healing power make them formidable opponents in battle. Chapter 48. The Sword Demon, Part 4. Did he actually injure a monk? How is that possible? The little gladiator's a sword runner, right? Only someone of that level could even scratch a monk. Their bodies are like living stones. The crowd in the arena was in an uproar. Not only had a monk appeared something unheard of in the Iron Kingdom, but his opponent was the little gladiator who had set the arena ablaze the day before. A troublesome opponent indeed. This might be a hard one for you, little gladiator. Among the chattering spectators sat Xiao Yun, calm and watchful. Her own promotion match had already earned her the gold medal and her letter of recommendation, granting her full qualification for the infinite duel. But Arhin, he still lacked both. That was why Xiao Yun watched this fight with such focus. Even if he's stronger now, monks are the natural enemies of swordsmen. The monks were ascetics who forged their own bodies into living weapons. Their skin was tougher than a knight's armor, their fists as powerful as war hammers capable of breaking castle walls. And even if you somehow managed to wound them, their goddess, sun goddess, Revru granted them the divine power of healing, among the most potent blessings known to any god. The mere fact that a monk had appeared in a match like this was practically a cheat. To truly face one, you need to be at least a sword runner. This match is decided already. The kid's done for. Of course he is. Those monsters train in the Sky Mountains themselves. I've only ever heard of them, never seen one. Damn it, I bet all my winnings on the little gladiator. Heck, serves you right. Should have bet smarter, my friend. The fight had barely begun, but most already treated the outcome as cert. Even Xiao Yun couldn't completely disagree. A monk at this level was simply unreasonable, and Arhin's strengths didn't counter them well. Against a monk, his steel-like resilience would lose much of its edge. And yet, you're all being rather hasty. A calm, refined voice interrupted the murmurs. Xiao Yun turned to look. "None of us can know the result before the fight is over," said the voice. "Even the great goddess Rifri herself said she cannot foresee every battle's end. That's what makes dueling sacred. From what I see, that young man's little gladiator still has every chance to win. He knows the meaning of a true struggle." The speaker was an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed neatly in a gentleman's suit, spotless despite the dust. A monocle gleamed at the corner of his eye. The surrounding spectators fell silent under his dignified tone. Xiao Yun recognized him. "I don't think I've seen you in the stands before." "Indeed, ho-ho. I may work with the Hall of Honor, but I too love the art of battle. Whenever a fighter catches my eye, I make sure to watch." The old man smiled warmly, a kind of smile that naturally put one at ease. "I don't spend all my time locked away in the Hall of Honor, you know. Besides, I'm a fan of the little gladiator." The old man Tom, the caretaker of the Hall of Honor, smiled gently. "For reference, I've bet 3 months' salary on his victory." "Normally, you'd never see a monk in a place like this," Liam said, his voice calm amid the swirling dust. "They live cut off from the mortal world. Back in the Age of War, they only descended from the mountains to quell chaos. Monks don't train to kill, they train to perfect themselves. They're nothing like us swordsmen." Fighter Helen's wounds had already healed. That level of recovery was simply absurd, almost cheating. "It'll feel unfair. Their martial arts, their bodies harder than iron, and even when wounded, they recover in moments. They look as if they were born solely for battle." He was right. No matter how I analyzed the situation, the monk before me was an opponent far beyond my current reach, both in reason and in instinct. The power they use isn't mana like ours. Instead of forming a second heart, they gather it in an organ below the navel called the danshan. They call that energy qi. That qi strengthens both body and spirit, making them tougher and enhancing their divine abilities. It's a damn troublesome thing. Fighter Helen sprang forward, and I inhaled deeply. Air filled my lungs as mana surged within me. The lines running through my body blazed to life, granting me superhuman strength. But remember, every form of power has its own strengths. None is truly superior. The sword, too, has its own virtues, my young descendant. I fixed my gaze on Helen. He stepped into my path, and in that instant, I could see a faint afterimage of his movements, what he was about to do. But knowing didn't mean I could easily react. That was too fast. Rather than swinging wide, I redirected my sword in minimal, controlled motions to meet his blows, not like facing a man's fists, but as though parrying a heavy weapon. I guided the force of his punches as if deflecting a mace, turning his strength aside and sending it back in one fluid rotation. Deflection through rotation, the essence of chivalric swordsmanship. Fedel's Twilight. The sword exists to overcome weakness, to face what's stronger than you, to cut through fear and peril and move forward. A monk breaks when he meets a stronger monk, but a sword can face any foe. From the moment blades were born, that has always been their nature. I turned my body, swinging. Helen bent smoothly, dodging with serene grace, but my sword didn't stop. Once the rotation began, my strike turned from refined to savage, a brutal orcish technique layered atop a noble knight's form. From twilight to wild instinct. Amazing! It feels as if I'm fighting several warriors at once. This is the kind of ferocity only the orc warriors of the Sky Mountains display after their coming of age. Helen slipped and weaved, avoiding my blade with fluid movement. Damn, Ith was skilled at martial arts, too. Not only tough, but graceful. Step by step, he closed the distance, then opened his palm and struck toward me, the same technique as before, one that sent a shockwave through the body like lightning. Not this time. I rotated my grip, bringing my shoulder into Helen's chest and hooked his ankle, throwing him with my full weight. Balance gone, he tilted backward. A move strong enough to topple a giant sword wrestling. From wild instinct back to twilight. "But you're trying to grapple with me? That's unwise." He wasn't wrong. Monk martial arts weren't limited to striking, they encompassed every form of physical combat. Fedel's wrestling was impressive, but it couldn't compare to a monk who'd trained his body since birth. For a swordsman, that was decent, but even the 7-year-old novices of our mountain can do this much. Helen wavered, but didn't fall. Then his limbs moved like serpents, coiling around me. My joints popped ominously under the pressure. I dropped my sword, As the dwarven blade fell, I drew Fang from my thigh and thrust it. Helen didn't flinch, had seen that trick before. But this time, I wasn't repeating myself. I stabbed, the blade just shy of reaching him. Too short. I released Fang instantly, twisted my wrist, and caught the falling dwarven sword in midair, then stabbed again from an impossible angle. Needle, a piercing thrust like a whip of steel, pushed him back. It didn't cut deep, but it made him retreat. What is this? Helen's eyes flickered. 2, no, 3, 4. How many souls are inside you? A priest at heart, he must have sensed something beyond mortal. But I had no time for his muttering. I pressed the advantage. Alternating between the dwarven sword and Fang, I slashed, stabbed, and twisted. Each motion birthed a new style, Fang and Twilight, Needle and Wild Instinct, appearing and vanishing seamlessly. To the eyes of the crowd, it must have seemed as if multiple swordsmen were fighting within one body, each emerging at the perfect moment. Helen stared wide-eyed. Are you a ghost? I've never seen anything like this, not even in the Empire. Of course not. The steel blood in my veins was unlike anything else. I stepped forward and thrust my blade. Blood spattered. Helen's hardened skin was weakening. After a heavy slash, I kicked up dust with a spin, clouding the air. From my thigh, I drew another dagger. Darkness was once my friend. And suddenly, I was an assassin of the Free City again. I moved like a shadow, silent and swift. My dagger lunged, but Helen deflected it with the back of his hand. How? Then I realized his eyes were closed. He was sensing my approach without sight. The dagger spun midair. Helen opened his eyes slowly, but I wasn't done. I kicked the spinning dagger's handle, driving it downward straight into his chest. His hardened skin cracked, blood flew, but Helen glared at me, unfazed. He was giving up flesh to take a limb. His rough hand reached for my ankle. Wrong move. I threw another dagger straight at his unguarded eye. Hup! Helen knocked it aside. His stance broke for just an instant. My opening. I gripped the dwarven sword, inhaled deeply, and poured everything into it. The paths became a linear, unbreakable path of steel. A monk is like a boulder unyielding before hardship. But tell me, the line flared across my blade end. Both of Helen's arms were sliced clean off. Blood sprayed, golden light blooming as healing began anew. I didn't give him the chance. I stomped his foot, locking him in place. Can a boulder ever be harder than steel? Helen kicked upward, his chi-charged leg crashing into my sword. The impact was immense. It could go either way, so I didn't clash. I released my sword, drew Fang, and drove it into the back of his knee, severing the nerves. His stance collapsed at 0.7 seconds, start to finish. Clang! The dwarven sword spun high into the air. Even crippled, Helen rammed his shoulder into my chest. Golden light flared again, sending shockwaves through my body. But, I endured. My mana heart was not ordinary. The heart of steel did not falter so easily. Incredible, truly incredible resilience. Helen's voice trembled with awe. Golden light burst from his severed arms again, new limbs growing grotesquely fast. More, show me more. We clashed like madmen. I cut off his arms, shattered his legs, pierced his ribs, tore his chest open, yet the damn monk healed again and again, until his divine energy finally ran dry. His punches, when they landed, nearly shattered me. Each impact made my body feel like crumbling sand, but I refused to fall. I gave every last drop. The noise of the crowd slowly faded. Then even the faintest sounds vanished, leaving behind perfect silence. And in that silence visions came. The arena melted away. In its place stretched a vast plain swarming with monstrous creatures. Yes, the monster wave was a disaster. The last unassimilated memory of Wild Instinct. The monster wave had been a calamity. So many of my kin died. Our village was erased overnight. Friends and comrades were swept away by the tide of monsters. Giants led the charge of the endless horde. The black creatures blotted out the plains. The sky darkened, lightning roared, steel clashed. Orc warriors bellowed, monsters shrieked. For days, maybe weeks, the storm never ended. When it was finally over, I was the only one left standing, surrounded by mountains of corpses, both monsters and kin. The rain stopped, and only then did I turn around. "Barik, Barik," a voice called. There they were, the ones I had fought to protect, but they were crying. Even though it was all over, they wept. And then I saw why. My body full of holes, rotting, black with death. No longer the proud green of an orc. I had no time left. My gentle wife, who had always believed in me, was sobbing. My family, my friends, mourned. My son, who could barely walk, my daughter still nursing thee, cried, too young to understand. And strangely, death no longer frightened me. For once, I felt peace. I did not regret my choice. I was proud to have protected them to the very end. Only one thing pained me, that I would not grow old beside my wife, that I would not see my son's coming of age, nor my daughter's wedding, that I would not share their futures. I looked upon my children and remembered the past when I'd once asked my father if he feared death. He laughed, showing his fangs, and patted my head. Ah, it was his words that gave me the strength to protect those I loved. That was why I could die satisfied. I looked at my children, my wife, my friends, and chose my last words without hesitation. Do not run. There is no paradise for those who flee. Those words guided my life, and I prayed they would guide theirs too. The furious clash dragged on until wild instinct was finally fully absorbed. When my senses returned, the battle was over. My sword had pierced Helen's chest. The golden glow of healing no longer shimmered. He had burned through the last of his divine power. A ghost, voices rose from the stands. A sword demon, yes, that was what they called me now. Cough, to be this unbreakable. Truly, the continent is vast. Helen's voice was weak, blood trailing from his lips. It was like fighting a ghost. To fight like this, without divine power, how remarkable. Truly, his body went limp, collapsing into the dirt, and only I remained standing. Yes, me, the victor little gladiator Liam, my name echoed through the arena. From this moment, the little gladiator Liam shall wear the gold medal. The crowd erupted in cheers, but I couldn't enjoy them. My vision blurred, my legs gave out. When I looked down, I saw my body covered in blood, torn skin, blue bruises, bones jutting out. No wonder they called me a ghost. I must have fought unconsciously, driven by the lingering rage and memory of the orc great warrior Barik fighting, till nothing was left, even when all reason had burned away. Ah! I collapsed where I stood. My hands trembled uncontrollably. The world spun, my body was wrecked, pushed far past its limit. As arena staff rushed toward me, my eyes closed. Lee A.M., the sword demon Liam? Sword demon. That new name echoed everywhere. As sleep pulled me under, I heard Liam's voice. Well done, my young descendant. And then darkness. I didn't know how long I was out. By the time I awoke, my duel with the monk had become infamous. They said even unconsciously, I had fought like a beast, swinging broken arms, biting Helen's fists, roaring like a wild animal. No wonder they called me the sword demon. For that brief moment, I hadn't been the little gladiator. I had been an orca hero of the plains, a father, a warrior's son. With that new title, my promotion was complete. The first qualification for the infinite duel was mine. While recovering, I was catching up on the news from Seol Yoon when you're finally awake. A familiar, unexpected visitor appeared. I hear you'll be participating in the infinite duel. Tom, the caretaker of the Hall of Honor. I'll write your letter of recommendation. The kind old man smiled warmly. On one condition, of course. Episode 49, The Infinite Duel, Part 1. You'll write me a letter of recommendation? That was the first thing I heard after waking up in the arena's recovery room. Naturally, I had questions. I didn't even know why Tom, the caretaker of the Hall of Honor, was here, so why was he suddenly offering to write me a recommendation? Yes, giving one to you isn't any trouble at all, young master. To me, but why? Tom gave me his usual warm, grandfatherly smile. Tom, caretaker of the Hall of Honor, I'd left him with a good impression before. Back when I had sweet-talked my way into acquiring Fang through less than honest means, and because I knew I'd be visiting the Hall of Honor often, I'd made sure to flatter him every chance I got. But that was all. We weren't close. So why offer me a recommendation? My old habit suspicion started whispering in my ear again. Did my flattery about the goddess leave that deep an impression? Or maybe he remembered me simply because few young fighters ever took the time to speak politely with an old caretaker. My mind is filled with guesses, none of them satisfying. And then, I'm a fan, Tom said simply. I blinked. A fan? Yes, I like your battles, that's all there is to it. And for an old man like me, writing one recommendation is nothing at all. He smiled kindly. I may look like a worn-out relic now, but once upon a time, I was quite respected. If I write your recommendation, the arena will have no reason to object. Ho ho, surely you don't think this old man lacks the authority to write one, do you? Of course not. You're the esteemed caretaker of the Hall of Honor, one of the most glorious institutions in the Iron Kingdom. A man of such fine work clearly, the words poured out instinctively, smooth and sweet as honey. From across the room, Xiao Yun gave me a look of pure disgust. I ignored her. This wasn't flattery. It was muscle memory. That old man's letter will be of great help. As I've told you before, he isn't just some caretaker. Right, Liam was certain of that. From the start, he had seen through Tom's gentle facade. Behind the smiling old man was a warrior who had reached the rank of sword expert, being strong enough to rule entire kingdoms if he wished. Someone like that wouldn't bother lying about a mere letter of recommendation. Still, but nothing in this world is ever free. I agreed with my master. Even as I smiled, I studied Tom's expression closely. He truly bore no malice toward me, but I could tell there was something behind his offer. Not greed or deceit, just intention. Sure enough, after a while of polite chatter, however, Tom said, I can't give it to you for nothing. The words I'd been expecting. I thought to myself, of course. I'd like to ask one favor in return. Naturally. My suspicion had never failed me yet. Without changing my expression, I smiled brightly, the very picture of an innocent young man. Of course. How could I possibly accept your generosity without doing something in return? I'd be honored to help in any way I can. Ho ho, you certainly have a way with words, young master. Tom chuckled heartily. I laughed along. It's not a difficult favor, he said. I remember, from our last conversation, how passionately you spoke about weapon show. You said that a blade is more than just metal, that it carries the spirit of its wielder. That left quite the impression on me. I thought to myself, this young man loves swords as much as I do. At this point, I still thought the request would be something simple, until. So, when the infinite duel is over, I'd like to visit your home. I want to see how well you're taking care of the blade you received from the Hall of Honor. Fang, was it? Oh, don't misunderstand. It's not that I distrust you, but I doubt you've learned proper sword maintenance, so I thought I might teach you how to keep it from rusting, how to preserve it for decades to come. You see, I pride myself on being the best caretaker of swords in the entire Iron Kingdom. Ho-ho. It would make me very happy as a fan to pass that knowledge on to you. My mind blanked halfway through his rambling. So, in summary, he wanted to see the weapon. Ha ha, ha. Ha, is there a problem? Tom tilted his head, and his kind face shifted ever so slightly as if saying, don't tell me you sold it, after all that talk about honor and history. I hadn't sold it, I'd eaten it. But that was hardly better, and definitely not something I could say out loud. My instincts screamed lie, so I smiled even wider. Of course not, I'd be delighted to have you over after the infinite duel. Ha ha ha, I'm already looking forward to it. I was doomed. My home is rather remote, though. Would that be a problem? Not at all. I'm old. I prefer the quiet of the countryside. Hey ha, then you'll love it. Forget it. Let future me deal with that catastrophe. Excellent attitude. Yeah, thanks. Learned from the best, after all. And just like that, I had everything I needed to enter the infinite duel. Tom wrote the recommendation, the arena accepted it without question, and both requirements were officially met. All that was left was to wait for the day of the grand event. Unlike you, who sees monsters behind every kind word, it seems Tom was simply a good man, Xiao Yun said. You should try seeing the world as it really is. Are you the one saying that to me? Tom truly had meant well. All my suspicions, all my careful watching it had all been pointless. He'd asked for nothing more than to teach me how to take care of a weapon. How could he have known that I ate the damn thing instead? Well, that would be future me's problem. For now, things were going better than they ever had since leaving my family's estate, almost too well. And things that go too well always explode later. They always did in my life. The infinite duel. A grand event dating back to the days when the arena was still a brutal the oldest surviving tradition of the Iron Kingdom. A gathering of the continent's greatest warriors. In my era, the infinite duel was a trial by fire, a test of limits. I used to tell my descendants, if you are a caravan, you must experience it at least once. So said Liam. In his time, anyone could enter, anytime, as long as there were enough contenders. A blood-soaked festival where true warriors were born. But that was long, long ago. Nowadays, the Infinite Duel is the arena's main event, Xiao Yun explained. If they'd kept it the same, it would have remained just another blood sport. But over time, the event had evolved to entertain audiences, to give purpose to the fighters, to ensure its survival across the ages. There are 3 categories of duels, she said. 3. First, the race duel. Her tone was calm, her expression detached. That's where the 7 races fight for pride. Each time, the rules change. Last time, it was a flag capture contest. Before that, a commander battle teams taking turns until one side's leader fell. I see. Well, technically it's 6 races. The dragons don't participate. Of course. Dragons, mightiest of the 7 races. So few remained that most people would live and die without ever seeing one. They existed in legend more than in fact. There was no reason they'd join a human spectacle. You don't really need to worry about the race duel, Xiao Yun continued. It's massive in scale and full of famous names. No way we'd win anything there. Right. Honestly, even reaching the event's minimum requirements is a miracle for us. The Infinite Duel draws every insane powerhouse on the continent. That was fine. Liam had told me to treat it as experience, not a stage to show off. The second type is the War Duel. War Duel? It's a reenactment of historic battles. Each side gathers a team to relive a past war from the Iron Kingdom's history. It's popular. People love watching their nation's legends brought to life. The rules vary by team. Sometimes victory comes from strategy, not slaughter. It's unpredictable and full of surprises. But again, with our level, we'd be background extras at best. Agreed. The last one's the real deal, she said quietly. The third duel. The one named after the event itself, the Infinite Duel. What's that like? It's simple. Her next words made even Liam stir with anticipation. Every fighter hides their name, their faces, their identity. Everyone wears masks and special gear so no one knows who anyone is. Then they throw all of them hundreds, maybe even thousands into a single, massive arena. And they fight. No rules, no limits. Until only one person is left standing. No one interferes, no one stops it. They just watch. Liam grinned, deeply, darkly pleased. As the name suggests, Xiao Yun finished, it's infinite. Liam chuckled low in my mind. Unlike those tame little spectacles, that final duel, that's the one I remember. Pure, unfiltered strength. Blood, madness, survival, that's the real Infinite Duel. His eyes gleamed with madness. You'll enjoy it, my young descendant. And if you survive, you'll emerge harder than steel itself. I couldn't help smiling too. Xiao Yun saw it and sighed. The last duel's brutal. If things go wrong, surrender immediately. If you don't, I'll drag you out myself. That's why I'm coming with you, to make sure you don't die before you're done. I won't let you die at this level. You're supposed to go farther. Understand? Instead of answering, I smiled. She sighed again and left the room. Alone, I sat in silence for a while, then turned to the window. Even at night, the steel city of Firma glittered with life, laughter, clinking glasses, and golden light filling the streets. The Infinite Duel was near. And before stepping into it, I had one last thing to do. Liam's voice echoed within me. It's time to eat a new sword, my young descendant. Have you heard the news? Under a starlit sky, a man stood with his hands behind his back. The night wind stirred his ash-gray hair, a color that in the Iron Kingdom of Cherville meant far more than it did elsewhere. They say there's an amusing spectacle in the Steel City. You speak of the Infinite Duel, Your Highness? In Cherville, ash-gray was the color of iron, the color of royalty, the mark of those who had ruled the Iron Kingdom for generations. The Iron Prince Ian Cherville. Yes, the Infinite Duel. Shall we go see it? The air feels nice tonight. I'd like a change of scenery. The shadowed figure nearby hesitated. There are more pressing matters at hand. More pressing than my amusement? Ian turned, his eyes gleaming like tempered steel under the starlight. A crooked iron crown rested on his head, pure metal, no jewels, no ornaments. I told you, didn't I? I wish to enjoy myself. I'm not asking your permission. Prepare to leave. The man in the shadows bowed his head and stepped forward, the moonlight revealing his emotionless face. He wore no armor, just simple ceremonial garb. If that is your will. Ian Cherville smiled in satisfaction, turning back toward the stars. As expected, that's why I like you. The strongest swordmaster, the guardian of the Iron Kingdom, the continent's greatest blade. And Carlos? The swordmaster Carlos, the master of 10 swords, the man who had slain Arhin Caravan's father. Arhin's enemy, Chapter 50. The Infinite Duel, Part 2. Late at night, I threw on a light coat and stepped out of the inn. The steel city of Firma never truly slept. Even deep into the night, the air carried warmth and the faint smell of liquor. But the farther I walked, the quieter it became until only the chirping of night insects and the rustle of wind remained. Ahead loomed the great structure of the arena, majestic even in the moonlight. After staring at it for a while, I turned left, where an ornate wall came into view, its surface etched with old, elegant patterns. It looked more like an art museum than anything else. But what was displayed here wasn't art. This place didn't hold paintings or sculptures. It held the traces of warriors. I quickened my steps. Along the wall, countless swords were mounted on display. Beneath each blade, a name was written in flowing script, the Hall of Honor, a hallowed hall that preserved the weapons of those who had left their mark upon the arena. It was a quiet place visited mostly by young dwarves with a romantic fascination for weaponry, eccentric blacksmiths, or scholars who studied the history of arms. Those who came to the Steel City seeking blood and glory rarely bothered coming this far. Yet tonight, someone was already there. A man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the displays. When he sensed my approach, he slowly turned. "Oh, we meet again." A clean-shaven head, gentle eyes, a calm smile. He had the kind of face that made you feel oddly at ease, and for that very reason, I couldn't place him at all. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" "Ah, of course, you wouldn't recognize me without the mask." He smiled kindly. "It's me, the fighter you crossed blades with not long ago, Helen, the monk. Ring any bells now?" "Ah." At the word monk, the memory returned. The maddeningly relentless fighter who had refused to fall. "You've recovered quickly," I said. "You were in bad shape when I last saw you." "You jest. Surely a monk has less right to say that than you, my friend. I was worried you wouldn't even stand again." "You're too kind." "Ha, we monks don't stay wounded for long. As long as the goddess is with us, injuries hardly count as injuries." "Right? Creepy bastards." I'd run him through the chest, and here he was smiling like nothing had happened. "But how did you recognize me so easily?" I asked. "I was wearing a mask too." "We monks do not see with our eyes," he said calmly. "We see through Kithru presence." "Chi," I must have looked puzzled because Helen chuckled softly. "It's difficult to explain. If you are not a practitioner, you would not understand." "Ah, right." I didn't press. You never pressed when talking to men like him, spiritual types with shaved heads and serene smiles. Ask one wrong question, and next thing you know, you were dragged off to some mountain temple to find inner peace. "You came to look at the weapons, I assume?" he asked. "Yes, something like that." I, too, came to feel their chi. Each one of these weapons contains the will of those who burned their lives to the end. The goddess loves such fervor, as do her faithful. Yeah, definitely the kind of talk I didn't need more of. I nodded silently, pretending to listen, praying he'd finish soon. "Liam Caravan, was it? Or should I say the little gladiator? Nasor Demon, I believe, is your new name." Helen's smile didn't waver. "You carry admirable energy. Even after a lifetime of training in the Sky Mountains, I have rarely encountered a human with such steel within him. One day, I hope we meet again in the Sky Mountains. When that day comes, come find us. The servants of the Sun Goddess will welcome you. We hold great affection for those with unbreakable resolve." "It's getting late. I'll take my leave now, mysterious warrior." He bowed lightly, still smiling. "May the eternal day be with you." It was the traditional blessing of the followers of the Sun Goddess, Rivrua. I clumsily mirrored his gesture, pressing my palms together and bowing back. Then Helen turned and left, eyes back soon swallowed by the moonlit street. Liam's voice murmured in my mind. "The Sky Mountains, huh? You'll have to go there someday." "Yeah, but not yet. That place is far too dangerous for you as you are now." I agreed. The Sky Mountains. The greatest range on the continent, lying on the border of the so-called Sky Empire, Belma, a place said to hold every mystery in existence. Legend claimed that anyone who reached its highest peak could make any wish come true. Adventurers from every race had thrown their lives away trying to climb it, chasing glory and miracles. But in all history, only one race had ever truly conquered the Sky Mountains. Yes, the dragons. the land of dragons, the land of the sky. You're looking much better, young master. No sooner had Helen left than another familiar voice called from deeper inside the Hall of Honor. Old Tom, the caretaker, approached, bright-eyed and lively even at this late hour. Ah, yes, I'm fine now. Coming here right after recovering, truly passionate, aren't you? A fighter should always draw strength from the traces of past battles. Ha! Truly, you are remarkable, young master. Compliments slid off my tongue like breathing. Tom beamed and clapped his hands. So, what kind of sword do you seek this time? You've earned a new medal. After all, you are entitled to choose one weapon. I'm not sure. I was wondering which blade might make me stronger. I made a show of studying the displays, though to me, they all looked the same old, dull relics that had long since seen their prime. This was Liam's domain. My role was just to wait for his choice. Would you like me to explain them? Tom asked eagerly. The one you took last time, Feng, was a fine piece. It once belonged to an assassin from the free city of Crowley. Ah, he lived for freedom, fighting to the very end. His courage was so inspiring that the arena purchased his blade at auction. To stand before overwhelming fire and never retreat, magnificent, isn't it? I'm sure Goddess Rifri welcomed him with open arms. Yes, I'm sure she did. And this one here, as soon as I stopped responding, Tom just kept talking, his excitement multiplying with each sentence. All I could do was cast desperate glances at Liam. Please, pick one already. This spear belonged to a limping fighter, Tom went on. Even after losing a leg, he fought in match after match. Isn't that poetic? Reality outshines chivalric tales, I always say. In that sense, I dear gods, if I didn't stop him soon, my ears might start bleeding. That one. Finally, Liam's voice cut in, calm and absolute. I turned to where he indicated and blinked. That one? You heard me. It's not a mistake. That one. Even among the many odd weapons he'd chosen before, this one stood out. But Liam's tone left no room for doubt. Take it. It suits you now more than any other. When the master of 10 swords commands, the disciple obeys, so I looked toward the sword he meant. Tom, noticing my gaze, broke off mid-sentence. Ah, I see one has caught your eye. Yes, falling for a sword is a lot like falling in love. You see it once, and you're helpless. Tom chuckled, clearly mistaking my uncertainty for infatuation. It's an unusual piece, but charming in its own way. Shall I prepare it for you? Yes, please. Tom carefully lifted the blade from its mount and handed it to me. It was incredibly light. Of course it was. Please treat it with care, Tom said warmly, because half of the blade was missing. In truth, its name is Gale. It was a broken sword, a broken sword. I had never ingested one in such a state before. Even the oldest blades I'd eaten still had some integrity left to them. But Gale was different. Its edge was shattered, its surface corroded, its value as a weaponer even as a relic long gone. Every other weapon in the hall had been lovingly preserved, their rust cleaned and their edges restored. Not this one. Tom had explained why. The damage itself carries meaning. That form best represents the will of the warrior who wielded it. To restore it would be to erase his final moment. I hadn't understood at the time. Now, back in my room, I placed Gale into the flames. The heat rose high enough to sting my skin. Liam's voice came, heavy with warning. My young descendant. Yes, master, you'll need focus for this one, more than ever before. Why? He had never warned me like that before. The will inside that sword is strong enough to consume you. The will. Just what kind of life had been forged into this blade? Every weapon I'd eaten so far carried a fragment of its wielder's soul. The mercenary Mary's, needle, a life of struggle and survival. The assassin's, Fang, a desperate hunger for freedom. Fettle's, twilight, the gentle warmth of a friend. And wild instinct, the unyielding spirit of the orc hero Barik, who fought to the very end. Each one had been fierce in its own way. None of them had been small. I'll endure it. I said it with conviction. Then brace yourself, don't lose your mind. Whatever lay within this sword, I would face it head-on. Here we go. I pulled Gale from the fire, the metal glowing red-hot, and brought it to my lips. The taste of iron filled my mouth as I bit down, chewing, swallowing. Heat surged through my body like molten steel. And then came the memories rushing in waves. You once told me this, that I was like the wind, and you were right. The stench of blood filled my nose, overwhelming, suffocating. My life was a single gust of wind, and so was my sword. Time passed in the Steel City. Since arriving, Xiao Yun had followed the same disciplined routine she'd practiced even back at my estate. Meanwhile, the streets had grown impossibly crowded. Firma overflowed with warriorsmeni strong enough that even Xiao Yun regarded them with caution. Elves from the eternal forest, demonkin from beyond the wall of despair, wandering heroes from distant lands. It was proof of how monumental the infinite duel truly was. Day after day, the city swelled with excitement. By the time the long-awaited day finally arrived, it was nearly impossible to even walk through the streets. And when morning broke, just in time, didn't keep you waiting, did I? Xiao Yun turned for a moment, she froze. Arhan stood before her looking different, not in body, in presence. Like a man who had walked through storms and learned to smile at thunder. Let's go, he said quietly, to enter the infinite duel. He looked, for all the world, like a wandering swordsman of legend. Chapter 51, The Infinite Duel. Part 3, You once told me that I was like the wind. I agreed with you. My life had been nothing more than a fleeting gust, a meaningless wind that wandered without a destination. To sailors, it might be called drifting. My life had no purpose, no conviction, no direction. I simply floated along, swept away by the current of time. Even the young shepherd I met a while ago was living a more meaningful life than I was. He had a ralito tend to his flock and a purposto earn his keep, build a warm family, have children, and grow old in happiness. It wasn't just the shepherd boy. The ferryman who let me aboard his small boat, the innkeeper who lent me a bed for the night, the little girl who picked apples every morning, all of them lived while dreaming of their futures. Everyone I met in life had a goal to them. Life was a long journey with a destination. Only I was drifting aimlessly through this vast world, like a cloud wandering across the sky. Perhaps that's why my sword began to change. It looks like you smiled brightly when you saw my sword. Like the wind, a fierce and swift gale that no one can catch. Yes, like, I could still remember the warmth of your hand when we held each other's fingers that day. The small, white front teeth that showed when you smiled shyly. The faint scent of flowers that lingered in your hair. Like a gale. You said my sword wasn't strange, but special. It was the first time anyone had ever said something like that to me. Maybe that's why. I want to see you again, yawned your sword. From that day on, the wandering drifter I was, that worthless swordsman, began to feel just a little special. Because if I did, you'd want to see my sword again tomorrow. And the day after that. When I slowly opened my eyes, I found myself lying in the middle of a forest. I didn't have the strength to move a single finger. That sword must not be used yet, young descendant. I think you're right. My entire body felt like it had been shattered. The palms that had held the sword were torn and bloodied. Red drops fell to the ground as my trembling hands refused to stop shaking. I've never felt anything like this before. Of course you haven't. I'd only swung it once. Just recreating a sliver of the memory of the Gayland I'd ended up in this state. I forced my head up to look around. The forest, which had once been dark and dense with towering trees, was now bright because there were no tall trees left. The sword's previous master was a sword runner with 2 pairs of wings. All the trees that had filled the forest had been neatly sliced clean. Their smooth rings gleamed where they'd been cut. Yes, just one swing. If you don't want to be swept away by the wind, you'd best grow stronger quickly. Master's warning hadn't been an empty one. I had just learned that firsthand. Gale was different, unlike any sword I had ever consumed before. The streets of the Steel City, Firma, were overflowing with people so many that it almost drove me mad. I had never seen a crowd this large in my life. What's with all these people? Keep your head straight and stay close, or you'll get lost. Do I look like some child left by the river? You were the one gawking like a country bumpkin first. Everyone here had been drawn by the infinite duel, not only from the Iron Kingdom but from across the vast continent. As I told you before, the first duel will be a race duel. Yes, I remember. You won't need to do much, not that you'll have the chance. It's a massive scale event. Think of it as more of a festival between races than an actual fight. A race duel. As the name implied, this was a contest on the scale of entire races. Not an event where individuals were expected to shine, but where entire species fought for pride. It'll be over before you even realize what happened. Following Xiao Yun's lead, I lined up with her at the arena's registration desk. there were quite a few unusual fighters waiting their turn. Among them, the most eye-catching were the non-humans. Just one thing you really need to watch out for. What's that? As the line shortened, I listened closely to Yun. Orcs. The moment I heard that word, I understood. If you see anything with green skin, run. That insane race doesn't know the meaning of friendly competition. They're the only ones who will fight to the death in a race duel. You might not take it seriously because you haven't seen them yourself, but believe me, you should. Rumor has it the last race duel had a chieftain personally leading the charge. Could be exaggerated, but still, no, that's not an exaggeration. Those bastards were more than capable of that. The moment I see green, I'll turn and run without looking back. Crazy lunatics. I could already hear their disgusting breathing in my head, their heavy, chick-chick sounds. I had no intention of wasting energy dealing with those freaks on the very first day of 3 events, but I'd overlooked one crucial detail. Guess I'd better find somewhere to hide. My life never went smoothly. It never had. Are you Liam the Gladiator? The little gladiator who recently earned the nickname Sword Demon? After waiting forever, Yun and I finally finished our registration. Yes, that's me. Your credentials have been confirmed. You're officially registered. Take this. What's this? The clerk handed us a chunk of worn metal. It's your ID tag for the race duel. Don't lose it. The tags had numbers etched onto them: 271 and 444. Yun was 271. I was 444. Don't lose it for any reason. 444. Even the number itself felt ominous. It took quite a while before the first event of the infinite duel, the race duel, finally began. With so many participants, registration alone took hours. By the time the procedures ended, it was late evening. Thank you for waiting. Even under the darkened sky, the arena's heat hadn't cooled, it burned even hotter. The crowd roared with excitement, and the fighters' tension matched it. How many people are here? Standing beside Yun, I tried to estimate the number of fighters, but it was impossible. How could anyone determine winners or losers among this many people? It would have to be a war rather than a duel. You. Roar! Quit yapping and get started already, you slow human worms. The orcs, gathered at one end of the massive coliseum, made their presence impossible to ignore even before the duel began. Their ear-splitting roars drew groans from everyone nearby. Only the spirit of Arhen inside me chuckled with pride. The orcs are as lively as ever. In my time, their zeal was always famous in the arenas. They just look like deranged lunatics to me. Even from afar, their energy was suffocating. I swore to myself again I would not get involved with them. Meanwhile, the host's voice boomed across the Colosseum. As you all know, the race duel is the chance for each of the 7 races to prove their superiority. Unfortunately, the dragons have once again chosen not to participate, so today's duel will be between 6 races: orcs, dwarves, demons, humans, elves, and beastkin. The previous race duel was a flag capture battle, won by the mighty orcs after a fierce struggle. Indeed, the orcs' passion is always a sight to behold. They've won the most race duels in history, 9 consecutive victories so far. War, good words, human. But whether the valiant green warriors will claim victory again, that remains to be seen. As the crowd's energy reached its peak, the announcer shouted, "This race duel's format is Catch the King." Catch the King. The term was unfamiliar. Due to the large number of participants, this race duel will take place in the Black Forest near the Steel City, Firma, a place so treacherous that even skilled rangers lose their way at night. Our hired mages will broadcast the entire event through search spells. The rules are simple. Each participant received an ID tag with a unique number. I immediately thought of the metal tag I'd been given. In Catch the King, one tag number will be chosen at random. Whoever holds that tag becomes their race's king. If the king's tag is stolen, or if the king is rendered unable to fight, that entire race is eliminated. That means strategy is crucial. The king can choose to hideer reveal themselves and rely on their kin for protection. The others must decide hunt the enemy's king or protect their own. As the explanation continued, an uneasy feeling crawled up my spine. And now, the moment you've been waiting for, the number that will decide the king. A nightmare for the weak, but a glorious chance for the strong. And then, the chosen number is 444. Of course, my bad feeling was right. Little gladiator wasn't your number, yes. Xiao Yun stared at me, worried. I gave her a bitter smile. Damn it all. Congratulations, young descendant. Opportunities like this don't come often. How enviable. My life really never went easily. F me. The first event of the infinite duel, the race duel, I had been chosen as the king of humanity. After the announcements, all the fighters were transported from the arena to the Black Forest, a vast woodland near Firma. True to its name, the forest was shrouded in darkness. It wasn't just because it was Ladeth, air itself was filled with a black haze. Whether this was an artificial enchantment for entertainment or a natural phenomenon, I couldn't tell. Not that I had the time to care. The race duel begins now. For now, I just had to survive. CHHHK, look at me, you weak humans, you crawling dwarves, you manure-smelling elves, you devil-spawned demons. You half-brained beasts. Right from the start, an orc fighter bellowed racial slurs, taunting all 5 opposing races at once. I am the king of orcs. I, Elder Bahura, have drawn the glorious tag 444. The mighty orc Bahura does not flee from battle. Come, if you crave a fight. I'll crush your skulls and hang your teeth around my neck. CHHHK? Not even a second after the race duel began, the orcs' madness echoed through the Black Forest. As their frenzy spread, the quiet killing intent of the other races began to rise from every direction. I assessed my situation with brutal honesty. I'm screwed. And so began the first match of the infinite duel, the race duel, Catch the King. And I was the human king.